Round of applause. Thank you.
오늘은 2022 한마음
Today,
과학제학술대
we
프로그램의 두 번째 날입니다.
opening the second day of International Hanmaum Science and Conference. I feel very honored to be here today. And even though it is our second day, I am very excited to see so many attendees to this conference again. This is our second day again.
노멀 시대의 성찰과 새로운 가치.
The subject of today's special session is interconnected existence in a new normal age. We have a 1-hour special session, and we have two speakers in this special session, one of which is the path of Hanmaum science, and the second speech is introducing some Master Daehaeng's teachings in the Canadian classroom. We will begin with the first special session speech.
첫 번째 발표는 방금 말씀드린 한마음 과학의 길이라는 제목으로
The title of the first special session is The Path of Hanmaum Science. The speech will be given by Professor Hwang. She is Education Director at Hanmaum Science Institute and an adjunct professor of Dongguk University. Please welcome Professor Hwang with a round of applause. Thank you.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
Good morning, everyone.
여러 스님들과 외국에서 오신
I am truly honored and grateful
모든 참석자분들 앞에서
to present to so many snims and distinguished guests and attendees.
특히 외국에서 오신
For those
분들은
of you who are visiting from abroad, I sincerely thank you for being with us despite the great inconvenience caused by COVID-19. I would also like to thank those of you who have contributed to the research and education activities of the Hanmaum Science Institute. I first came to this Sun Center 25 years ago when the Hanmaum Science Institute was founded. When I was a child, I was so bad at math that I never dreamed I could become a scientist. This was because research fields like physics and engineering require us to be good at math. I used to major in education. Now I'm still majoring in meditation and counseling. But when I came to Hanmaum Science Institute, I discovered that our fundamental mind is the foundation of all phenomena. This is why the natural sciences should study our fundamental mind as well as material things. When we combine these things, it becomes Hanmaum physics, Hanmaum engineering, Hanmaum science, and so on. Now we see sciences from different perspectives.
어떤 분야든지 그렇다면은 이 마음을 같이 연구를 해야만 되겠구나.
And now I think that all science fields needs to practice with our mind.
수학을 잘하든 못하든 누구든지 마음의 과학자는 될 수 있다는 것을 알게 되었습니다.
Whether we are good at math or not, everyone has Hanmaum, our mind, and I came to believe that anyone can become a scientist of the mind. However, I was also concerned that I thought, how can I do research with an invisible mind? In fact, many of our members have encountered difficulties with this concept. This relates to the phrase, I came up with it rather than I did it. People who have made very important discoveries or inventions in history often use, I just came up with it. Even J.K. Rowling, who is famous for writing the Harry Potter books, said that when she focused on the idea for a novel, she wrote it down exactly as she saw it in her mind. Have you ever experienced how new ideas or solutions come to you when you are deeply immersed within yourself? I have. We call this inner intuition, insight, or wisdom. To me, it seems that this is our fundamental mind talking. It seems that we already know how to connect with it and use it. Some Master Daehaeng said, there is no place that a deep and sincere heart cannot reach. So that is true energy. Our fundamental mind does not shrink, no matter how much we use it. So, the mission of the Hanmaum Science Institute is to develop the infinite energy of our fundamental mind. It's time that mankind escapes material-only research and develop harmonious research with the spiritual realm. Along with the research, the Hanmaum Science Institute has been running educational programs to convey this principle of one mind to people for 20 years, and many people are experiencing meeting their inner heart. The members who lecture at this time always learn together in the process rather than teaching. At Mind School, everyone is a student. Currently, in addition to individual researchers, Hanmaum Science Institute has research teams, engineering, education, medicine, Dharma studies, plant science. Over the last 25 years, the Hanmaum Science Institute has not produced as much visible research as expected. This shows that scientifically and objectively, researching the principles of one mind is not easy. Nevertheless, when they have entrusted things to their fundamental mind, each of our members has had many direct experiences of how it works, and these have been the driving force behind us moving forward. We know from our experiences that one mind works. Now let us watch a video called The Path of One Mind Science, taught by Son Master Daehaeng.
독일의 저명한 물리학자 헬무트 글루브레이트는
In the 1970s, eminent German physicist Professor Helmut Glubbreit met Son Master Daehaeng. As while serving as the Deputy Director of the UN International Atomic Energy Research Institute. During the first meeting, he became deeply moved by her teachings, as this was the first time he had heard them. In spite of her great gentle smile, she was like a huge mountain. Amidst the conflict,
한마음이라고도 합니다. 그 한마음은 아무리 써도 줄지 않는 에너지이며 우주와 바로 직결되어 있습니다. 진정으로 과학이 발전하기 위해서는 그 근본을 통해 연구해야만 합니다.
이러한 법문을 받든후로 박사님 내면 속에는 지구와 인류를 위해서 정신과 물질이 조화롭게 하나로 되는 한마음 선언 독일 지원을 유럽의 독일에 꼭 세우리라 결심을 하고 그때부터 독일 지역 곳곳을 물색하고 찾아다녔답니다.
종교와 과학이
Amidst the conflict between religion and science for a long time, the scientists from the West and Buddhist nuns from the East continued their cordial meetings, making symbolic and practical differences. In the meantime, meetings between Sun Master Daehaeng and Korean scientists were actively taking place.
저는 이 공부를 하면서부터 항상 어떤 물질적 현상보다는 저 현상이 어떤 과정을 거쳐서 저렇게 일어나는 것일까 하는 것이 항상 궁금했었거든요. 큰 스님 가르침을 딱 보니까 불성도 과학적으로 설명이 되어 있고 공돌이도 과학적으로 설명이 되어 있고 완전히 이해는 못했지만 그 깊은 뜻을 다 알지는 못했지만 그 이전에 제가 갖고 있었던 여러 가지 근원적인 질문들에 대한 답을 이렇게 주고 있어서
스님은 세상이
She
돌아가는
taught
모든
that
이치는
everything arises from Hanmaum, one mind. Religion, science, and our daily lives function within this one mind.
내 종교, 네 종교 찾을 아무것도 없습니다. 그건 왜냐하면은 시공을 초월해서 돌아가는 이 진리, 이 허공 속에 그 진리가 꽉 차 있습니다. 그 꽉 차 있는 그 근본이 바로 우리 마음의 근본에 직결되어 있고 같이 돌아가고 있습니다. 내가 모든 내면 세계의 한 마음, 외부의 모든 것이 들어오는 대로 한 마음, 꽃과 날아다니는 것도 다 모두 통일해서 모두 작용을 하고 한 마음으로 돌아갑니다. 전부 통합니다. 하여튼 그래서 한 마음으로 돌아가는 동시에 이 한 마음은 이 개별적인 한 마음이 아닙니다. 포괄적인 한 마음. 즉 공생, 공용, 공체, 공식화하고 돌아가는 한 마음. 이 한 마음을 딱 한 마음으로 씌운다면 중심, 주인공이 되는 거죠.
이 한마음이라고 하는 것은 불성의 다른 이름이기도 합니다. 불성, 한마음 중심, 정신계, 물질계 이 세 가지 요소가 하나로 돌아서 한시도 고정됨이 없이 찰나찰나 놔두고 돌아간다고 하는 이 개념을 담은 핵심 용어가 주인공이거든요.
그 한마음의 진리
In one
안에서는
mind,
모든 경계가
all the
허상일
obstacles
뿐이다.
we face are illusions.
그리하여
These days, the idea has emerged that religion, science should work together to advance us to a higher level of mind.
여태까지는 종교와 과학이 대척점에 있다라고 이해를 했었는데요. 그것이 현대에 와서 양자역학의 발견이라든지 과학적 발견과 함께 물리학자들이 우주의식이 있을 것 같다라고 하는 그 지점에까지 도달하고 있는 상황이어서 지금까지 서로 다른 면을 바라보고 있던 것이 이제는 한 점을 바라보는 그런 경향으로 바뀌었다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다.
또한
Sun Master Daehaeng took a true scientific approach to Buddhism, breaking scientific stereotypes. She taught researchers to study based on the principle that the spiritual and material realms are not separate but arise from our fundamental mind.
우리가 지금 과학하지만 과학을 깨트려야 진짜 과학이 나옵니다. 과학이라는 것은 고정된 어떠한 못을 박아서 딱 해주는 관념입니다. 그거를 해치시켜야만이 진짜 과학이 천차만별의 과학이 터지게 됩니다. 이 과학적인 진짜 과학적인 건 심성의학이라든가 심성과학 또는 심성 천체물리학 심성 천문학, 심성 공업 이 모두가 심성 철학이든가 모두가 다 한 군데서 에너지 한 군데서 움직이지 않는 에너지를 배출시키기만 하는 그 가운데서 바로 모든 여러 가지 과목이 배출됩니다. 그렇듯이 그 배출만 되는 게 아니라 여러분들이 연구해서 다 발전시킬 수 있는 현실입니다.
스님은
The
의학,
Hanmaum Science
공학,
Institute was
천체물,
established in
심리등
1997
여러
after
분야에서
Son Master
연구하고
Daehaeng
있는
gathered together lay
1996년
practitioners who were
한마음
researching
과학원을
various fields
설립했다.
such as medicine, engineering, astrophysics, and psychology.
선생님께서는 제가 과학원의 초창기 멤버인데 95년, 6년 그 무렵 이전서부터 제가 본문을 보니까 훨씬 이전서부터 이미 물질적 현상과 우리 마음의 현상이 공통된 하나의 원리에 의해서 돌아간다라고 하는 것을 가르쳐왔고 그것을 증명하라. 이것이 진리임을 전문가 각자가 자신의 학문 영역에서 증명해 보이라 하는 것이 큰 스님의 가르침이고 그것이 한마음 과학원이 있는 이유이기도 합니다.
우리 살아나가는 것이 전부 과학 아닌 것이 없는데 물질 과학으로 가기 때문에 이것은 50%를 의학도 그렇고 과학도 그렇고 50%를 모르는 거지. 보고 증명하지 않으면 이게 과학이 아니라고 그러는데 바로 생각을 하면은 설계를 해야 하고 설계가 나오고 설계를 나왔으면은 집이 올라가는 거라. 이건 생각에서부터 나오는 거지. 집부터 나오는 게 아니거든. 그러면은 이것을 포함해서 과학이라고 한다면 심성과학이라고 해야 될 일이지. 심성을 빼놓고는 과학이고 뭐고 없으니까 말이야.
한마음 과학원은
The Hanmaum
한마음의
Science
원리를
Institute has
실증하고
developed
적용하기 위해
various academic
학문적
research
연구와
and
다양한
educational
교육
programs to
프로그램들을
demonstrate and
개발하고
apply the
발전시켜왔다.
principle of one mind.
특히 한마음
In
본생
particular,
실천
the
과정은
educational course for
2002년
oneness
10월부터
has been offered for 20 years.
대표적인
Since
마음
October
공부
2002, this course teaches us
한마음
how to
과학원은
use our mind
앞으로도 스님의
in the
뜻을
right
이어
way. Following
인류의
Son Master
발전과
Daehaeng's
진화를
wishes, the
위한
Hanmaum
연구와
Science
교육
Institute
활동들을
promotes research and
추진해 갈
educational
것이다.
activities for the development and evolution of mankind.
한편 헬무트는
For more than 1 year,
1년
Helmut
동안
Collaborate
한마음 선언 독일
had
지원이
been looking
세워질
for a
장소를
place to
찾아가고
establish
있었다.
a German branch of the Hanmaum Sun Center.
그러던 어느 날 düsseldorf 라인강 건너 작은 카스트시 건물에 들어오는 그 순간이었답니다. 내면에서 아 바로 여기구나 그런 느낌으로 건물 전체를 둘러보신 후에 큰 스님께 여쭈었더니 네 맞아요 그러셨답니다. 그 후 저희들이 독일로 들어올 때 큰 스님께서 지금 카스트시에 있는 독일 지원 터는 자그마하지만 이 유럽 전체 땅을 덮고도 이끌고도 남아 그러니 독일 지원 첫 2년 터를 그대로 두고 나중에 유럽 곳곳에 2년 따라 지원을 만들어도 된다. 이렇게 말씀해 주셨습니다.
헬무트는
Through
진심을
his
다해
sincerity, he
보수적이었던
managed to
지역 사회를
persuade a
설득하고
conservative regional
광군사의
community
협조를
to
이끌어냄으로써
locate a branch there
마침내
and led the
독일
cooperation
지원을
of public
설립하고
authorities.
뿌리 내릴 때까지
Thanks to
모든 지원을
Collaborate,
아끼지
the
않았다.
German branch was finally established and he gave it all his support.
그리고 그는
He
한국에
sent
계신
his last
그리운
letter to
스님께
his beloved teacher,
마지막 편지를
Son Master
보냈다.
Daehaeng in Korea.
86세가 되어 나이가 들어간다는 것을 점점 더 느끼게 되는 요즘, 제가 한국에 가는 것은 거의 불가능할 것 같습니다. 스님의 가르침이 이 세상에서 점점 더 중요해지고 있습니다. 요즘 과학과 기술은 인간을 더욱더 물질로 취급합니다. 그들은 우주와 통신할 수 있는 길인 주인공을 찾으려 노력을 해야만 합니다. 그렇게 스님의 뜻은 헬무트라는
She had met a
과학자를
scientist
만나
named Brecht and cultivated a beautiful relationship with him, which ultimately benefited the spiritual practice of many Europeans.
독일 지원은 물론
Hanmaum Sun centers across the world, including the German branch, continue their spiritual practice with a sincere heart, following the teachings of Sun Master Daehaeng.
있다.
잘 보셨습니까?
What did you think about the video?
감사합니다. 영상을 정성껏 만들어 주신 분들께
Thank you for the
감사드리고요.
people who made the
저희
video.
한마음 과학원 회원들은 이와 같이 대응
Our
선사의
members follow the
가르침에
teachings
따라서
of Sun Master Daehaeng, and through research in various fields, we aim to find a way to save the earth and live as one. As Sun Master Daehaeng said,
대행 선사께서는 우리 모두
all of
내면에
us can grow
한마음의
the flower of
깨달음이라는 꽃을
enlightenment,
누구나 피울 수 있다고
one mind
하셨습니다.
within us.
이번 학술대회에
Once
참석해
again,
주신 여러분들께 다시
I would
한번
like to
진심으로
express my sincere thanks to
우리
everyone who
모두와 지구의
attended the
미래를
conference.
위해서 이
I ask that
동생의
you go
마음의
on this
꽃을
path
같이
of oneness with
피워주시기를
us for the sake of all
바랍니다.
mankind and the future of the earth. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
발표해 주신 내용은 우리 과학원의
The
사명과
special session
어떤
speech
내용이기 때문에
was the activities of
구체적인 질문은
Hanmaum
받지 않고
Science, so we
만약에
will
질문
not
있으시면
receive questions
프로그램의
in
마지막에
this
종합 토론
subject,
시간이 있습니다.
but
같이
there will
얘기해
be
주시면
a question and answer
감사하겠습니다.
session toward
자,
the
그러면
end
두
of
번째
conference
발표를
today.
시작하겠습니다.
And we
두 번째
will
발표는
have our second part
캐나다에서
of our
대행
special
선사의 가르침을
session,
교육하는 방법에 대한
and the
얘기
second
연구라는
part of
제목으로
special
캐나다
session speech will be
세네카 칼리지의 글렌 교수님께서
given by
발표를
Professor
하시겠습니다.
Glen Choi from Seneca College in Canada.
글렌체 교수님을 먼저 소개를 드리고요.
I would like to briefly introduce Professor Glen Choi. Professor Glen Choi obtained a bachelor's degree in English language and literature from Seoul National University and has a master's degree in science studies from Dongguk University and served at Korea Herald and Digital Chosun, Hyundai Bulgyo newspaper.
저서도 있습니다.
He
2018년에
authored the
수메르
book in
출판사에서 나온
2018 by Sumaru
Tales from Canada to Korea and Back Again. 한국말로
publishing
시작, 중간,
company,
그리고 선,
beginning,
캐나다에서
middle,
한국으로 그리고 다시
and
돌아오는 이야기
to
라는 불교적
Canada and
희곡을
back
작성하신 바
again.
있고요.
is the
이
title of that
책이
book.
2022년
This
올해
book,
국내에 번역 출판되었는데
it was
서울숲
published
출판사에서
today,
나를
this year,
찾아가는
in
여행이라는 제목으로
2022,
출판되었습니다.
by
자, 그럼 책
Sayusu
교수님의 발표를
Publishing
듣기로 하겠습니다.
Company.
박수로
We will
맞이해주시기
invite Professor Glen Choi to the podium. Please give him a big round of applause.
I'd first like to apologize for my voice. My vocal cords seem to be irritated with me. So I'm going to do my best, and I hope everyone can hear, and my enunciation is good enough. Okay, so as the title suggests, I'm going to discuss briefly the topic of introducing Sun Master Daehaeng's teachings to a Canadian classroom. To my knowledge, this has not been done in any comprehensive way outside of the Hanmaum Seoul Center of Toronto, and so there will be a lot of trial and error, and I'll be the person who will be giving this a go. It's going to be a very experimental and exploratory approach to the teaching of Master Daehaeng's teachings in a Canadian classroom. Oh, wrong way. Okay, yeah, that's great. Thank you. Sorry about that. So, psychology has been one of the primary conceptual frameworks through which Buddhism has been interpreted in the West. And in this process, psychology and its concepts and its language has equipped Buddhism with the tools necessary to make its teachings a little bit more relatable to a modern Western audience. So this kind of approach to the study of Buddhism is part and parcel of the educational programming at the Toronto Center for Applied Buddhism, based in Toronto, Canada. This center offers courses in Buddhist counseling and Buddhist spiritual care. It's a very practice-oriented and it offers practice-oriented courses and practical training to the students who come to this center. This fall, the center will be offering a course called Buddhism and ACT, ACT. This is an acronym for, may I ask someone to change the screens for me as I'm talking, because I seem to be having trouble with this. As I get older, I seem to have more difficulty with technology. That would be great. Thank you. So the course is called Buddhism and ACT. ACT is an acronym for Acceptance and Commitment Therapy. And there are going to be 5 facilitators for this course. I am one of these facilitators. I will be teaching one module in this course in November. So I have a couple more months to continue to refine the content of what I'm teaching. And I've been lucky enough to be given that opportunity to teach Sun Master Daehaeng's Kwanpop, or her method of Kwan, to Canadian students. I was very excited to be given this opportunity, but I also was somewhat apprehensive because it's a tall order, in my opinion. It's a challenging task. And one of the reasons I came here today to present is so that I can give all of you some of my ideas for this course, and I can get some feedback on how I can improve it before the first iteration. Okay? Yeah, so this is a team of the 5 facilitators, 4 on the screen, and then including me, there's 5. Next module. Okay, so on a macro level, on a wider scale, this paper argues that the integration of modern Western psychotherapy with Seon Master Daehaeng's method of Seon is a culturally appropriate method or pedagogy in the Canadian context. That's my large-scale argument, I guess you can say. So at this point, I'd like to let you know what my definition of Kwan practice is. And I could be wrong, so I wait for the corrections to come. I define Master Daehaeng's practice of Kwan into 3 core components. Number 1 is putting down one's thoughts, whether negative or positive. 놓는다, 생각을 놓는다. And then number 2, entrusting these thoughts to your fundamental essence. Entrust that your fundamental essence will take care of you and your problems or any issues you have. Okay? That's number 2. 주인공한테 맡긴다. And then number 3 is to continuously observe and watch your thoughts and your actions as you move through daily life. Okay? I just want to get that over with so that I don't have to go back to it when I address these components at a later point in my presentation. So on a micro scale then, we heard the macro. On a micro, in this presentation, I try to show that the psychotherapy called ACT, Acceptance and Commitment Therapy, is an effective one in terms of as an integrative or heuristic framework through which to teach Master Daehaeng's method of Kwan to the Canadian classroom or to Canadian students. That's one of my micro-level arguments in this paper. The second one is, I argue that certain aspects, there goes my voice again, certain aspects of something called the mindfulness-based stress reduction therapy are compatible with Master Daehaeng's second component in her Kwan practice of entrusting the 주인공 or your fundamental self to take care of you and to solve your issues for you in a wise and skillful way. And because of this compatibility, I argue that teaching Master Daehaeng's Kwan method in Canada at this point in time is actually a good time. It's a good time because Canadian students, American students, I'll include American students as well, seem ripe for the picking. The social milieu is, I think, conducive for this kind of a method to come and make an impact. And I'm going to briefly show that later in the presentation. So, next please. Next after that. Keep going. One more. Yes. So, Kwan practice and act. Next, please. So, why do we, some of you might be asking yourselves or thinking, why do we need this additional framework when we're teaching Master Daehaeng's method of Seon? Why can't we just teach Master Daehaeng's method of Seon alone? Well, there's a couple of reasons in my opinion. Number 1 is because I have to. The title of the course is Buddhism and Act, and therefore I have to incorporate it. But that's a good thing, because, in my opinion, because the average Canadian young adult, or I'll say the average Canadian post-secondary student, most take a course when they're in university or at the college level called Introduction to Psychology, Psychology 101. And by the time they graduate, they are quite familiar with the concepts and language of psychology. Now, in addition, one of the most popular selling genres of books in the United States and Canada and in many other parts of the world are self-development books, personal self-help books. And these books, for those of you who have looked through them, I have in my spare time, I find the books are filled with the language of Western, modern, contemporary psychology. So what am I trying to say? What is the argument I'm making? I argue that the average Canadian young adult, unless they have engaged in some kind of independent research in Buddhism or on Buddhism, they are much more familiar and accepting of concepts coming from the world or the field of psychology and psychotherapy than they are of Buddhism. So in that sense, it's advantageous, helpful to have this additional framework to go along with Kun S님's or Master Daehaeng's practice of Kwan. Okay? And the second reason is because a lot of the cross-cultural literature shows that Canadian young adults are very analytical in their cognitive, in the way they reason about things in the world. Okay? And in fact, some of the same research shows that Koreans are less analytic in their approach, in their cognitive approach to the world, and they're more intuitive-based or experience-based. But because Canadian adults are more analytically oriented and they prefer scientifically validated concepts and data, I think this is where psychotherapy can come in and offer that to the Canadian student. Psychotherapies, as I think most of you know, are based on years of research, years of experiments, and years of clinically or scientifically validated data. And if you bring this kind of data to the Canadian student, they're more impressed and they're more likely to be accepting of what is taught alongside this framework of psychology. It's a heuristic framework for the introduction of Master Daehaeng's Kwan method. Okay. Next, please. So, what is ACT? I'm going to start moving along a little quickly here. I think I'm running out of time. What is ACT? What is acceptance and commitment therapy? In a nutshell, the therapy aims to create a meaningful life for clients by helping them to accept the pain that life inevitably brings. And I'm going to use an analogy that is often used by ACT therapists. It's not my own. I wish I could say it is my own, but it's a great analogy, a great metaphor. So next slide, please. It's called the clip. Okay, pardon me, the next one after that. Yeah, one before. Yes, it's called the clipboard exercise. And ACT basically claims that we suffer when we experience painful thoughts because of one of two reasons. One is let me use the first figure here. When we hold up a clipboard close to our face and we hold it tight, can we see what's around us? No. Can we talk to people, communicate with people around us? No. So that's kind of that's akin to holding on to your thoughts, attached to your thoughts very tightly. Okay? Look at the second figure. That's actually not a very good image of a clipboard, but that's the only one I could find. The second image is supposed to show a client trying to throw away his or her clipboard while the therapist pushes back to make sure that the client cannot throw away the clipboard. This is akin to people who, when experiencing negative thoughts or painful thoughts, worrying, anxiety, what do they tend to do? They tend to want to throw these kinds of feelings away, right? Under the rug, push them away, or even throw them through the window. Well, that does not happen in reality. And so the therapist is trying to show when you try to throw away these thoughts, you're trying to actually push a clipboard that is being pushed back at you by this therapist. And so that's why you suffer, because in these two instances, your attention is dominated by these actions, by your clinging or by your pushing away. And in that process, you're actually, what they call fusing, F-U-S-I-N-G, fusion. You're melding your thoughts with the I or the ego. And because of this melding, coming together, this merging, you suffer. You suffer. So what's the solution according to ACT? Next slide, please. You just simply lay it down on your lap. In other words, you put it down. Now, it doesn't go away, though. According to ACT, your thoughts, your negative thoughts, your painful thoughts, your anxieties, your worries, what have you, remain in a space in your head. Okay? But at least they're not occupying all of your attention. You have some freedom now. Your ego has some freedom now. And now your ego has the ability to do what? To think about things that are productive and do the things that the ego, the self, wants to do. And the ultimate purpose of ACT is to help the client live a valued and meaningful life. Okay? As I think a lot of you are getting a sense right now that that's quite different than the Buddhist ultimate goal. But I'm trying to show you this so that we can move on to the Buddhist perspective. Let me just, thank you. Let me just, you don't have to go back, but I'm going to add one more thing. In order to put down the clipboard on your lap, you need something called psychological flexibility. It's not easy, in other words. If it was easy as that, no one would be suffering in the world, right? So you have to have the ability to be mindful when you see yourself either grabbing the clipboard or pushing it away, and then not react to that reaction. You have to be mindful and strong enough mentally to not react to that situation in order to put it down on your lap. So now, the ACT researchers recognizing that not everyone, let me rephrase that. ACT researchers recognizing that people react differently to diffusion exercises, or the same diffusion exercise loses its vitality or becomes somewhat tedious after repeated usage. These researchers have come up with a toolkit of more than 100 different kinds of diffusion exercises. Diffusion, I don't know if I explained what that means, but I think you can understand. Fusion is that, right? Diffusion is that. The kind of the disentangling of your ego from your thoughts. So here's an example of one of the 100 different kinds of diffusion exercises. This is called leaves on a stream. If you are suffering, you are worrying about something, you take that worry and in your mind's eye, you place it on a leaf, on a stream, and then you let it flow downstream. Okay? If that doesn't work for you, then next slide, please. There's the holding the suitcase on a capsizing boat exercise. So this is an example of a person who, when he or she suffers, they actually cling tightly to their suffering or those thoughts that make them suffer. And the therapist will say, the reason for this is because the client actually believes, even though he or she doesn't like these negative thoughts, he or she believes those negative thoughts are true. So for example, I am somebody who can never be loved. This thought will enter the head of some people and cause them anguish. But some people actually believe this to be true. And so they're like the person tightly holding on to a suitcase on a capsizing boat. And what does the therapist do in that case? Well, the therapist says, you don't want to let go because it's full of precious belongings, but it's dragging you down, pulling you under the water. What would you do? The client would respond, let go of it. And the therapist would then add, right. And once you let go, you could put your energy into doing something useful, right? So in other words, as I said earlier, the client has set aside these negative thoughts, even though they don't go away, but it's far enough to the side that the client can see clearly ahead of him or her, and now move on to live a life that's meaningful to that person, that's according to that person's values. Next, please. So what I've said right now, up to now, is represents the first half of my module that I'll be teaching at TCAB, at the Toronto Center for Applied Buddhism. The next or second half will be talking about the Kwan method, And I'll start by, I'll compare the two first, and then I will begin with the similarities between the two approaches. Why? Because when you begin with the similarities between Master Daehaeng's Kwan method, spiritual practice, and the method of act, at least the student has something familiar to work with in the beginning. And therefore, this might breed a sense of familiarity and therefore receptivity to the teachings, to these foreign teachings of Master Daehaeng. So here's a list of the similarities. Both act and the Kwan method propose to, at least, in the very least, reduce suffering for the client or the practitioner. That's one similarity. Number two, you might be surprised, probably not. This might be because it's the first time you're hearing this. The Kwan method actually, in my opinion, I argue, utilizes the principles of diffusion and acceptance in the Kwan method. How so? Well, let's go back to the first component of Master Daehaeng's Kwan method of letting go, putting down your thoughts. In order to do that, this in itself is diffusion. Why? Let's go back to my hands, my pretty hands, and see that fusion is the coming together, right, of thought, bad, negative thoughts, and the ego. And then when you realize your thoughts are actually coming from a different source than the ego, which Master Daehaeng argues, or claims, or states, I should say, or teaches. That's probably the better word. Teaches. She teaches that it's not you, the ego, that has produced these thoughts. It's coming from your fundamental essence. So in that moment when you realize that the origin of the thought is not you, but some other place within you, deep within you, the thought becomes diffused and goes somewhere else. And in that sense, it's a process of diffusion, just like act. And I will be saying these kinds of things when I'm teaching the Kwan method. And then we have acceptance. Let's go to the second component of Master Daehaeng's Kwan method, of trusting that your fundamental essence within you has the ability to take care of things for you. Well, this whole process, the first component and the second component of putting down your thoughts and then entrusting that your inner self, deep inner self, can solve these problems for you. This is actually indicative of you accepting these negative thoughts. Why? Because the whole time you're engaging in this process, you're actually holding on to these thoughts. You're not reacting to them. You're not kicking them out. You're not holding them tightly. If you did, you probably wouldn't do a very good job of this Kwan method. So I argue that the Kwan method also involves the principle of acceptance and is similar to act in this way. Number three, requires psychological flexibility. Just like act, when you engage in the Kwan method, it's not easy. At least I don't think so. I've done it on a personal level. It's a very difficult process. It takes years. Even today, after I think I've been practicing for 30 years, I still have difficulties. So it does require you to be flexible. In other words, requires you to be resilient and strong mentally, because you're holding these thoughts that you don't like at all. You'd rather kind of kick them out. It's like dynamite. You'd rather throw them out somewhere before it blows up in your face. And then three, commitment. I didn't mention this earlier, but I should have. In ACT, when you you make the decision to live a life that's according to your values. Well, that's called commitment. That's the commitment part in ACT. You're committed to live every day according to your values after you've set aside your negative thoughts. In the Kwan method, Master Daehaeng, she doesn't talk about living a valued life, at least not, she doesn't emphasize that point, but she does emphasize the third component of the Kwan method, which is what? Which is constant observation, vigilant observation of your actions, your thoughts. Where are they coming from? Is it coming from my ego, myself? Fascinating. You have to instill in yourself this curious attitude and doubt where these thoughts are coming from. Don't think it's just coming from you or who you think you are. They're coming from another source, the fundamental essence. So there's this commitment to constantly observe. It's not, basically what I'm trying to say is it's not a temporary activity. You don't do it at 1 in the morning and then forget about it for 23 hours. You have to do it constantly, but it's a difficult process. Next. So once the similarities have been established, the facilitator, myself, will then turn everyone's attention to the differences between ACT and the Kwan method. And number one, I think you guys can guess, I talked a little bit about fundamental essence, 주인공. For those of you who've been here from day one, you've probably heard this quite a few times, this term. And there are many, many words that are used for this concept. So just be aware of that. In ACT, there is no need to believe in this transcendental, I'm going to call it a transcendental entity, like the 주인공, like one's fundamental essence. ACT does not require you, the client, to do that. But in the Kwan method, yes, of course, that's central to the Kwan method. Look at component number 1, you have to believe, right? When you let go of your thoughts, when you put them down, where are you putting them down to? You're returning them to your true self. You're putting them down to your foundational self, right? And then when you're entrusting, or you're trusting that someone's going to take care of the issue for you, who are you trusting? You're trusting, again, the 주인공. And then when you're in the third component, when you're observing your actions and your thoughts, who are you observing? Well, you're observing yourself, but maybe you're not observing the ego. You're observing, again, the fundamental essence, where everything truly comes from, the origin, the true origin of your thoughts and behavior. And then number 2, I say, in ACT, it's designed to help the client live a meaningful life. In the Kwan method, I argue that Master Daehaeng's method is designed to help the practitioner transcend the self. There's not much, from my understanding, there's not too much talk by Master Daehaeng about living a life that you want and living it according to your values. It's more about realizing the origin, the true source of all of your worries and your thoughts, and then transcending the self. It's a spiritual process. This is a more secular process. Okay, next please.
You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay, very good. So finally, I'm going to talk about SBNR and mindfulness movement. Next slide, please. Now, I think, I don't know about you, but in my humble opinion, I think the concept of the 주인공 is a transcendental one, and therefore, I expect some of my Canadian students in the fall, when I teach this course, might be a little averse, or a little, might not be accepting, or might be a little close-minded about this kind of a transcendental concept, because it does require belief, but belief in something that's not seen. You don't see it with your own eyes. So if you don't see it with your own eyes, how can you believe it? It becomes a little tough, and I expect my students will be the same. So that's my thought process. However, there are 2 movements, or we can say trends in North America, contemporary trends. One's called spiritual but not religious people. This is a growing group, demographic in Canada and the United States of people who seek spirituality, but they don't want to do it within the context of a traditional religion because it's too dogmatic, it's too rigid. Next, please. And then we have MBSR, mindfulness-based stress reduction therapy. This is another very popular therapy in Canada, in the US, in many parts of the world. And in this therapy, we find that there are many similarities to the second component of the Kwan method. The second component. How so? Well, because I'm short on time, I'm not going to go into detail, but I will say that instead of 주인공 or Buddha nature, the founder of this therapy, John Kabat-Zinn, I think a lot of you have heard of this name, he talks about intrinsic goodness. Everyone deep inside, underlying their ego is an intrinsic goodness. We are all good, pure, wholesome, underneath everything, underneath it all. And he says, since that is the case, when we are suffering, we should rely on this intrinsic goodness. When we experience emotional turmoil, when we're going back and forth, let's remember that the intrinsic goodness is there for us. And we are inside, we are not swaying back and forth. Maybe we are in our heads, but not inside. This is very similar to Master Daehaeng's concept of, or the second component of relying on the Juingong when you're suffering, when you're going through emotional turmoil. She often uses the analogy of the tree with deep roots, right? When it's extremely windy weather, what happens to a tree with deep roots? The branches go back and forth, but the roots, because they're so sturdy and long, the tree never breaks. It bends, but it does not break. And that's similar to what John Kabat-Zinn is arguing about our intrinsic goodness. Even though you might bend when you're suffering, your intrinsic goodness is always there for you. So rely on it. And I found this very similar to Master Daehaeng's second component. And finally, I'm just going to go back to the SBNR slide. Why did I bring that up? Because one of the primary or main characteristics of SBNR, spiritual but not religious, is that they do not want to, I shouldn't generalize and say everybody, every SBNR person, but in general, they do not want to rely on religious texts for answers when they're suffering. For guidance, they don't want to look to a local religious clergy. What would they rather do? They would rather, according to the article that I read, and if you want any of the resources, you let me know, they would rather rely on their gut feeling, on their intuition, which I found fascinating because in my previous research, Americans, Canadians were the opposite. They rather rely on their intellect when they're faced with tough questions. So maybe the millennial generation is changing. This movement is prevalent, especially among millennials, so people born between 1981 and 1996. And these two contemporary trends of MBSR and SBNR, I almost got them mixed up a little bit, bodes well for the introduction of the Kwan method in Canada. Phew. Pardon me, that was a big fly. So in that sense, I'm looking forward. I'm actually excited to start teaching in November, even though it's just 2 hours and one class. And I would like to come back one day. I have this in my conclusion here, but that's like 2 pages away, so I'll say it right now. I would like to get feedback from my students after I teach that class, and then bring it to the Hanmaum Kwahagwon, to the Hanmaum Science Institute, and report to them. And let them know what Canadian students are experiencing. We should always be sensitive to cultural differences, in my opinion. I've lived these differences, and that's why I have this confidence that cultural issues are very important. And I will come back and hopefully one day be given the opportunity to share the results of my research. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the presentation. Okay. 네, 캐나다 대학생들이면 상당히 문화가 다를 텐데.
I believe that Canadian students have a whole different culture, so it will be so fascinating for you to teach this some Master Daehaeng's teachings to the Canadian students. We are running out of time, so we'll have just short Q&A session.
네. 캐나다에서 와주셔서 이렇게 귀한 경험을 지금 되게 어려운 환경에서
Thank you for introducing the Canadian culture and
이제 이런 공부를 하고 싶어하는 사람들한테 전달하는 방법에 대해서 이제 얘기를 해주셨는데
you introduced the methodology of how you will teach some Master Daehaeng's teachings to the Western students.
개선시켜 나갈 수 있을까를 항상 연구하고 있기 때문에 좋은 그 경험이 된 것 같습니다. 참고가 되었습니다.
So I learned a lot, and it was a good reference from your speech.
학교에서 가르치기도 하고
I
다른
teach
종교의 학생들, 다른 생각을 가진 학생들을 만나는데
students different religion and I am encountered with other students with different religion.
잠재력을 믿고 그리고 그것을 해결할 수 있다고 생각하고 나아가라. 그러니까 관법이라는 것이 부처라는 것을 이름짓지 않고 네 마음, 너 자신으로부터 이제.
So what I teach is emphasizes that trust in your dormant capability and trust your inner power that can address and counter everything, and that you have the Buddha nature.
어떤 컨셉트가 아니라 그냥 너 자신에서부터 출발하고 너 자신을 발견하고 너 자신을 실험해봐라 하는 것이 어떤 관법의 그 기본이 아닐까 싶은데.
I believe not conceptually,
어떻게 생각하시고 어떤
but
것을 느끼시는지.
it's my own opinion that Hwang method of
Thank you for the question.
Hwang method of Hwang is
I was going
to
to address
discover
that later in
Buddha nature.
in my presentation, because John Kabat-Zinn brings up or uses the term intrinsic goodness or purity or wholesomeness, which are not so technical. When we say 주인공 or Buddha nature, this sounds very difficult right away. And it might be off-putting for a lot of Canadian students who are taking Buddhist classes for the first time. I should have added earlier that on average, the students who come to the Toronto Center for Applied Buddhism, half are about Buddhist, half identify as Buddhist, and the other half do not. But they come because they've read about Buddhism and there's something fascinating about the religion, but they're not quite ready to identify with it. So you're dealing with this kind of a student. And if that's the case, as you put it, I think it's a good idea, a wise idea, not to, or to maybe refrain as much as possible, to minimize the number of times you do use these religious terms. And I did think about the term, in fact, I ended my presentation on paper with the question, maybe we can not only, maybe as the facilitator for this course, I can not only borrow these such terms as I am originally pure or good or wholesome. I can refer to this 주인공 as inherent potential or unlimited potential. I think that word was actually used by Venerable Chong yesterday. I'm not sure. Somebody used that word, and I wrote it down. Excuse me. I wrote it down because I thought, oh, here's another word I might be able to use in the classroom come November. So certainly, I'm thinking about that. And if you have any other words besides infinite potential or just the self, you can let me know, and I will be sure to look at it and think about it.
네, 감사합니다. 네.
Thank you very much.
네, 다른 질문들도 있습니다만 시간 관계상
Although we have some other questions, but we are running out of time. So we will conclude our morning special session here, and we will entertain our 15-minute break from now until 10:15 a.m. Thank you.
네, 좌장 맡아주신 카이스트 공승현 교수.
저희는 대행 선생의 용어집을 개발하는데 그 기존의 용어집 개발하고는 다른 방식으로 핵심어 중심 접근을 통한 용어집 개발을 하고자 하고 지금 진행하고 있습니다. 저희는 멘토가 해 교수님이고 간사는 저 안진욱이 맡고 있습니다. 그래서 저희 팀에는 공식적으로는 박종숙, 박지영, 이문성, 최상욱, 최한겸 이 5분이 공식적인 멤버고, 그렇지만은 그 외에 다른 팀에 소속돼 있으시거나 그런 분들이 또 많이 도와주고 계십니다. 그 큰 스님 법문이 허공을 걷는 길로 출간된 것만 현재 16권이 있습니다. 그래서 이렇게 방대한 그 책 가운데에 그 내용, 큰 스님의 그 다양한 그 법문들이 있는데 이 법문을 용어집을 만들고자 하였습니다. 큰 스님 법문을 잘 이해하기 위해서 그 주인공이나 한마음이나 통신이나 이런 큰 스님께서 쓰셨던 그런 용어에 대한 그 해설의 답을 큰 스님 법에서 법문에서 이해하고자 했습니까? 큰 스님 법문을 다른 사전이나 다른 용어집에서 이해하려고 한 것이 아니라 큰 스님 법문으로 이해한다, 이런 추진 전략을 가지고 연구를 수행하게 되었습니다. 그래서 저희는 크게 연구 추진 전략을 4개로 하였습니다. 그래서 첫째는 큰 스님 법문 중에서 중요하다고 생각되는 핵심어를 일단 선발하고, 그래서 여기서 한 1200개 가량을 선발했습니다. 그래서 그 선발된 핵심어에 대한 법문을 데이터베이스에서 검색을 해서 그걸 파일로 만들고, 이 만든 파일에서 그 핵심어와 연관된 그 법문만 추출해서 검출하는 작업을 하였습니다. 그리고 이 검출한 법문을 편집하는 그런 순서를 진행하였습니다. 그래서 저희가 그동안에 연구 추진한 그 실적을 보면은 2019년도에 저희가 처음 연구를 진행하였습니다. 그래서 그 첫 해에는 추진 전략을 만들고 수정하고 이러면서 연구를 진행했고, 2020년부터 이제 본격적으로 연구가 진행됐습니다. 그래서 단계별 연구 진행이 2021년도에 오면은 가시적인 성과를 내서 핵심어 선정이 완료됐고, 검색이 완료됐고, 검출이 완료돼서 4단계 중에서 3단계가 완료됐습니다. 그리고 이제 올해는 맨 마지막인 편집 작업을 지금 진행하고 있고, 그 목표는 올 연말에 가편집의 일부 착수하는 것으로 목표를 잡고 있고, 5년 차인 내년도에 2023년도에 법문 편집을 진행해서 용어집의 시제품을 제작하고자 합니다. 그래서 올해는 우리의 세부 계획이, 당연히는 세부 계획은 8월 달까지 핵심어에 대한 한자를 정리하고 1차 편집을 이제 계속 진행해 나가고, 편집된 거를 다시 2차 편집을 진행하고, 6월부터는 2차 편집된 것을 3차 편집을 진행하고, 또 1차 가편집은 11월, 12월 연말에 시작을 하려고 합니다. 그래서 이런 식으로 이제 굉장히 타이트한 세부 계획이긴 하지만 저희가 여러 명이 같이 함께 하고 있기 때문에 충분히 가능하리라고 생각합니다. 그래서 이 작업이 맞춰지면은 큰 스님께서 옛날에 이런 말씀을 하셨습니다. 그 두 번째 패러그래프에 보면은 이 말을 어떻게 해야 여러분한테 이해가 가고 뭘로 표현을 해야 이것을 그렇게 알게끔 일러드릴 수 있을까 하고 말입니다. 단지 여러분이 어떻게 그것을 맛을 보게 될 수 있을까? 어떻게 하면 저분들이 다 내 형제고 내 몸 아니 없는 것을 알 수 있을까? 이렇게 하는 큰 스님의 그 마음을 우리가 그 깊은 마음을 다 헤아릴 수 없지만, 이 용어집 만들게 되면은 큰 스님이 이렇게 바라셨던 것을 일부 실천할 수 있지 않을까, 그런 생각으로 저희가 작업을 하고 있습니다.
저희 식물팀은 선법가가 식물체, 상추, 고추, 그 다음에 콩나물 등의 성장에 미치는 영향에 대해서 연구를 하고 있고요. 저희 스터디 그룹의 벤토 스님은 해도 스님과 해운 스님이십니다. 저희 팀원으로는 신유옥 박사님, 김학도 상무님, 최재혁 연구소장님께서 같이 해주시고 계시고요. 또 저희를 실험을 도와주고 있는 연구보조원 선생님들이 3분 계시는데, 김미란 선생님, 최혜린 선생님, 유지혜 선생님이 저희 실험을 도와주시고 계십니다. 연구 배경을 보게 되면 이미 식물이 그 음악이라든지 음파에 대해서 영향을 받는다는 것들이 이제 보고가 돼서 알려져 있고, 우리나라에서도 농촌진흥청에서 그린 음악이라고 하는 동요라든지 클래식 음악을 섞어서 식물체라든지 이런 쪽에 처리해주는 이제 그린 농업이 진행이 되고 있습니다. 그러나 저희 한마음 법에 대해서, 즉 선법가라든지 마음 내는 것, 이런 것에 대해서 신도분들 개개인들이 각자의 체험을 통해 가지고 얻었던 결과물들은 있지만 이거를 외부에 발표할 수 있을 정도의 과학적인 수준으로 체계적으로 연구된 사례는 없었습니다. 그래서 저희 식물팀이 이 역할을 한번 해보자 해서 저희 식물팀을 구성하였고 실험을 진행하게 되었습니다. 저희 연구 목표와 내용은 다음과 같습니다. 저희 1단계는 큰 스님의 법문과 그 다음에 기존 연구되었던 논문들을 리뷰해서 어떤 식으로 실험 방법을 짜고 어떻게 실험할지를 저희가 목표를 잡는 연구들이 1단계로 진행이 되었고요. 2단계에서는 식물의 종자발화 실험과 그 다음에 비닐하우스 수준에서의 필드 실험을 진행을 하고자 하였습니다. 3단계는 이와 같이 얻어진 결과들을 바탕으로 해서 생리생화학적 실험과 그 다음에 가능하다면 프로테오믹스와 관련된 실험들을 진행을 하려고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그러므로 이제 이런 1, 2, 3단계를 다 마치고 최종적인 목표는 선법가가 식물에 미치는 영향을 과학적으로 검증하는 것이 저희 스터디 그룹의 목표가 되겠습니다. 잘 아시는 것처럼 그 지구상에는 많은 식물체가 존재를 합니다. 그렇지만 저희가 그 동물 실험을 하면 그 마우스라든지 렛이 가장 기본적인 동물 실험 모델이 되듯이 식물계에도 식물 실험의 모델 식물들이 있습니다. 그래서 애기장대라든지 상추 이런 것들을 저희가 실험 모델로 선정을 하게 되었고요. 그 다음에 한국 사람들만 먹는 과채류인 콩나물, 그리고 농촌진흥청에서 만들었던 그린 농업에서는 성장에 커다란 영향을 주지 않는다고 하였지만 저희가 그 한국 사람들이 이제 고추를 빼놓을 수가 없잖아요. 그래서 이제 고추까지 넣어서 저희가 실험을 하게 되었습니다. 이게 이제 실험이다 보니까 저희가 실험실도 갖춰야 되고 그 다음에 식물체들이 온도라든지 습도들을 일정하게 유지해 줄 수 있는 배양 공간이 필요했습니다. 그래서 저희가 냉난방기라든지 제습기, 그 다음에 방음벽 등을 갖춰서 실험 공간과 배양 공간을 만들었고요. 그 다음에 음원을 갖다가 좀 더 체계적으로 외부 실험자들이 봐서도 이 정도의 음원이면 노이즈가 들어가지 않고 실제로 정확한 음파가 들어가겠다고 판단될 정도의 수준으로 저희가 스피커와 앰프, 그 다음에 음원 처리 장치들을 갖췄습니다. 지금 보고 계시는 화면은 저희가 실내 발화 실험 중에서 상추를 가지고 실험하는 과정을 여러분들께서 보고 계시는데요. 패트리 디시에 10개의 상추 씨앗을 이렇게 배열을 한 다음에 약 3일간 발화 실험을 진행하게 되는데 그 과정에서 선법가라든지 단일파장, 무처리군을 각각 처리를 해줘서 각각의 성장률과 발화율을 저희가 측정을 하였습니다. 또 콩나물 가지고도 실험을 하였는데 지금은 콩나물 재배 환경이 되게 많이 개선이 되어서 예전처럼 농약을 쓴다던가 사용하면 안 되는 그런 물질들을 써서 이제 사회 문제가 되거나 그랬었는데요. 콩나물 발화를 할 때 마찬가지로 깨끗한 용수를 사용하지 않거나 아니면 환경이 부적절할 경우에 콩나물 뿌리가 썩는 병들이 발생을 합니다. 그래서 저희가 인위적으로 환경에 악영향을 주어서 콩나물을 갖다가 상하게 하고 상할 수 있는 환경을 만들고 저희가 선법가를 들려주었을 때 얼만큼 질병 발생이 저하되는지를 실험을 하고 있습니다. 또 간이 수준의 필드 실험을 진행하기 위해서 부산 지원에 유치원이 있는데 그 유치원 옥상에 비닐하우스 3동을 설치를 하여서 실내 실험을 진행을 하고요. 실내에서 발화 실험을 했던 상추에서도 저희가 어느 정도의 선법가가 다른 대조구라든지 단일 파장에 대해서 긍정적인 효과가 나타났는데 이게 실제로 필드에서도 일어나는지를 확인하기 위해서 저희가 필드 실험을 진행을 하고 있고요. 지금 약 3차례 정도 반복 실험이 진행된 상태이고 논문으로 만들기 위해서 5번까지 반복 실험을 지금 현재 진행하고 있는 상황입니다. 저희가 이런 연구 결과를 얻게 된다면 몇 가지 연구 성과를 갖다가 기대를 할 수가 있을 것 같은데요. 첫 번째는 현 시대가 수용할 수 있는 검증 체계를 이용해서 선법가가 식물에 미치는 영향을 얻을 수가 있을 것 같고요. 이 결과물들을 SCI급 논문에 투고로 해서 퍼블리시하고자 합니다. 그 다음에 이 과정에서 얻어지는 결과물들을 가지고 저희가 연구 방법론이라든지 연구 과정 중에 있었던 허들들을 어떻게 넘었는지에 대해서 세미나를 통해서 발표를 할 수 있을 것 같고요. 가장 최종적인 목표는 기존의 관행농업에서 볼 수 있는 과도한 농약이라든지 비료 사용, 그 다음에 그 여러 가지 이상기후들의 대처를 능동적으로 대처를 할 수 있는 신농업 모델을 수립하고자 하는 기초 연구로 활용할 것이라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 예, 경청해 주셔서 감사하고요. 저희 연구가 좋은 성과를 낼 수 있도록 다 같이 마음 내주시면 감사하겠습니다. 이상 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
교육학과
the
교수이시고
professor in the
한마음
Material Science
과학원
Department of Seoul
회원으로
University.
교육
He's
활동에서
also the member of the
강사로도
Hanmaum
참여하고
Science
계십니다.
Center. And he has been
그리고
actively
오늘
engaged in
여러분이
various
오전에
research
보신
activities. And
한마음
as we have
과학원 소개
seen,
영상에서
he was actually
인터뷰로
featured
나오신
on the
분입니다.
video that
네,
introduced
다시
the
한번
Hanmaum
큰
Science
박수로
Center that
환영해
you watched
주시길
this
바랍니다.
morning.
감사합니다.
So please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 두 번째
Good morning.
세션
Now we are going to
좌장을
begin
맡은
the session 2,
서울대학교
and I'm
박종래
very
교수입니다.
honored to serve as a moderator for this session. I am Park Jong-le, professor of Seoul University, and I'm very privileged to serve as a moderator in this significant and meaningful international
오늘 우리가
conference.
함께 할 세션 2는
The session 2 is about the visioning future through life crisis.
세 분의
And for this, under this title, we have three presenters.
주시게 됩니다. 세션 2는 10시 15분부터 시작해서
Session 2 will start
12시까지
at
진행될
10:15, and it's
예정으로
going to be ended at
있습니다.
12
따라서
o'clock.
각
And therefore,
연사분들께는
each presenter, I would like
미리
to,
안내를 받으셨을 걸로
as you may
짐작합니다만
have already
약
heard,
25분간의
I would like to allocate 25 minutes for each speaker
말씀과
for the presentation,
10분간의
and 10 minutes for
질의응답
Q&A
시간이
session.
주어집니다. 따라서 각 연사분들은 주어진 시간을
So each speaker will be given total 35 minutes, and please,
정확하게
including
지켜주시기를
Q&A, and please
부탁드립니다.
keep your time limit for the smooth
세션
proceeding of the
2의
conference.
주제인 생명일기를 통한
The
미래의
title of the session 2 is Visioning Future Through Life Crisis.
팬데믹이라고 하는 이
And as we all go through a very unique
현실을
phenomenon, the
어떻게 보고
COVID
있는가,
pandemic, we would like to discuss how we can view this phenomenon and
해석을
also
어떻게 하는가에
how we
따라서
can interpret
그
and
속에서
diagnose the
미래가
reality
행복해질
that we
것이라고
are
하는
facing
그러한
so that we can vision the
사실의
better
바탕을
future
두고
for humanity.
세 가지
And for this
토크를
topic,
듣게 됩니다.
we have three presentations in store for us in this session.
현실을 바라보는 관점들이 각각
So our
자신들이
perspective
어느
to
위치에서
see the
있는가, 어디에서
reality
있는가에 따라서
may
상당히
vary depending
다를
on
수도
where
있고,
you stand
동일할
and where
수도
you
있고
are,
하는 그런
or there could be
점들이 있을 뿐만
commonalities
아니라
and also
그러한 분석을
differences
바탕으로
in our
미래를 어떻게
perspective
바라보고
toward
있는가 하는
reality.
것 또한
And also
굉장히
our vision for
다른
future. I'm sure
그림을
that there are a lot
보여줄 가능성이
of things
있습니다.
to be
그래서
shared
그런
and also
관점으로
that are different.
세 분의
So in that sense, we would like to hear from the three
발표를
presenters.
경청해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 첫 번째
The first
발표를 해주실 연사분부터 소개를
presenter,
해드리고
let me
첫
introduce
번째
the first
연사분을
presenter.
초청해 보겠습니다. 첫 번째 톡은 2019년 팬데믹
presentation is going to be delivered under the title of Pandemic 2019 or COVID-19, the 21st Century Paradigm Analyzed under the Teachings, transmitted by Son Master Daehaeng. And Mr. Gustavo Adrián del Vento will deliver the presentation.
살바도르 대학교에서
Mr. del
경영학
Vento
박사
had
석사를 받으시고
his bachelor's degree and master's degree in University del Salvador and had his PhD in law from University Austral. He also had a MBA in the same university. He also finished a postgraduate course in project management in the Universidad Tecnológica Argentina. And is currently pursuing a master's degree in aviation space and airport law at the Institute of the Argentina Air Forces. It seems that he is quite passionate about studying and researching. Despite all the difficulties, he continued his practice in Hanmaum Seoul Center, and he conducted a research based on a survey carried out to different groups, practitioner group and non-practitioner group, and also researched what kind of changes made in family life and the labor market as well as ecological environment. So he just came up with the analysis result of the research. So you may find his presentation quite interesting, and also you will be able to get some implications from his survey.
Thank you very much to everybody. Firstly, I will take some minutes to to thank our Son Master Daehaeng always had this habit, and I want to thank you, all the masters, the abbess and president of the Hanmaum Son Center, and Venerable Master Hedong, and my wife, who had to bear me along all this year, because I've been working and studying, and I have my sister-in-law here today. Thirdly, the interpreter who is in the booth, who translates into 3 languages and is working all the time. And finally, to everybody present here. And I say finally because I receive all your energy. From the moment that we arrived to Korea, you gave us so much caring treats, and we've been talking with our practitioners from the branch of Germany and other branches. It's a kind of fuel. And I'm being sleeping 4 hours a day, but I am still standing. And on the trip, I think it is special because we came to Korea with the beginning of spring times. I remember what Son Master Daehaeng said about spring. Somebody went looking for it, and when he returned home, found his tree in blooming. And this is special because I have this spring energy inside of me, thanks to all of you. Let's begin with my theme. I followed the original theme about the pandemic 2019, the 21st century paradigm analyzed under the teachings of Son Master Daehaeng. I would like to convey to you how the pandemic affected everybody living in Argentina, and how lived this experience practitioners as non-practitioners, as Professor Park said already. I analyzed the 4 dimensions of what was going on in Argentina, from the governance perspective, family life, how this affected our habits and customs, and the changes in the labor world, and lastly, in the ecosystem. I think that this is very important because Son Master Daehaeng always emphasizes about the caring of our planet. And I developed a preliminary study, qualitative study, based on surveys, with 12 questions to 2 groups, a control group of practitioners, a control group of non-practitioners, to see how the practice worked. I want to clarify that this is not a final judgment. It's only to show a tendency, because the sample was very small. There were only 35 participants. But I want to leave the doors open to the Hansi, so you can apply the same methodology in all the branches and see the results in. And we can, in this way, convey the proof that the scientific scientific world always requires paradigm. Surely many of you know what this means. The dictionary defines it as a path to follow, and it became fashionable in the mid-1960s with Thomas Kuhn, a philosopher, with his book, The Structure of Scientific Revolution. He defined paradigms as theories that are not discussed in the scientific world and lead to solve problems in a certain time. If you read the books about paradigms, you can find the example of the Swiss watch industry in the beginning of the 1970s. The watchmakers who were very proud of their work, the precision of their watches and elegance. But Swiss scientists discovered the quartz movement, and they went to talk with watchmakers to present the new discovery, but they were not interested, because they said the consumers will not buy this kind of watches. But as a result, 90,000 workplaces were diminished to 28,000 workstations. And then we have the industry of hybrid watches. And I think that you know very well the allegory of the cave of Plato. He describes that in a cave there is a group of men in prison since birth, change, unable to turn their heads away from the cave's back wall. And they only see shadows projected on the wall because there is a bonfire, and they can observe the figures, and they think that this is the real world. And Plato poses, what do you think would happen if we can free one of the prisoners and he can go to see what there is outside, and then he goes back to his mates, but the former prisoners would consider that he had become insane and even attempt to kill him. I think that in a simple way, some Master Daehaeng described this very well with the concept of wall of fixed ideas. And she said, if there were a prison that would be more terrible than any other prison in the world, that is the prison of thought, the world of fixed ideas. And this is linked to the pandemic. I think that it was a wall of fixed ideas, because international governance didn't find a path at the beginning of the pandemic. It was the same case which WHO, they doubted about the face masks, if they would help us to prevent the disease or not. And about Argentina, what happens with governance. I will give you a picture of our situation. We had a presidential year, the previous year, and in March, the pandemic was decreed. The Argentine President Fernandez had to take decisions between alternatives of public policies in the name of the public welfare. And in this particular case, pandemic made the decision-making very difficult because they were not programmed or routinary. And the lack of planning and processing led to erratic decisions. And decisions were taken not in a professional table or political arena where they think more about the welfare of the general public. You can see it's wonderful, this tool. Here you can see how many people died. The cumulative confirmed the COVID-19 deaths per million people among different countries. And this graph begins from January of 2020 to March of 2021. And Argentina had more than 1,000 million deaths. And maybe you say that they are similar figures between different countries, but we had a very severe and long lockdown. And people over the 64 years age in European countries is 1.5 million, but in Argentina, more than 11. You know that the virus attacked the elderly population, and European government took care more about the elderly population. And we have so many information and data on the internet that we have to be careful. The School of Government of University, Torquato di Tella University, gave us this table of index based on survey to the general public or citizens about the presidential image, and a scale that goes from 0 to 5 about his honesty, his capability to solve problems, if his policy decisions are focused to the general public or private sectors, and managing of expenditure. And you can see the results. In 2020, he had 3.3 point of trust, but along the lockdown in October of 2021, he had a decrease in his image to 1.5 points. What did happen with this perception? You can see the poverty index in Argentina in this table. And quarterly, you can see what happened. In the first quarter of 2020, we had a 38% of progress, and after 3 months, we have 47%, because we had a stoppage in the economic activity, and the government policies were focused to subsidiaries. They had 100 euros granted by the government. I don't want to criticize the government policy. We'll see the results on the exploratory study later on. I think that this was one of the most transcendental events in the 21st century. And what happened in the family life? I have only 20 minutes, so I took a survey carried out by UNICEF, an international organization for the children of the UN. UNICEF surveyed the families telephonically to 6 million of households with a representation of 26 million individuals. You can see the different colors on the map. 55% of women over the age of 18 had a burden of household chores. 62% of youngsters assisted with household chores. And you can see that if the youngster participated with more household chores, they had little time to study. 79% of students were in communication with their schools through e-learning. And it is interesting to note that only 20% of homes increased had different fights and anger between its members in Argentina. What happened in the labor world? I want to refer to Alvin Toffler. I read him in the 90s, and he wrote about the third wave, where he discussed about the agricultural wave, the industrial wave, and the last one, an information technological wave, where he described individuals as islands, interconnected and interdependent. WhatsApp, Kakao Talk, Zoom. We are connected by social media, but not physically. Here, I want to show you the battle between the presentiality or virtuality. As practitioners, for example, in this moment, I am accommodated in a hotel. I can ask for more soup if I need it. And a software engineer can work from home because he only delivers results. But an office worker can have a hybrid mode of working. Some days in his workplace, other days from his home. There is Korea, don't worry, in the map. In green, you can see that 25% to 31% of Argentinians worked virtually. In comparison to United States and Europe, we have a lower index because the United States had a 53%. And this must be accompanied by the technological structure of every country. Korea had a higher index in this sense. And what happened with ecosystem? As practitioners, we know how some Master Daehaeng highlighted about the care of our ecosystem and our planet. Here you can appreciate this satellite image of the level of nitrogen dioxide in Buenos Aires atmosphere before and after the implementation of the mandatory isolation. This pollution index measures the nitrogen dioxide, which is the combustion of fossil fuels with the contact with oxygen, and this is what pollutes our air. And this comes from the automotive or automobile industry. You can see the spots and the pollution we had on March. And the 20th of March, these dots got dispersed in an Argentine province called Córdoba. You can see the map of Córdoba, an average from March 10th to 18 and from 20 to 28. The pollution of nitrogen dioxide in the atmosphere. It's almost white, the second picture. And I don't want to get in the debate about do we have to industrialize or not. I think that the renewable resources are important in this sense. And we have our friends in the animal kingdom. In Argentina, carpincho or capybara began to appear in the city. You can appreciate here a puma in the streets of Santiago, Chile, or a deer in Japan. You can see how we are. We have these animals, the animal kingdom, with us and without restrictions, how they moved. And about the exploratory study that I carried out, the results must be interpreted as a trend, not as a judgment. It is not a representative sample. The Hanmaum Science Institute research can apply to, in a broader sense, later on. The scope of the study was limited to Tucumán and Buenos Aires using the Google Analytic tools, and I presented 12 questions. Google resulted very usefully in this sense. Which were the indicators in these 12 questions? The profile of the participants and their perception about governance, family relationship, labor world, virtuality or presentiality, and climate change. And this survey consisted of practitioners divided into gender groups. We had, in this first group, 8 women and 9 men. In the other group of non-practitioners, only 3 women. Do you remember what I said about the UNICEF survey, how women were surveyed with overload over household chores? This has to do with family arguments and conflicts, and I will discuss about this point later on. The age. The 2 groups were composed of generations of baby boomers and X. Those are from born from the 40s to 80s. In the practitioners group, we have more youngsters. And in the non-practitioners, we have more centennials. Every generation has its own experiences and postures. Baby boomers and X generation, we saw so many changes through the time. About the governance, we will see what happened. The first question to both of the groups was, at the outbreak of the lockdown, how would you rate the measures taken by the government as highly effective or misguided? The general tendency was very similar in both groups. 52% and 58% said highly effective. And this is only at the outbreak of the pandemic. And what happened later on? How would you currently rate the government's performance in regards to the measures taken? Extremely good, good, average, and poor. The practitioners group rated is, we have a different proportional responses, whereas in the group of non-practitioners there was a negative view. Do you believe that the government acted appropriately with regards to the administration of vaccines? The practitioners said in 70% yes, and the non-practitioners group no, the 90%. I think that the practitioners were not so worried about the vaccine program. The practitioners, I think, had this attitude because of more tolerance. They had more tolerance in face of the government policies, and they were more empathic. It means that the government was in critical situations, so they accepted it with more tolerance. And about the family life. Where is the slide that I am needing for? Here it is. I to survey about the family field, I had to know how the families of the both groups were composed of. How many individuals, including yourself, resided in your home during the mandatory quarantine? In the non-practitioners group were smaller families. What was your primary pastime or hobby? Both of the groups said the platform to see movies, it was the most popular, and then the internet. And here, during the mandatory quarantine, did the number of misunderstandings or daily conflicts arose in your family group on a daily basis? It was the same in both groups. And maybe you ask me, why, if the practitioner and non-practitioner, why is that this happened in both groups? Because, firstly, the UNICEF survey said that 58% of the women were overloaded with household chores. This took them from took them out of the comfort zone. And the other side, on the other hand, the practitioners had more members in the family. So there was more practice in the practitioners group and more tolerance than in the other non-practitioners group. Did you practice meditation during the mandatory quarantine? Obviously, the practitioners in 76%, whereas in non-practitioners group, they did not. Did you believe that teleworking or learning using new technologies is superior or more advantageous than face-to-face interaction? 76% of the practitioners preferred the presentiality, the face-to-face interaction, and the non-practitioners grew 64%. And this is due to the fact that we always gathered in Dharma reunions, or it is not the same to be in the Dharma hall than to watch the ceremony from home. And about ecology, regarding the decrease in pollution, were you aware of climate change during your quarantine? Yes or no? 81% of practitioners said yes, and this is because of some Master Daeheng's teachings. Do you remember that this was analyzed under the teachings of some Master Daeheng? So, the conclusion is that we must observe our conflicts and problems and to keep observing, even if the sky collapses. As regards to governance, the practitioners group shows more tolerance. But some Master Daeheng always said our decisions are not limited. We have to take into account the invisible and visible realm. Of course, that political leaders cannot see in this way, but many of the measures taken by the government didn't suit us. One example is that of the people who could not bid farewell to their beloved dead families members. They were very rigid and static policies applied by the government. About the family,
we saw more efficiency in the practitioners group, because caring for others is caring for the planet, as so Master Daehaeng said to us. And regarding to the presentiality or virtuality, so Master Daehaeng always urged in businesses through her Dharma talks to promote the meetings in the labor environment to strengthen relationship between managers and employees. And about pollution, the Earth is like the human body, but there were people who intervened and who acted as physicians, but who are not the ones. In homage to Master Daehaeng, with her smile that you see in this picture, I want to share these 4 points. Firstly, everything depends on our thoughts. Secondly, we have to think that everything happens because we need to learn something about it. Thirdly, we cannot blame others because one must interpret it that did something similar in the past. And fourthly, every confrontation must be faced with optimism, even in dreams. And this is not in the slide, but I want to share an experience with you about Master Daehaeng. I had an audience with her in 2008, my first trip to Korea. It was on January. It was very cold. I bought flowers as a gift. I remember that the late Abbot received me, and she said that so Master Daehaeng is not conceding Odysseus. And I said to her, but I came from the other end of the world. I need to see her. My wife got angry because she said, you are being egoist. But we were, the late Hwang invited us to have a lunch in the temple. Finally, we get the opportunity to have an audience. But in a moment, my wife gets so emotional that she retired from the room, and I remained there in front of Master Daehaeng. And you must say that maybe I am crazy, but I think that her were the bluest eyes that I ever seen. And I thought, I am in front of a Buddha, but I can say nothing because I don't know Korean. But from the moment, I think that she scanned me all through, and she said to me, keep practicing. And that's all. Thank you very much.
실제 서베이를 통한 실험 결과들을 포함해서 상당히 흥미로운 결과들을 보여주었는데요.
Based on the survey result, Mr. Del Toro showed very interesting findings and the result of the survey. But unfortunately, we cannot afford to entertain questions about Mr. Del Toro's presentation because the allocated time is up for Mr. Del Toro. However, we have a plenary discussion session at the end of all presentations. And also, I believe that online participants may have burning questions that they want to ask to Mr. Del Toro. But please wait till the end of all presentations because we have a plenary discussion session. And thank you.
예, 곧 이어서 두 번째
Moving on, we are
발표로
going to move
넘어가겠습니다.
on to the second
두 번째
presentation.
발표는
The second presentation will be
독일에서
delivered
오신
by
만프레드 후터
Dr.
교수님께서
Manfred Hutter, professor of the University of Bonn, and he's going to talk
영적
about the
보살핌의
spiritual care in the
필요성이라고
pandemic
하는
crisis and in the
말씀을
shadows of
해주실
dying.
겁니다. 사실 우리나라에서도 팬데믹 상황에서
In
가족과
Korea,
격리되어서 병실에
during the pandemic, we have had several people who were on deathbed, isolated from their family members. So we have quite a significant number of people who died in isolation. And in such cases, not just the deceased themselves, but also the members of the deceased, the family members of the deceased, also suffered a lot of pains. But we haven't really had a chance to have in-depth look at the afflictions and agonies that they went through, and we haven't really had any kind of studies. But so in this sense, I think that the presentation will be very meaningful, that it then talks about the studies on the spiritual care for the people who are in the shadows of dying. So please start.
Thank you.
Professor Hutter, the microphone is yours.
Venerable Bhikkhunis, Venerable Bhikkhus, dear guests, I'm grateful for being here again at this conference after my fine experience in earlier conference 3 years ago before the COVID crisis. Now, being here again, I will try with my presentation to give a short introduction. How can I, from my job on studying comparative religions, ask, observe what are big challenges for religions either in Germany or in Korea, either in Christianity or in Buddhism. And I think you can add in your mind also on the situation on Argentina, on the USA, on India, on Jewish or Hindu and so on contexts. I will try to stick to my manuscript as a kindness to the translator and also to keep with the schedule. So I will try to read. Oh, sorry. Okay, yes. It is well known that the COVID-19 pandemic brought some existential crises, both for religious persons and non-religious ones. Because of the risk of contagion, many public activities or meetings have been cut. People having caught COVID-19 had to isolate themselves, and a huge number had to be hospitalized or even brought to intensive care units in hospitals. My paper wants to discuss some aspects of how religions deal with this situation, reacting to public measures to keep safe and avoid infection by new arrangements of religious meetings to offer spiritual care by using online media for religious service, by upholding contacts between group members or parishioners. Further, my presentation takes a look at dying people to comfort both the person until his or her last breath and to help the relatives of the dying one to cope with the grief about the loss of a beloved one. Religious traditions which help people to cope with physical or mental weaknesses are well known. Even if a social crisis or individual misfortune is understood as divine punishment or as the result of karmic causality, religions cannot totally restrain themselves from the world. Therefore, questions about sickness and health, of old age or death, are important to most religions. Looking at Buddhism, it is well known that the Buddha is said to have seen an old man, a sick man, and a dead person, which led him to understand the impermanence and weaknesses of life, leading also to the moral obligation to practice compassion and strive for an inner-worldly improvement. Buddha himself sometimes is characterized as the unsurpassed doctor, and his teachings are medicine. Also, Jesus in the Christian tradition is sometimes imagined as a physician or a healer, either in the literal sense or in a metaphoric way, telling that his teachings are a medicine for gaining spiritual health, like a physician in the world gives medicine to a sick person. There are many other theological concepts when in spring 2020 COVID pandemic started to spread, and so the question arises, what's then going on? If we look at the reactions given by religious communities, one can quickly see two different types of reaction. One type focusing strongly on God without considering mundane or social components, and the second type looking for new ways to combine religious practices as necessary social consequences. Take first the group A. This group, or members of this group, are simply laying the emphasis on religion and on God's help to protect them in the time of crisis, therefore keeping their face-to-face services, neglecting widely the authorities' ban or at least suggestions to avoid religious gatherings in person. Such fundamentalist groups didn't care for public regulations, as they either saw COVID crisis as an apocalyptic symbol of God's punishment of a sinful world, or they only trusted in the supernatural powers of divine help to save the humans. Consequently, questioning the necessity of worldly cautiousness and also more or less harshly criticizing or opposing governmental restrictions, which they saw as a restriction of religious freedom. Such a position in several cases not only resulted in conflicts with authorities, but also led to the outbreak of cluster infections because the upholding of in-person worship. Most of these cluster infections happened in far-right Protestant churches in Korea, as well as in Germany, and in other countries as well. The other group B are made up by persons who were ready to follow the restrictions of the authorities, and they look to development alternative forms of worship by virtual means, along quarantine rules, or along social restriction, even if they also were critical against the public restrictions for performing service. But they said, well, these are necessary evils for the public health. One can clearly observe that the mainstream traditions of religions, or liberal or progressive group within religious traditions, were more active in following and supporting the authorities' regulations. And one can also observe that within these religious communities, nearly no cluster infections occurred, as they quickly developed sets of preventive measures to prevent the spread of the disease. I think there are two reasons why this was done with the mainstream traditions. The one reason, the well-structured Roman Catholic Church, not only in Korea but also worldwide, could use its excellent networks to propagate its own regulations quickly, in an effective way, throughout the parishes. In a similar way, Buddhist orders like Chogye here, but also Buddhist orders in other countries, with their hierarchical structures, were also successful to provide not only monks, but also layman members and followers of the order's tradition quickly with information about what to do and what to do not. So one can guess one reason why in well-organized religions infections didn't appear in a high level was the structural order that a religion could handle its adherents. The other reason was surely based on ethical arguments for counteracting the spread of the virus. Religious leaders and individual religious persons quickly became aware that the crisis might be a challenge to look for one's own responsibility according to the so-called golden rule. Anything you like to do for yourself, do to the others. And anything you don't like by yourself, don't do to the others. Or on the general rule of the Buddhist principle of not harming anybody else. That means also not harming myself, protecting myself, but also caring to protect the other. This situation also led to some legal discussions, including lawsuits, and in the paper by Professor Schaaf yesterday we had many examples on this. I don't focus on the legal basis, but that's also a background for all the following things. And so this leads to the question on ban or restriction on in-person worship and how to react to this. Communities who followed the authorities' regulations soon developed practices to give spiritual care and support new ways using digital formats as a substitute for physical worship. But it quickly became obvious that the possibilities to change from community service to online service were very different for several congregations. Well-established Buddhist temples or the well-established Roman Catholic Church and mainline bigger Protestant churches in big cities had much better chances to develop forms of streaming worship online, using YouTube, using Zoom meetings in the service, and maybe broadcast mass or a sutra recitation on the air. On the other hand, smaller communities in rural areas or in remote areas were less successful to shift from in-person worship to online meetings, also of course depending on missing man or woman power with ID capabilities. As far as communities members made use of these forms of services, one can see two results. On the positive side, it is obvious that pre-recorded or video conference meetings allowed cooperation among the community members. They even created or continued bonds between the members. Two cases might be shown as such examples. Already in mid-February 2020, monks of the famous Jade Buddha temple in Shanghai in China started to broadcast sutra recitations on the internet. A few monks were sitting or standing in the large Buddha hall, their mouth and noses covered with masks. All adherents who regularly attended the large hall to join the sutra recitation stayed at home, sitting in front of their computer, laptop or smartphone. And there, at home, they could listen to the sutra recitation and they could join the recitation by recite by themselves also. The second example is from a Roman Catholic background, where you see, in this case, 3 Catholic priests celebrating Mass alone at the altar in an empty church. You can imagine it on the slide. The documentation of this case also referred to a family who was sitting at home in front of their computer, watching Mass, also partaking actively. That means they stand up, they sit down, they bend their knees, they make the gesture of making a cross, just as if they were in person inside the church. So, in some way, it worked. Both examples show that online rituals could work and include the adherents actively into worship and not only consuming a ritual. Also in the field of intellectual teaching and learning, digital tools proved to be an advantage for bettering religious life. Meditation classes in Buddhist contexts, prayers or sermons, encouraging sermons in Christian contexts, aired via podcasts, had just a positive effect to improve mental health stability. Thus, such online activities and online rituals did not change the ritualistic situation totally. Believers who joined the service in front of the computer prepared sometimes, as is documented, for this ritual by arranging a table with the statue of the Buddha, by putting flowers or fruits in front of the statue, burning joss sticks, dressing themselves. In a similar way, Christians arranged a table with flowers, with candles, putting a cross on it, also dressing themselves up as if they would go to church. So in this way, it worked. But there was also one, for instance, in Catholicism, problem, how to engage with taking the Holy Bread, how to have physical Eucharist or only spiritual Eucharist. Because giving the Holy Bread via internet is not possible. So, as far as I know from some Catholic parishes in Germany, some priests tried to overcome this difference of physical and spiritual Eucharist in this way. First, they broadcasted Sunday Mass via internet with no parishes coming to the church. And then, half an hour later, the priest went outside in front of the church door and he offered the Holy Bread to those people who only showed up for this moment and then went home. Also my own experience, I didn't take part in it then, because I am skeptical if this really worked, but that's only my personal meaning. I had the chance in the parish where I go, we always had open air service, also in winter if it was not snowing. So there was outside, and on one Sunday morning the weather was not fine. And then the priest came and asked those who came up, because the telecommunication was not perfect, if they want, take the Holy Bread without Mass. My wife and I, we go home, some others took it. So it shows this flexibility, how to work on this physical or spiritual Eucharist. So, in this way, the positive side. On the negative side, one has to mention that people often said, well, they missed the sensory experience and the direct social interaction. More often than not, members of religious communities mention the following shortcomings. Well, there was no doubt about the positive effect on teachings, on sermons. For instance, songs only performed online did not give this emotional feeling in cases when one was sitting alone in front of the computer. If you sit alone in front of the computer, joining the singing is more difficult, as in cases when all the family, maybe grandparents and children, join and sing together. Then you get some sensory feeling that we are a community, a real community, and not only a virtual community. So this singing together is maybe one of these examples that show it can work, but often it did not work, how to engage socially. The absence of direct physical interaction made it also impossible to develop the experience to encourage each other, despite so-called breakup rooms, which are possible in the internet. Such restrictions on online services had an impact on many communities, regardless of religion. Some adherents lost the contact with the community as long as only virtual service was offered. And some of these did not re-establish the contacts with their fellow believers now when face-to-face worship is possible again. Losing such physical contact with the community had another consequence: less for the well-organized large temples or churches in bigger cities, but a serious consequence for smaller independent communities, smaller minor Buddhist temples in local areas, because religious communities, religious institutions also always depend strongly on financial contribution of their members. Contributions are given when you come to the physical room and you give your money or your financial support after the service. You don't do it by banking accounts. And so, with the breakdown of physical service and physical worship, also the financial loss can be joined. And besides, outside the religious field, many people lost their job or had reduced financial income, which made it then also difficult to give financial support to the religious community. So this ban or restriction of physical service had both sides. The religious communities were active, were successful in managing it, but we don't have to overlook the bad consequences, which are still a task to be overcome until today. That's maybe more on the social logical side, going to the individual aspect of living and dying with dignity despite isolation. The online services of religions in the pandemic are not only understood as a religious practice, but also as a social practice, of course. There's no doubt that religious activities are related with social well-being, mental health, and some people lost their mental health if they cannot practice religion. Besides physical suffering, like sickness and death caused by the outbreak of COVID, also mental suffering with various anxieties, stress caused by the fear of a COVID infection changed the life. Religious try to give holistic relief, to improve mental health, and one can say that religious always also have the responsibility for the well-being of the whole society. I only refer to, you know better than me, of course, example from Korean Buddhism, which already during the period of the three empires, long time ago, was understood as a counterprotecting Buddhism, and rituals were performed in the course of history to bring blessing, to bring protection to the peninsula of Korea in periods of war, of famine, of other crises. Look for instance for the some practices which are able to help with this. I have on the next slide one quote from Zen Master Daehaeng from the year 1988. Of course, you know, nobody talked then about COVID. Just remind yourself that everything, including my job evaluation, my livelihood, and whether I keep or lose it, whether I'm better or worse off, that's all working of you, your foundation. If someone keeps entrusting everything to their foundation like this, then it won't be too hard for them to experience the taste of this Buddha nature by themselves. So, if you're walking meditation, lying down meditation, all are one. Everything can be meditation. I shortened it a little bit. A similar quote from the Dalai Lama from 2014, also before the COVID situation. If we watch the mind and can prevent its being overpowered by disturbing emotions, we can try to lead it towards virtuous qualities. All good qualities come through having a mind that benefits other sentient beings. We are social animals. We live in a society in which the very basis of our existence is cooperation and mutual dependence. Cooperation is founded on the attitude of loving towards each other. If we have that, there will be peace and happiness within our families, our neighborhoods, our society at large. Similarly, in Christianity, I could add some quotes, and also referring to the paper by Professor Choi before, when he mentioned passing by the MSBR. It is maybe a mix of Western and Buddhist thought, as Kabat-Zinn is strongly involved in Buddhism, or was strongly involved in Buddhism, but even if he says MBSR is not Buddhist. It is Buddhist, I think, in some way. So, the COVID infected persons with the risk of dying at the opportunity made it also necessary to do religious practices. Doing religion can help in the situation to prepare for death, and all religions know traditions to prepare this way of a good death. A good death means I can do my ritualistic preparation, and if it is an ugly death, a terminology developed in medieval Europe, but I think the idea works at any time, in any place. An ugly death is a sudden death. You cannot prepare for the journey to the hereafter or for the process of rebirth. And both Christian as well as Buddhist traditions have such instructions. COVID shortened or prohibited such a preparation, even in those cases when no monks, priests, religious professionals which could lead someone to avoid an ugly death were isolated due to social restriction. So, bad experience happened in these cases. Buddhist instructions for gradual training of the mind to calm one's mind so that one can prepare for pre-birth couldn't work in that cases. Various Buddhist traditions emphasize that the dying process continues over a longer period. Dying in an intensive care unit in the hospital causes a fear of dying, death anxiety, and this dulls the mind, therefore causes a bad rebirth. Death anxiety and the missing of calming the mind is not restricted to Buddhism. So I can also refer to other religions. They can example in the Catholicism the so-called anointing of the sick. That is in Roman Catholic tradition one of the sacraments. It is a right to prepare for a sick person or a person on the deathbed for the other world. There's a traditional picture from the 19th century, a Catholic priest accompanied by a so-called servant, bringing the holy bread, the communion, to a person somewhere outside. To go there, to give the dying person strength to prepare for the last rites. So this picture just should illustrate them on this way. Now, isolated in an intensive care unit with quarantine, also restricting religious professionals to give mental, spiritual, religious support. That was the problem, and this was the challenge, how to tie in dignity. Of course, you know, Buddhist ideas and Christian ideas on the life after death are different on the theological level. On the practical level, how to cope oneself with this problems with these expectations. If the ritual, the service was missing, it created both problems to the dying person, but also to the survivors, for the family, for the relatives who could not overcome the grief of losing a beloved person. That was one of the problems, and so it's a quite short conclusion. You can read it nearly by yourself. The COVID pandemic had an impact on religious life and will have a further impact as religions have to react to the consequences, to win back members. They had adapted the services. Some of these adaptations will work good also for future, to keep it. But also some negative aspects have to be resettled better. The restrictions of hospitalized persons in isolation, missing support to work with the fear of death is a problem which in any other crisis, and you can maybe on an historical point of view refer just simply 18 years ago to the tsunami disaster and the dramatic reactions if non-working religious rites at the moment of the sudden death. So there is a lot of things. I hope you could take some input from this, and thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you for the interesting talk. 시간은 조금 초과됐습니다만.
Although we are constrained by time, maybe we can entertain one question from the audience. Do you have any questions? If not, then I'm going to briefly ask you the question. Because of the isolation, yes, as you said, that there are very little chances for the patients to have the so-called good death. Now, I believe that we'll never be free from COVID-19 in the future. So we'll continue to face the challenge of COVID-19, which means that we'll live in an era with little possibility of good death or death with dignity. So what's your idea on overcoming this challenge? So that's my first question. And second question is that in this era of COVID-19, the religious professionals such as the monks and priests and pastors, for the general public, what kind of solutions they can suggest for the spiritual care of the general public?
Oh, it's very difficult because I don't know what's going on in the future. I think I'm optimistic. We have advantage of better medical care now. And so maybe the number of hard isolating cases will shrink and will come back to a normal level. We always had people dying in intensive care units in hospitals on anything as before COVID. So I think the positive thing is the number of the hard cases, I think, will reduce. But of course, from this experience now, I think it is still the necessity of training clergymen, monks, and so in this way to work, find a balance between fear, isolation, also be careful to avoid infection and to do spiritual care. Just an experience from the parish church where I'm attending from time to time. The local priest was very, very restrictive. I think it was not always necessary to be so much restrictive. He was much more restrictive than the local government had told. So he long time shut up the church absolutely. And he still avoids to meet people. I think that's the extreme case which is not the mode which should work, because there's people are waiting. Okay, I go to church, I want the service in whatever way. But just to say, okay, it's a bad situation, the church doors are locked, that is a problem. How to work with these problems? I think that is one challenge, how to train religious personnel to work better. It is an experience which come too quickly and nobody was prepared for it. So this is one, and looking for the future in my experience. The other things, okay, you can improve the technical streaming of a sutra recitation or of a Catholic Mass or something else. That's clear.
Okay, thank you very much. 후토 교수님 보내드리면서 후토 교수님에 대한 간단한 소개 첨언해드리겠습니다.
I actually forgot to introduce the Professor Hutter before he started the presentation. So I'll briefly introduce him. So Professor Hutter, he is the full professor of the comparative religion at the Institute of the Oriental and Asian Studies at the University of Bonn, and he graduated from the Grad University of Australia. And from 2000 to today, he's a full professor of the comparative religions at the University of Bonn. Now, we would like to move on to the next presentation.
The third presentation will be delivered by Brother Dunstan Robidoux under the title of COVID-19 Difficult Problems and Difficult Solutions. Before we give the floor to Brother Dunstan Robidoux, I would like to take a moment to introduce Brother Robidoux. Brother Robidoux has been a monk at St. Anselm's Abbey since 1987, and through the years have functioned in various capacities, teaching in the Abbey School from 1989 to 2000, and currently serving as the infirmarian, gift shop manager, and guest master with responsibilities for guest reception. He wrote many books. However, he believes that everything happens in the glory of God, so he published most of his works anonymously. Now, I would like to give the floor to Brother Robidoux so he can deliver his presentation on the theme of COVID-19 difficult problems and difficult solutions. Thank you very much.
Please excuse the fact that I do not speak in Korean. I must begin by thanking four persons. Seon Foundation President Ye Hee-soo Sunam, also the headmaster Hee Seoul Sunam, and the Hanmaum Science Institute Director Hee Yi-shan Sinam, and the Vice Director Dr. Lee Yang-hee. Thank you so very much. 감사합니다. I had a difficult time knowing what to do when I received the topic of discussion that I was to write something about. I was asked to speak about COVID-19, and I was told that I could put anything in the talk that I wanted to. So I did not have a too explicit mission or focus given to me at the start. And I was given this topic, although I have no authority in dealing with scientific matters. I do a bit of philosophy and theology, and that's about it, really. So I bring that into the work that I had to do. Oh, I suppose I should push this here. Okay. Here we go. I find myself thinking of the Greek philosopher Heraclitus. And I've been thinking of him this morning. There is a connection between Heraclitus and Buddhism. I was told years ago by an American professor at Louvain. He was a student of the philosophy of Alfred Whitehead, the Englishman who taught later in the US. And he is the father of process philosophy, and he became the father of process theology when religious believers took his philosophy and brought that into the order of theology. And in Whitehead, change, perpetual change is primary. And that recalls the philosophic insight of Heraclitus, who believed that perpetual change is primary. I was told years ago that in Buddhism, change is something which is very primary. And so when I was faced with this unusual topic and trying to determine what to say, trying to determine today what to say to you, because I came here largely ignorant of the work of Seon Master Daehaeng, one walks into the stream not knowing what will happen and what one will say. So let us simply be in that spirit. So I began this work on COVID-19 perplexed as to what to do. And one jumps into it, into the water, and you discover that there are many different problems that exist within this whole business of COVID-19. And no problem can be reduced to the other. It's a multitude of problems that cannot be reduced to one thing. So in the end, I came up with 6 distinct issues. The status of COVID-19 as a disease, man-made or artificial. Then this whole problem of who do we believe? Because when we do research on a controversial topic as this is, we go into the internet and we get all kinds of divergent views. And we don't know what to do about that. We are trained to believe in what experts tell us, what our teachers tell us. And we find disagreement amongst the so-called experts. And this was a continual problem for me in working on this topic. And it illustrates that we're faced with a cultural problem in the order of cognition when we have to deal now with the internet. Reminds me of an insight I came across. There was an Englishman, Hilaire Belloc, who wrote a book in 1912 called The Free Press, small book. I read it. And it warns against relying too much on the major newspapers when you read them. We tend to think that if we read the newspapers and so forth and listen to the TV news, we know what's going on in the world. But we may not really know what's going on in the world. And the experience of internet has brought that awareness to us. And this is central, I find, in dealing with the whole COVID crisis. 3, the whole controversy of trying to force people and all that type of thing. the question of side effects, short-term, long-term, liability, who is responsible if things go wrong, the generation of vaccines is also a distinct issue if we go into that. And then there's other implications. I only made a selection of possible implications. So there's a certain bias on my part as to what I selected. So let us maybe go to the first question here and see what we can do. Now, I have to make one confession here. I found in trying to deal with the question, is the COVID-19 virus man-made? Is it artificial? Or is it a purely natural thing over which we don't have much control? And in finding differences of opinion, and in looking at all the data and reading through things, I found myself relying on advice that I found in a book by an English cardinal, Cardinal Newman, in his book, Grammar of Assent. And in that book, there is a criticism of the cognitional philosophy of John Locke, 17th century English philosopher. Now, Locke argued in his day that we can only truly know something if we know it with certitude. If we don't have certitude, then we cannot claim to validly know anything. And Newman criticized that position of Locke as too strict. Because if we truly examine how we know things and how we move towards judgments, we work with probabilities. We see where the evidence points. We find that no single piece of evidence conclusively proves anything. We rely on different experiences of evidence pointing in one direction. And at a certain point, the mind can move to making an affirmative judgment of some kind. Anyway, there were three options here. Contact with an infected animal, which points to a natural cause. An accidental laboratory leak, which implies that there was something happened in the laboratory, suggesting that the COVID virus was being cultivated in some way or being played around with. And three, you have a deliberate weaponization, a deliberate manufacture of a lethal pathological agent, the COVID-19 virus, which could be used by governments against other people. And I found that the probability points to a purely natural origin. Laboratory workers, for example, were not first infected. The COVID-19 virus most closely resembles the bat virus. The bat virus is apparently very difficult to cultivate in a laboratory. I don't take my word for that. That's what people say to me, that it's very difficult to cultivate the bat virus in the laboratory. There's a close resemblance, of course, between the two. Mutations, they talk, or maybe it's in my next slide here a bit. No, I'll go back to the other one. It's possible that there was a direct jump from an infected animal, or it's possible that the virus jumped from one animal to another animal and then finally into a human being, or it is possible that there was a direct jump into another human being, but changes occurred within the human being before the virus became pathological, it became lethal. Anyway, that was my finding, But of course, you will find people who totally disagree with my conclusion that the evidence points to a purely natural origin. I sometimes wonder in these controversies how far our passions are operative in the things we want to believe. If we have ill will towards a particular people, if we have a feeling of ill will towards the mainline Chinese government and so forth, does this have an impact on our judgment as to how responsible the authorities are for this type of medical tragedy, this medical emergency? Anyway, that was the first problem I tried to deal with. On to the next one. Well, yes, who to believe? I've already sort of touched on that, but I found that there were two main points to try and make. Now, this largely deals with how to deal with the COVID virus after it breaks out and becomes an epidemic, a pandemic, when people become seriously threatened with it. And there is a difference in mentality between your scientists and your politicians. Your scientists tend to be very restricted in dealing with a particular question, and their mode of procedure is very controlled. They meet a very exact set of intellectual demands if their conclusions are to win scientific acceptance. Within their area of thought, they tend to be very consistent because, again, of the kinds of the intellectual demands that are raised when you ask theoretical scientific questions. Now, with politicians, you have a very pragmatic type of mentality. They tend to think not too much in the long term. They tend to think in the meeting of short-term demands, and of course, they are subject to pressures from the outside. And so, somebody from a scientific point of view here might suggest, for example, the reasonableness of a total lockdown to prevent people from catching the disease. The professional people would tell the politicians that's what they should do. But then the politicians are faced with the human situation that it can be very difficult to win approval or consent from ordinary people. So you have this tension, and politicians may not be sure what to do. And if there's not a good knowledge of the different type of consciousness, if an awareness of differences in consciousness is not known, then that can cause problems. Yeah, the one form of consciousness thinks that it is truly primary to the other. They each have a primary value. One is not totally primary in an absolute way. And that kind of lesson needs to be known. The second thing here, I will probably touch on this later on, and I've already talked about the contrast between certainty and probability. We, in the West, we live within a kind of cultural value or cultural distortion which emphasizes scientism, scientism, philosophy of scientism, where people assume that science is always right and that it is the only source of understanding things, the only correct source. where scientific judgment will, in Aristotelian science, scientific knowledge is seen to be something which is certain. Scientific knowledge is certain. But if we look carefully at post-Aristotelian science, what we have really is scientific opinion, the best available scientific opinion. And so the scientists are not necessarily right. There is a possibility of error here. And this type of conflict is part of this problem of who to believe. So I felt it had to be mentioned. All right, next issue. Now, this is experienced as a serious problem in some quarters. I live in the US, and you have two major political parties. You have the Republicans and the Democrats. Now, the Republicans tend to be against trying to force people to be vaccinated because they have a tradition of libertarianism, that the best kind of government is the least kind of government. Ideally, no government is best. People should be free to make their own decisions. So this business of government forcing people to be vaccinated, they're very much against that. Now, the Democrats tend to believe in the value of forcing people to be vaccinated, threatening people with loss of job and demotion and all that type of thing. And I have found it rather strange to find this amongst them, because in the US there is a big emphasis on freedom. In the 18th century, you have stories of people planting liberty trees as a sign of opposition to British colonial rule, this business of liberty and freedom and all that. But the Democrats they espouse a certain kind of liberalism which emphasizes the importance and value of government intervention and creating a society where everybody is safe and all that. The value of having a social net to care for everybody who is in need. So they tend to be on the other side. Yeah. Now, here I talk about compulsion and force. And on this side, you have this whole business of persuasion and cooperation. Now, there are two kinds of forces. There's external force, often material force. But then there is the inner force of one's understanding. Whenever we come to understand something and to believe in something, we want to do it. There is an inner kind of compulsion which exists in understanding. And the inner compulsion of understanding is the source of freedom, source of inner freedom. And to me, this is an utterly wonderful thing, that we can find freedom springing from our understanding and from our belief, which exists in understanding. I believe that there is an intimate connection between understanding and believing. I've been sensing this all morning here. Okay? There's no real division here. Oh, I see I must begin to speak shortly, not to say much. Well, all right, I guess I'll go on to the next one here. The whole question of side effects. We're familiar with short-term effects that some people have. I've never had any side effects at all, despite I've had 4 shots. I took the shots because I live in a monastic community, and I didn't want to disappoint my brother monks by not taking the shot. So I didn't behave maybe in a completely irrational way. Anyway, long-term effects. We can never know the long-term effects now with any medical procedure. That takes years before we can know about these things. And I think we have to accept that. I must stop now? Okay. All right. This is an issue that disturbs Catholics especially because of the Catholic rejection of abortion and this type of thing. I suspect abortion is, of course, rejected by others. And when you take vaccines from aborted children, what is the morality of that? Does this lead to beginning to use people as instruments, as means for your own purposes? And this is an extremely painful sort of thing. You can distinguish between formal and material cooperation. In our history, many terrible things happen, things that we don't approve of, and yet we benefit from them, unfortunately, in some way. What would be examples of that? Well, somebody told me, I don't know if this is true, that Velcro was developed in concentration camps during the war. So the origin of that is terrible. And yet something good came out of that. I think we have to admit that the world is set up in such a way that good can come out of evil, but we should never desire to do anything evil. This is the last sort of thing here. We have this conflict between zero tolerance and controlled risk. Zero tolerance, in some cities in China, they would shut everything down. That happened in Italy and so forth. Is that really an intelligent way of doing things? Because there's a huge price that is paid when you force people to stay in their home. They cannot go out, they cannot do any work. You separate people from others. And I think that has been mentioned already in some of the talks we've had here. Now, we can only move towards a controlled risk situation if we have a decent human community that we live in. If we care for each other and are sensitive to the needs of others, we immediately, automatically, we protect them from us. We take measures. Governments do not have to tell us what to do. We can care for each other in a very local way quite effectively. And so we reduce the dangers of unhealthy elderly people becoming sick and coming down with COVID. If we younger people, I try to still feel that I'm young, if we younger people get it, well then we're not going to worry too much about it. We try to protect our elderly, however. And we need to develop policies that respect this difference. Last thing, in a society which devalues spiritual values, if religion is regarded as a purely private thing, as a purely eccentric thing that is of no real importance or consequence, materialistic policies will come into effect. This was mentioned here already, that when the goods of the body are more important than the goods of the soul, then there's a whole type of human good that is being ignored, short-circuited. And that can do a lot of damage to people. I will end on that note and thank you so very much for having me come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the interesting talk. 예, 시간이
So because of the time constraint, we are a little bit behind the schedule, so we might not be able to have a Q&A session. And also we have a tour program scheduled, so we do have very tight schedule, so we will not have the question session. And with that, we would like to conclude session 2. Through the 3 presentations, we were able to understand how the COVID crisis affects our lives individually and also as a society. It has a truly profound and widespread impact on the lives of humanity. So we all knew that and we all felt that, but we couldn't really realize how widespread the practical impacts were made from the COVID crisis. But through the presentations, we were able to deepen our understandings in this issue. And also, I believe that there are some challenges that we have to explore together. Through the COVID crisis, both socially and individually, people are experiencing more stresses and anxiety, and which results in more conflicts. And also there are issues of the distrust and moral decline, as well as the dilemma that which should go first between the individual freedom and the public health. So these are the challenges and dilemmas that we all have to tackle that are newly brought by the COVID crisis. So as we experience this, I think that we have to be reminded of the Master Daehaeng's teachings, that I think that all of these things are actually referred to the phenomenon that are generated from the 주인공, and therefore we have to return to 주인공 to have a fundamental solution. And we have to practice 주인공. So in this situation of COVID crisis, I think that we really have to abide by Master Daehaeng's teachings, and we have to rely on 주인공 and believe that the 주인공 can take care of this. Now with that, we would like to conclude session 2. I would like to thank the 3 presenters. Why don't you give them a big round of applause? And although we are slightly behind the schedule, I would like to thank all the participants in the floor. Thank you very much.
Dr. Kim-sun Lee is serving as a senior research fellow at Korea Institute for National Unification. She carries out her research works on the areas such as human rights and humanitarian affairs. She has served as the Assistant Minister for Unification Education at the Ministry of Unification, as well as the Director of the Center for North Korean Human Rights Records. I'd like to invite moderator Dr. Kim-sun Lee. Please welcome Dr. Lee with a big round of applause.
네, 여러분 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to be moderating our afternoon session today. My name is Kim-sun Lee. And I know that there are a lot of participants who are joining us online. And let me declare the official opening of our afternoon session on day number 2 of the International Hanmaum Science Forum. And the theme of session number 3 is Rising Values in a New Normal Era. And in our yesterday's session and the first and second session, and this morning we have given a lot of thoughts to the current reality, which is suffered by a COVID-19 pandemic. And also, those sessions were such great opportunities for us to listen to the experts' opinions on the current status of the humanity. And I am taking a sabbatical year from my work this year. And for your information, I have joined the Hanmaum Science Institute as a founding member, as one of those founding members. And while taking the invitation as a moderator of the session for today's forum, as I thought about the days that I spent as a researcher at the Hanmaum Science Institute, and I believe that we today can share different and precious opinions on how we can overcome and actually practice the rising values in a new normal era, listening to the different opinions from the experts and the religious leaders from different religions. In the morning sessions, there are a few presentations made, and it was regrettable that we couldn't give enough time to all the presenters, and there were certain cases where the presenters didn't have enough time to entertain questions about their presentations. I'm a little bit concerned that our afternoon session also has a very tight schedule. After taking the job as a moderator for the afternoon session, I had a chance to take a look at the papers of all of our 4 presenters who are scheduled for this afternoon, and I feel really sorry that we cannot give enough time to all those 4 presenters so they can have in-depth discussion on their presentations. But still, I hope that you'll find the afternoon session productive and insightful, and at the end of all the presentations, we would like to have a plenary discussion where we can get together and discuss all the presentations made today. The first presenter of our afternoon session is Mr. Chong, and Mr. Chong will deliver a presentation on the theme of the meaning of family from the perspective of spiritual practice in terms of Sun Master Daehaeng's teachings. Mr. Chong, could you please come forward to the podium? And while he is preparing for his presentation, let me take a moment to introduce Mr. Chong. He is a member of Hanmaum Science Institute. He majored in English literature at Seoul University, and he obtained his master's degree at the National University of Graduate School of Education, and he got his PhD from Korea University. And he also has given special lectures on the theme of personality education. He also wrote a textbook on middle school personality education titled Living Together as a 주인공, and he's going to deal with a very interesting and insightful topic. The floor is all yours, Mr. Chong. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Chong Sang-man. I am a teacher at a middle school here in Korea. It's a great pleasure to meet you all. Today, I'd like to talk about a universal theme of family, and also I'd like to share a few thoughts and opinions of mine on the theme of family. So if we take a look at the films or the TV shows, we can understand what kind of consensus there is on family among the general public here in Korea. And also, I'd like to talk about the peculiarities of the way that the Korean society sees its family system. And also, I'd like to talk about the meaning of family and the teachings of three major religions here in Korea. And also, I'd like to take a look at the spiritual perspective on family in Venerable Sun Master Daehaeng's teachings. Before I get started with my introduction, I'd like to quote an editor of a Joseon Daily newspaper, who is Lee Gyute, and he actually mentioned that one of the biggest characteristics of the Korean social system is its focus on family. And also, he just mentioned that Koreans place family at their very heart as a kind of top priority and the most important value. So this is the title of his book, Korea, with its people placing family at their very heart. And he also mentioned in his book that this kind of family-centered value system is common to peoples in monsoon climate, particularly among the rice-growing people. However, Korean family-centeredness is far stronger and more thorough than Japan or China. And also in his book, he mentioned that Koreans never sacrifice selfishness for the sake of the community outside of their families. So we all know that actually the family orientation of the Korean society has been the driving force behind the nation's rapid economic development and modernization. But still, there are certain side effects. So I just wrote this paper to explore such kind of side effects and also the family value system in the Korean society. Now let me talk about the definition of families before I get started the main topic of my paper. Actually, the feminism, the term itself, was first used by the anthropologist and sociologist Kulp. He said that based on his results of a study of families in Guangdong, China, that the organizational form of, he just defined the feminism as the organizational form of society in which all values are determined in relation to the maintenance, continuation, and functioning of the family group. That is how the feminism is defined. And if you take a look at the Korean films, such as The Ode to My Father, which attracted 14 million movie viewers, and also it was remade in India, and also that remade movie was a huge hit in the Indian the film market. And this movie is about a man who actually devoted his entire life for the sake of family. He got separated from his family during the Korean War, and he actually dispatched to Germany to work as a miner. And then even after he came back to Korea, he actually went to Vietnam War to work as a technical worker, and he came back to Korea with one of his legs injured. And after seeing his injured leg, his wife actually lamenting that even though it is your life, there is no you in your life. So, however, actually the main character said that he thinks that it was way better that he was born in difficult times and went through all those difficulties in this world, not his children. He got separated from his father during his family evacuated from North Korea during the Korean War. And his father, when he got separated from his son, that he should take care of his sister. And actually, it was a big burden on this main character. And actually, he devoted entire his life to support his family. And when he became an old man, he took a look at his dead father's picture and thought to himself that, Father, I kept my promise since I had achieved this much. I had lived a good life. However, it was really hard for me too. So it was a kind of Korean style family orientation, particularly in the modern era. Over the course of the modernization of the nation, the head of a household, usually fathers, sacrificed their lives for the sake of their families. And they didn't have a luxury of living the life that they wanted to. Rather, they just sacrificed themselves for the sake of their family and to support them. This kind of familyism was a driving force behind a rapid economic growth of Korea. But recently, there is a growing awareness of the side effects of familyism in Korea. Let me remind you of a tragic incident of a suicide case of an entire family. So according to a CCTV footage captured by the national police, the parents of a small elementary school student actually took their daughter to commit suicide together. It seems that the parents or the couple decided to kill themselves. However, they didn't have a nerve to convince their daughter to commit suicide again. So that's why they just fed some drug to their daughter and put them into sleep and commit suicide together. But actually, the term, the companion suicide, which was openly used to refer to such a suicide case, was not correct. So there is an opinion that the term should be changed into suicide after killing a child, and this is nothing new here in Korea. But in the Western society, this kind of companion suicide was not allowed. Rather, it was adopted as a suicide after killing a child. And as I've mentioned before, with this, the incident of a companion suicide committed by the parents of an elementary school student, there was a growing the voice that we should condemn this kind of suicide case. So we should call it a suicide after killing a child. So in Korea, this kind of suicide cases are nothing new, or neither a few. And according to a government official, there was a strong request made from the government agencies with regard to the change of the term from companion suicide to suicide after killing a child. However, the general opinion is that the suicide after killing a child is too harsh, because they said that we need to understand how the parents would have felt when they tried to kill their children. So this is a totalitarian way of thinking, that when parents decide to commit suicide, they should take their children with them. So this is a negative side or a one-side effect of the Korean style feminism. Ms. Kim Hee-kyung, who served as the Deputy Minister of Gender Equality Ministry, just mentioned that Korea came up with its own peculiar style of feminism because of rapid urbanization and economic development, which was achieved without any social safety net. If you take a look at what happened back in 1950s and 1960s, there was a rapid economic growth made. However, there was no social safety net at all here in Korea. It was such a rare case because there are less than or fewer than 5 countries that had achieved this rapid economic growth without any social safety net. So in such an environment, actually, Koreans had no place to resort to other than their families. And that is why the Korean society came up with a very exclusive style of family orientation and feminism. And it actually led to or developed into family selfishness. And Sun Master Daehaeng pointed it out, and the side effect or the negative aspect of selfish familism here in Korea. She just mentioned that actually, there is an undeniable fact that the Korean familism has been the driving force behind the rapid economic development. However, it's just ended up having a side effect of family selfishness. Now, let me take a look at how the religions or the religious teachings actually talk about the family. Let me take or the quote the analogs of Confucius. There is one episode about Shigong. Shigong said to Confucius, "There is an upright man in my village who testified as a son when his father stole another person's sheep." Then the master said, "This is not the case with upright people in my village. The father hides his child's ears for the sake of child, and a child hides his father's ears for the father. Righteous is right there." So Confucius said that son should hide his father's mistakes rather than exposing it to others. So you may misled that in Confucianism, actually the family comes first before the interest of community, but that's not the way it is. What Confucius said is that when you serve your parents, even if your parents make a mistake, you should be gentle and euphemism. But even when your parents do not follow your advice, you shall still respect them and shall not disobey your parents. So what Confucianism teaches us is that actually loyalty or obedience to your parents is the very foundation of all social values, and actually family is the very starting point of the entire society and entire nation. And also there are certain rules and principles that all family members should comply with. And if there is a disobedience happens within the family, then it can jeopardize the entire society. That's how the Confucius taught his people. And now let us take a look at what Christianity said about the family. This is from New Testament, Matthew 10:34 to 37. "Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the world. I came not to bring peace, but a sword. I have come to set the son against the father, the daughter against the mother, and the daughter-in-law against the mother-in-law. Your family members are your enemies. Whoever loves father or mother more than me does not deserve to be mine, and whoever loves his son or daughter more than me does not deserve to be mine." It may sound bewildering or too radical. Jesus does not deny the family relationship. Rather, it seems that there are many cases where the people just faced with the obstacle in terms of their religious beliefs because of their family members or the family relationships. So while pursuing the religious beliefs, particularly in terms of Christianity, people or the believers of Jesus should go over their love or attachment to their own families. So let me take another episode of Abraham and his only son Isaac. This is what God has commanded. "Take your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the land of Moriah. Go up there to the mountain. I will show you and offer him as a burnt offering to me." So Isaac is a son that Abraham had when he became very old. So from the viewpoint of human beings, actually Abraham had no chance to have another son or another child. So Isaac was his only son, but God actually commanded him to offer his only son to him as a burnt offering. But Abraham actually obeyed what God said. And when he tried to stab his son with a dagger, there is an angel coming to him and stopped him. And God says actually he tested the faith of Abraham by asking him to offer his most precious son unto God. This is the episode that I found in the Bible, and this is unimaginable from the perspective of Confucianism, because God is asking a person or someone to offer his own son as a kind of offering. However, by actually passing the test of God, Abraham became the ancestor of belief. And now let us take a look at what Buddhism says about a family. Let me take an episode from Udana, which is the early scriptures of Buddhism. There is an episode about Visakha. While Buddha was alive, and there was a devout Buddhist called Visakha in Sawati Castle. And Visakha, the old woman, came to Buddha one day as if she had lost her consciousness with her hair wet and tousled in the rain, and complained of suffering because the young granddaughter that she cherished a lot died suddenly, and she could not contain her sorrow. And then the Buddha asked Visakha that, would you be happy if you have many offsprings or the granddaughters like the one that you cherished? And the Buddha, Visakha said that she would be happy, and the Buddha actually asked her again whether she would be happier if she had as many offsprings or the granddaughters as many as the number of all the entire people living in Visakha Castle. And she said yes. And Buddha asked again, how many people do you think would die within the Visakha Castle? Visakha Castle is a large castle, so she answered that maybe 2 or 3 people die on a daily basis within Sawati Castle. And then Buddha said that if you have as many granddaughters or offsprings as the number of people who live in the Visakha Castle, you will be in sorrow every day because 2 or 3 of your offspring would die on a daily basis. And actually, there was the moment that the Visakha realized that the pains and the sorrows are the other side of pleasure and joys. This is the actual the episode of what happened while Buddha was alive. So what we can tell from this is that the human happiness and unhappiness always stick together like 2 sides of a coin. So the Buddha said that actually family is a great place for spiritual practice, where you can learn the essence of happiness and unhappiness by experiencing the agonies caused by attachment and the conflict among family. Now let me talk about the teaching of Sun Master Daehaeng, which actually inspired me to write this paper. When she talked about the Japanese colonialism of Korea, she just mentioned that who do you think made us go through such a difficult past? Because we only cared about what was comfortable and what was ours. We didn't know what other people were doing, and we haven't gone out to see, so we haven't even discovered the research materials or what to study. And it is because we all thought only about Confucianism and didn't explore the broad and deep truths of the Buddha's teachings. Also, we should know deep down in our bones that we suffered so much from the rule of another country because we thought that only our family matters and only our family should be comfortable and happy, and we did not study or develop what others think of us. So this is what exactly the modern sociologists talked about, the side effects or the negative aspect of the Korean families. And Sun Master Daehaeng also mentioned that even if we have become a developed country now, as I said before, that is why we have had such a painful history, because they neglected Buddhism and placed the importance on Confucianism. They ran outside and got caught up in customs. Confucianism has a limit to being confined to the word of existence, but Buddhism is considered to be more suitable for coping with the future society because it encompasses the word of existence and non-existence. And Sun Master Daehaeng told us that we should make a decision between whether to staying stuck within this narrow familism or just break ourselves free from the family and move toward the world of coexistence. I believe that those two teachings of Sun Master Daehaeng told us a lot about the family. A family is a group of people who meet and live together in a reincarnation that spanned hundreds of millions of eons. So everyone is our family. So we should not stick to our current family in our current life. So when we break ourselves free from our obsession with the current family and current life, then we can become a bigger people or a bigger person. And she also mentioned the role of, or the law of the birds of a feather. So people with a similar level of karma meet each other, or they meet each other because they have karma to resolve. And Master Daehaeng told us that we should not blame others. We should blame everything on ourselves. So if we move or take one step further, we can think about another teaching of Sun Master Daehaeng. A meditator must encompass the world of existence and non-existence with the belief that everything is one, not the two, and dissolve the family ties. So we need to actually go beyond the dichotomy of having and letting go. And it requires activeness to jump into the sea of affliction. So there are a lot of the practitioners who suffer from the family issues, such as gambling, spouse or husband, or the lazy children. But Master Daehaeng told us that actually we should break ourselves free from our obsession to the current family. Let me take an example of an episode of a third generation only son. Actually, he had some the drug addiction issue, and he came to his mother one day, and he said that actually I need to support my parents. And I believe that I actually wasted my life enough, and now it's time for me to change my mindset and my attitude toward life and start supporting my family. This is what happened to a devout Buddhist and her son. So what I want to say is that if you believe in something in an honest way, then you can connect your mind to a fundamental mind, one mind, and everything will be okay. And let me take another example. The Venerable Choi Sunim once said that there was a devout Buddhist woman, and she didn't speak to her husband for 30 years because her husband was such a loser and drinking all day without doing anything. So the Venerable Choi Sunim told her that you start serving your husband, seeing or regarding him as Buddha, as the Buddha. So reluctantly, she changed her attitude, and she said something nice, started saying something nice to her husband. So she greeted her husband when he actually went out in the morning and coming home in the afternoon. So actually, her husband was surprised by a sudden change in the attitude of his wife, and he asked why, and she said it's because the teaching of Venerable Choi, and that is how he turned into a devout Buddhist as well. So the Venerable Choi told her that actually she should start believing her husband as the Buddha because actually, Buddha is no different from the people around us, and that's exactly what Sun Master Daehaeng told us. So the family members are the most intimate people in our lives, so we should realize that all actually those family members are not different from us, and actually everything is connected to one mind. And if I take one further step, what I can tell you is that a family is the best mirror to reflect ourselves, and we can see our own karma through conflicts and anguish within our families. And also, our family is the best fellow practitioners to provoke and reveal our karma. And I believe that actually no one is an exception from this kind of rule. Sometimes we are annoyed by our spouses or our children, but still, while being annoyed, we can reflect ourselves on, and also we can think about our karma. So what I can tell you is that a family can become a fiercely practicing community. That's what some Master Daehaeng taught us. To summarize, I believe that the Korea's family-centered culture has been a great driving force for its rapid economic growth and modernization, but there is a growing awareness of its harmful effects. Son Master Daehaeng taught us that we must break free from the narrow familiar framework for the development and the evolution of individuals and the society. And that's exactly what the sociologists point out with regard to the harmful effects of Korean, the narrow familiar framework. And to this end, it is necessary for us to go beyond the Confucian way of life, which is fixed only to the visual world, and make a shift to the Buddhist way of life. A family is a product of a causal relationship formed through the hundreds of millions of years of transmigration or reincarnation. And people with a similar level of karma meet each other like birds of a feather. And a family is literally a community of practitioners in which we can practice incessantly. And therefore, family members are the optimal fellow practitioners for us. I just collected the teachings of Son Master Daehaeng to write this paper, and in the end, I just came up with the conclusion that Son Master Daehaeng's family view is based on the premise of the eternal cycle of birth and reincarnation. And actually, this kind of premise is hard to validate or prove in a scientific way. And I believe that a systematic study on this subject, which is difficult to prove scientifically, needs to be conducted in the future. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Mr. Chong gave us a presentation on the subject, which is such a deep, so we can spend the entire day discussing on this topic of family. He also briefed us of the meaning of a family, which has been a most popular motive in the Korean movies. The Korean society is going through a rapid change in terms of its perception of family. And also in his presentation, he briefed us on what each different religion says about family and what kind of implications we can have. Even though his presentation was short, I believe that it gave us a lot of the materials to think about. In his presentation, Mr. Jung also mentioned what Son Master Daehaeng taught us about family and how we need to break free from our obsession with our current family. So he just mentioned, or Mr. Chung mentioned, that actually the family members are optimal fellow practitioners for us. And while listening to Mr. Jung's presentation, and also the presentations made other presenters this morning and yesterday, I just found that when we talk about the coexistence, we should achieve mutual respect. So mutual respect will work within the family. But if we take a look at the ordinary family, father has the strongest voice and he makes all the decisions. And also, it is regarded that the father should take responsibility for the entire family, supporting it. But actually, we need to take a different or a new perspective with regard to how we see family. Based on the teachings of Son Master Daehaeng, it seems that we have around 10 minutes to entertain questions from the floor. Actually, while wrapping the presentation made by Mr. Jung, I just asked a certain question in the form of comment. Is there any question from the floor?
사실 저는 이제 다들 뭐 가족 관계가 사실은
So it seems that the family relationship is the source of agony of many people. So family members go through similar experiences. However, each individual member of family can have a different perspective, and also it is widely known that parents tend not to respect their children, and it would take a long time for us to change our mindset or the family the relationship related framework. While working on a research with regard to the family affairs in relation to the UN organizations, I just came across a finding that in order to have a well-functioning family, we should actually cherish the individualism or respect each individual member's rights. But it's very hard to implement such kind of principle within our family. Actually, my children became adults, and they are older than 30 years old, and still I just find it very difficult for me to respect my children as independent individuals. And during the presentation, Mr. Jung mentioned that some Master Daehaeng mentioned our family members are our optimal fellow practitioners. So could you please be more specific about that phrase? Or do you have a question from the floor?
방금 이것은 박사님 말씀하고도 연결되는 부분이라 질문드리겠습니다.
My question is related to what Dr. Lee mentioned. You just mentioned family. You just mentioned the teaching of Son Master Daehaeng that the family members are the optimal fellow practitioners for us. I had a conflict and tension with my husband, and the abbot, the venerable abbot S님, told me that I should regard my husband as my mentor or my master, but I was kind of bewildered after I heard that, because at the time I felt that the Venerable S님 doesn't know what kind of person my husband is. I cannot serve him, or I cannot regard him as a master or a mentor. But now I realize what it means. Actually, I need to embrace or accept my husband as he is. So, and also I needed to think about what I have done wrong before I blame my husband. So the family is a kind of community where we can practice all together, and we are all connected with one another. So I think there are a lot of meaning that we can identify when we say that the family is a community where the fellow practitioners can practice together, because when we regard our family members as one, which is not different from ourselves. So could you please comment on what I said? I told you that we can learn about our karma by looking at our family members, and what enlightened me a lot, or to a great extent, is that I spent my college days in my uncle's house. And actually, my uncle supported me and paid for my tuition fee for my college education. I feel really grateful for what he has done for me. But one of my nephews told me whether actually I knew how to get angry. And that was the moment that I realized that actually I've never got angry in my university days. And I thought about myself whether I'm the kind of person who are not easily get angry. But actually, in my childhood, actually, I had a very violent father, and I was very nonchalant and cold to my father, but without knowing myself. So I actually didn't like my father, and whenever my father talked to me, I got nonchalant and I just gave a cold shoulder to my father. But I was totally different when I talked to my uncle, who actually supported me and paid for my
tuition. So what I can tell you is that I'm not the kind of person who are not easily get upset or angry. Rather, I'm a person who can get angry very easily, and that's how I actually treated my family when I went back to my family in the countryside. So it was a big enlightenment for me. So what I can tell you is that within and among your family members, there are certain members who actually get on your nerves and make you angry. And those are your masters, or actually those members are the ones who make you think about yourself. And Master Daehaeng once told us that even though you do not like someone, they can be a good teacher for you. So those family members whom you do not like would be also great teachers for you to practice spiritually. When I have some kind of fight with my wife, I actually bowed to her and actually I tried to regard her as the Buddha, but when there is a serious conflict with my wife, I just found it very difficult to treat her like the Buddha. But still, I gave a try, and actually, my episode actually can tell you that our family members can be an optimal fellow practitioners for all of us. I hope that I answered your question. Do you have any other question?
네, 선생님, 저는 동국대학교의 이석환입니다.
I'm Iseokhan from Dongguk University.
책임 연구원을 맡고 있습니다.
I am a senior research fellow at Daehaeng Seon Research Center.
듣고 정말 좋은 주제를 선택하신 것
I
같아요. 가정 윤리
am not here to ask a question. Rather, I would like to talk about what I felt after listening to your presentation. You just gave us some kind of clue how we can utilize the teaching of Sun Master Daehaeng when for our family relationship. But there is one point that I want to make here. You just make a comparative study among Confucianism, Buddhism, and Christianity. And when you talked about Confucianism, actually you just took a look at very specific or too limited examples when you mentioned the Confucius quotation about the family. So you need to actually broaden your comparative study, particularly in the area of Confucianism. And another point that I want to make to you is that you actually got your title of your paper as the meaning of family from a perspective of spiritual practice in terms of Sun Master Daehaeng's teachings. But we all know that Sun Master Daehaeng puts a lot of emphasis on taking actions. So we actually need to find the 주인공 inside of ourselves, and actually we need to practice Kwanpop or observe ourselves rigorously. So the Master Daehaeng emphasized the action, taking actions. So I'm just wondering whether your perspective actually complies with what Sun Master Daehaeng taught us. Could you please specify the last point that you've made?
내가 내 삶 속에서
So while living our own lives, so we need to think about the way to take actions. So I'm just wondering whether you can come up with any methodology to take actions based on the findings that we get from our spiritual practice. I actually mentioned the episode of Venerable Choi in my presentation. I told you that our daily practice can be actually closely linked to our relationship with our family. And we always say that we need to have a firm belief, and also we need to realize that we are all connected. And also we need to learn how to break free ourselves from our obsession about our family and the members of the family. But I'm
not saying in my presentation that we don't need to take action, just believing or in writing inwardly. But what I can tell you is that actually when we enlighten or when we become aware of the true meaning of family, then we can actually take actions in a desirable way. So in order to be nice to your family members, you need to put everything down or put your thoughts down or eliminate all the negative thoughts about your family. So while you're looking at what Daehaeng, Sun Master Daehaeng taught us about family, I just found that if you have a true realization or enlightenment about the meaning of the family, then you will not be annoyed by what your family member says to you or what your family member does to you. That's the true enlightenment to the best of my knowledge. Thank you very much. This concludes our Q&A session about Mr. Jung's presentation. Thank you once again.
예, 다음 발표는
Let's now move on to the next presentation. The presenter is Professor Oliver Gellner from Germany, but unfortunately he could not be with us in person, but instead he sent us the prerecorded video, and during the general discussion session he will join us. Professor Oliver Gellner is a professor of media research and media sociology and digital ethics and broadcast journalism and international communication in the media economics program at Stuttgart Media University. He also teaches as an honorary professor at the University of Düsseldorf. He's an expert on questions of digitalization, digital transformation, and media literacy, as well as digital ethics. And today he will be talking about the new practices, new values, the perspectives of digital ethics for living a flourishing life. And with that, let us watch the video.
Hello and greetings from Germany. My name is Oliver Zollner of Stuttgart Media University, and I'll be talking to you today about new practices or new values, the perspective of digital ethics for living a flourishing life. Here's an overview of what I'll be talking about. I'll start with digitization in context. That is the question, how do we rebuild the world at the moment? Then I'll have a look at the new worldviews or new views of the self that we as humanity are building at the moment. And then finally, my look at thought and action. That is the core question of digital ethics and how it can be used to address these issues. I'll be very brief about digitization in context. How do we actually rebuild the world? Well, digitization now is something that has become very normal to us. It is quite as normal as electric current or tap water, and so it is nothing special anymore. But it has profound effects, of course, on the way that we deal with each other. What once was very close and near is now very distant. There's always a medium in between us and other people. Or think about cultural practices like using picture galleries on Instagram or other platforms and even generating money from it, like this American family Harrison is doing. So this sharing of pictures is also quite something normal, at least for younger people. So we could say that increasingly we're living in an electronic text, not only as individuals, but in society as a whole. The question is just, are we able to decipher and understand this electronic text? Well, here's one of the monikers of digitization, the smartphone. We all carry it with us all the time, or so it seems. It is our ID card and we use it for many things. So this thing, this device that we are using, we could say is transforming people into data carriers. And this transformation, of course, has an effect on society, on our culture, on the way that we communicate and the way that we dominate other people or are dominated by the smartphone or by the powers that be, for example, the tech companies. Now, against this background, here are a few hypotheses about this normalcy of the electronic text. We could say that our social and individual relationships regarding online technologies are at the moment very much characterized by nihilism, by nothingness in a way, by neglect or avoidance. Currently, we observe a revaluation of values. That is, we haven't yet negotiated the necessary value orientations for living in digital environments. We're still sort of stuck in analog thinking. Secondly, we could say that instead we have created digital technologies that even allow us, quite conveniently, to not be who we are and to not need to think about who we are or what we could be. So this is really very convenient, and that is why we love digitality so much. Because actually there's a split, there's a rift between being and acting. Because if our being and the way that we do things are not on a par, that means we are not responsible. We don't have responsibility for our actions, and that is a childlike status of development, we could even say. So this is very convenient. It's wonderful to be children again, and that is how we are acting in digitality in a way. My second hypothesis would be, we must relearn to think about ourselves. What does it mean to be a human being? For what purposes do we want to use technologies in the first place? And what are our objectives? That sounds very easy or simple, but it isn't quite so easy because not so many people have come up with appropriate answers. So what is our aim with regard to technologies? What is the why of technological pursuits, as the American philosopher Nolan Gertz has formulated it? Our collective disposition so far is simply, if it's digital, it is superior, and that is good enough then. But is that true? Well, Sherry Turkle has said, we live in a state of being alone together. We are permanently networked, but actually quite atomized, that is, living apart from each other, and really many people are fearful of commitments vis-a-vis other people. Plus, there is a constant pressure for self-representation. Think of Family Harrison. We always feel we must show ourselves to the rest of the world, to fill voids, to fill the gaps that perhaps indicate that we would not be there or not be present enough. And thirdly, we are losing the capability or perhaps the will to look each other in the eye, which is, of course, a part of dehumanization, if you will. Now, what does this tell us about humanity? So here's my second chapter where I'll look at the new worldview or the new view of the self that has come along ever since the arrival of digitality. The old promise of digitality was always to connect people. But actually, if we think about it, no, it is about connecting data. And that is what is creating perhaps a new view of the human self. Now, using TikTok and Instagram and WhatsApp and Twitter and Snapchat and whatever we have that does something to us, we could say it is quite a profound change that Canadian media theorist Marshall McLuhan had envisaged about 50 years already, so before the arrival of mass media computers like we have them today. It is this gradual shift from linear print culture, where things have consequences and we think in linear terms, to a more circular networking structure of society, not only of society, but also of thinking, of things happening simultaneously all the time and where everything is linked to everything else. So this is, I think, something that has come true under the conditions of digitality. But that also means that we are living in a different position with regard to other people or with regard or in the context of society. What we, ever since Western Enlightenment, would call the autonomy of people, that is, the notion of an individual self, is gradually shifting over to a more complex network of a relational self, as Charles S. has called it. So that is the gradual replacement of the idea of human autonomy by the idea of a more networked heteronomy. That is where I, as a person, as an individual person, will always be looking at, oh, where do I stand in relation to other people and what is happening right now? And this, of course, is increasingly shaped by algorithms, or what we call artificial intelligence, that will link us not only with other people, but also with other people's ideas, or perhaps ideas set by, well, the artificial intelligence itself. So perhaps this is in an historical view, the most profound change, where in older times we would be living in a theocentric, that is a God-focused world, where superior beings, no matter of what religion, but where superior beings would guide us and our thinking, and we would be living in relationship with these superior beings. Well, after that came the idea of Western Enlightenment with the autonomous individual self, where the I was in the middle. So a homocentric worldview with humans as focus. And now gradually we would be living in a data-centric world. So where let's call it a system is supreme, where a system is ruling our thought and action. Not completely, of course, we are still partly autonomous, but increasingly we are sliding over into this networked world of algorithms and artificial intelligence trying to steer our modes of thinking and relation. Paradoxically, this is something that tells us things about ourselves. We are, in digitality, more communicative as ever and more networked. And there are all those offerings that are really catering to the individual. But if you think about it, the individual as a real-life person becomes increasingly meaningless. The individual data point is only interesting as part of a larger data set, that is, as part of a crowd of millions of people, and not so much as an individual. So this is the paradox about individualization in data modernity. But that is, of course, something we need to address, because the future focus needs to shift back to a form of humanistic digitality, where the man and woman are, of course, in the focus of our thinking, where human intelligence is at the heart of our thinking and not so much artificial intelligence. Well, artificial intelligence, or what we call artificial intelligence, I don't know if it's really intelligent at all, but it can provide us with many services that might be very beneficial. So I'm not totally against this. But I think we must stand clear of just focusing on this artificial intelligence alone. Because the key question will always be, whether with regard to digitization or any other technology, what problem is it solving or capable to solve? And that is, I think, where human intelligence is far superior to so-called artificial intelligence. And we as humans, we need to think about the question, well, what do we need all these digital tools for? What do we want to do with them? It seems very obvious, but this simple sounding question, again, is quite difficult to answer if you think about it. And secondly, what do we do about the fact or the possibility that in the future we won't be dealing with humans exclusively? So how can we envisage or plan for a society that is at least partially and partly being not dominated perhaps, but at least deeply infused with artificial intelligences, chatbots, for example, robots, etc., etc. We must have an idea about what kind of society this is supposed to be like then. We need to navigate the future and these challenges. And in order to be able to do so, we need a value-based ethical framework for being human, for all our fallibilities, but also for thinking about aspects like freedom, creativity, education, values, yes, and human intelligence. We need to re-cherish human intelligence, I feel. That is important. So these will be competences in the future data sphere that we need to focus on. And I think this is where digital ethics comes into play. You know, how do we as humans design our thought and action? Or how ought we to design our thought and our action? Well, this is always, we could say, a three-step process, starting with the motivation, leading to an action that then has consequences. The motivation, we would always say, is a form of habitus or disposition. And the key question is always, what kind of human being do I want to be? Not only individually, but also in society. On the level of action, the issues of rights and duties are addressed. How should I, but also how should others, be acting? What will be right? What will be wrong? What are our higher orientations, you know, in our action? And then thirdly, consequences. Well, what's the effort and what's the revenue? What do I get out of my action and what do others get out of it? What's the net result of all this? So these are things that we also need to address. And of course, as you can see, these three steps pertain to classic concepts in Western philosophy. The motivation or disposition aspect deals with virtue ethics of the Aristotelian kind. That is, our relationships and our striving in everyday practice, case by case, day by day, to become excellent human beings with a like-wide predisposition or habitus. Not so easy to do, as Aristotle told us 2,500 years ago. Only at the end of our lives will we be able to look back upon our life and say if we have reached this good disposition, and if we have indeed reached this, well, good life, as he called it. On the level of actions, well, this is pertaining to deontology or duty ethics. Immanuel Kant would be one protagonist of this thinking in Western philosophy. So this is about the promises we make about our rights and duties, and also about the absolute and non-negotiable qualities. So the higher things that we as humans need to have in our thinking and in our hearts in a way. The consequences, they well point at consequentialism or utilitarianism. That is an aspect or a line of Western philosophy that weighs the costs and benefits of actions for the largest happiness of the largest number of people, as Adam Smith 250 years ago famously phrased it. Well, that is the more economically oriented aspect of ethics or philosophy. But all of these three lines of Western philosophy taken together, they all address the larger issue of society. What kind of society, collectivity, or we do we want to build? And what is our place as humans, our place in this larger society? What is our position? How do we form social networks, not only in the digital meaning of the word, but also in the pre-digital meaning of the word. How do we network with other people? So we need to develop ideas and models for how to live with and how to live in digitality and who we want to be. So we need to formulate objectives, aims. We also need to develop ideas and models for what roles digital technologies ought to have. So what competences we need to build in the future. And we need to develop ideas and models for how we want to enforce this. How do we want to put this through? That is a question of regulation. And, well, if I look at our world, our digital world, it is a truism that very little in digitality is actually being regulated because it's so difficult for states to regulate digital tools and devices and platforms. And that is why very often we've given up. But we shouldn't. Because for all of these three ideas and models, we need human intelligence more than ever. So this is why I say we need to develop a humanistic data sphere in the future and for the future. So going back to Immanuel Kant, we should actually say, oh yes, digital tools are always only a means and never an end. The overall end is the human being, the individual, and that is never just a means. To quote Kant, the practical imperative of thinking should thus be act that you use humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of any other, always at the same time as an end, never merely as a means. And that is, I think, quite in opposition to how, for example, digital platforms, the data platforms like Facebook, Instagram, etc., use our data. They use us as a resource, but it should be the other way round. So we need to develop ethics as a system for reflection with the guiding question, what kind of people do we want to be? And what problems do we need to look at and hopefully resolve? So that ends my presentation. Thank you for bearing with me and enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. I think that we have reached the time limit. Yesterday, the Israeli ambassador talked about various side effects of the digitalization and digital technologies, and Professor Challoner's presentation is much aligned with the ambassador's speech, and we can actually find out answers from his presentation regarding the questions that the ambassador raised yesterday. So later we will have chance to discuss more about that during the general discussion session. Nowadays, everybody carries cell phones, even elementary school students, and it actually provides us a very good convenience, you know, like usually people, right after they wake up, the first thing that they reach their hand is the cell phone. I myself also did the same thing, but then I found that this is very problematic, and therefore I changed my routine. So every morning when I wake up, I read the Buddhist sutra and recite them for my meditation. But sometimes, even before doing that, I just naturally picked up the cell phone and checked the news and email, and sometimes to my surprise. So digitalization is something that is deeply weaved and integrated into our day-to-day lives. But I think that in this new era, we have to have some new ethics framework. Now we are going to have 10-minute break before moving on to the next presentation session. So we will have a 10-minute break and we will resume the session at 2:50.
저희 주제는 대행교육학 정립을 위한 연구이고요. 본원에 계신 총동 스님께서 멘토를 해주고 계시고 방정혜, 김민선, 안정현, 최명희, 정상만 그리고 저 김영래 이렇게 6분이 함께 연구를 하고 있습니다. 저희가 2017년도에 이 교육학 스터디 그룹을 처음 결성을 해서 시작을 했고요. 목적은 대행 선사의 가르침에 근거한 교육학을 개발을 해야 되겠다. 이렇게 뜻이 모아져서 시작을 하게 되었습니다. 2017년도에는 한마음 교육학 정립을 위한 기초 연구라는 주제로 스터디를 진행을 했고 2018년도에는 대행 교육학 정립을 위한 실천 사례 연구라는 주제로 그리고 2019년도에는 주인공 관법 교수학습 모형 개발과 학교 현장 적용 방안 탐색 그리고 2020년도에는 한마음 심리학의 정립을 위한 기초 연구 융, 메슬로, 윌버의 마음 이론을 중심으로 라는 주제로 스터디를 수행을 했습니다. 그리고 저희가 2022년 교육학 스터디를 이제 다시 시작을 하면서 그동안 저희가 서구 교육학의 이론의 관점에서 좀 접근을 하는 경향이 많았다라는 것을 이제 깨달았습니다. 그래서 올해는 대행 선사의 법문에 집중을 하자 이렇게 이제 뜻이 모아졌고 그래서 대행 선사의 교육관에 깊이 있는 연구를 하는 한 해로 삼자 이렇게 정하고 연구를 수행을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이제 대행교육학의 올바른 토대를 세우는 것이 저희들의 발언이라고 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 그래서 저희가 오프라인 스터디는 한 달에 한 번 하려고 했는데 코로나 상황도 있고 여러 가지 상황이 겹쳐서 2달에 한 번 정도 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이와 같이 과학원이 모여서 오프라인 스터디를 했고요. 매주 1회씩 저녁에 줌을 통해서 온라인 스터디를 수행을 하고 있습니다.
그 다음 갈게요. 내 마음은 체가 없이 둥글고 쉴 사이 없이 시공을 초월해 돌아가기에 과거도 액난도 병고도 세균도 유전도 업보도 붙을 자리가 없다.
여기까지 2차 작업을 하고 그 다음엔 이것을 이제 종합을 해서 하나의 연결된 문서로 서술을 하면 이제 한 해의 스터디가 마무리가 되겠습니다. 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다.
세 번째 발표를 저희가 듣도록 하겠는데요. 세 번째 발표자는 우리 해유 스님이십니다. 예, 해유 스님께서는 발표 제목을 글로벌 위기 극복을 위한 한스퀸과 대행선사 제안 비교 이렇게 해서 논문을 준비해 주셨는데요. 제가 스님을 잠시 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 해유 스님은 독일의 도르트문트 대학에서 교육학 석사 과정을 졸업하신 후에 본 대학에서
Professor Haeyu graduated from Bonn University and he got a PhD in comparative studies and currently working as the research director of the Hanmaum Academy. Hanmaum Academy is a subsidiary of the Hanmaum One Center, and in relation with the various academic teachings, this center promotes the international exchanges, and it has several divisions. For example, like the inter-religious dialogue division, as well as the cultural exchange department. And with that, I would like to invite the speaker.
Thank you for the opportunity to present in front of you today. I'll start without further ado. I'm going to present a comparison of the approaches of Hansuking and Sun Master Daehaeng towards overcoming the global crisis. It will be just a brief talking. An example of global crisis is COVID-19. In December 2019, no one knew that COVID-19 first identified in
우한이라는 지역적인 문제일 뿐이고 단기간에 종식될 거라는 생각을 다 가지고 있었고요. 그러나 2020년
people thought it was only an epidemic that occurred in Wuhan, China. But between 2020 and 2021, COVID became the biggest issue in the world, and it demanded from us a sense of crisis, a recognition of the problems, a new paradigm. Therefore, humanity has needed a new change of perception. Today, I would like to take a look at how to overcome the current global crisis caused by material-centered expansion under the key word of life as oneness through two innovators who lived in the same era in Germany and Korea amid these new changes. Hansuking is a late 20th century influential theologian and the most famous Catholic reformist. Sun Master Daehaeng was an awakened Buddhist nun who led the 21st century Korean Buddhist Reformation, which introduced the Buddhist practices into the daily lives of the public. Although Sun Master Daehaeng, who led the Buddhist Reformation, and the Hansuking, who cried out for reformation in Catholicism, were born in the same period, their upbringing, educational backgrounds showed great difference. I briefly compared their lives. Sun Master Daehaeng was born in 1927. Hansuking was born in 1928. They had completely different childhoods, and they independently experienced the turbulent times leading to the Japanese colonial period, World War II, liberation from the two, and the Korean War. Although the world was in chaos due to World War II, Switzerland was a neutral country at the time, was not greatly affected by the war. Growing up in an environment of strong Catholicism, Hansuking experienced the foundation for a new direction of perception by attending the gymnasium in Luncheon, the provincial administrative capital.
한스킹에게 새로운 인식 방향의 밑거름이 되는데
The reason why this period was so important for Hansuking was that he learned modern education and an open attitude with multi-religious classmates and gender-integrated education that was limited to the Catholic denomination.
이런 학급 친구들과 남녀 통합 교육으로 근대 교육뿐만 아니라 열린 자세를 배우게 되었습니다.
It can be inferred that this background was basis for Hansking's idea of economical unity and interreligious dialogue. In 1950, some Master Daehaeng received novice ordination with Master Hanmaum as a teacher, and the Korean War broke out. In the meantime, Hansking was walking the path of an elite priest. Hansking received a doctoral degree in theology from the Pontifical Gregorian University in Rome and the Sorbonne University in France, where the best elites attend to become Catholic priests. In 1960, he became a professor in the Catholic Theological Department at the University of Tübingen, Germany. Now, perspectives of reformation and innovation. First, after becoming a professor at the University of Tübingen, Hansking raised his voice for Catholic reformation, and thanks to these activities, he was appointed as the youngest advisor to the Second Vatican Council. This council pursued the modernization and reformation of Catholicism, which was described as a dynamic, unprecedented, and unconventional event. However, the Vatican Church once again became conservative after the Second Vatican Council. Hansking called for reformation, for more openness in the conservative church. In 1970, he published Infallible on Inquiry, criticizing the Pope's infallibility, which caused a great trouble in the Catholic Church.
오류인가? 하나의 질문이라는 책을 1970년 출판하였습니다.
Because of this book, Hans and the Vatican debated for 10 years. As a result, he was stripped of his teaching position in the Catholic Theological Faculty at the University of Tübingen. On December 18, 1979, in the Vatican Congressional for the Doctrine of the Faith, he was officially banned from teaching Catholic theology while still being a priest. The case of Hansking's professorship annulment at the Faculty of Theology became the second Martin Luther. However, the University of Tübingen created a new affiliation of Professor of Theology directly under the University Chancellor. It let Hansking continue her tenure at the university and allowed Hansking to lead the Institute for Ecumenicism and Global Ethics. Some Master Daehaeng, despite facing gender discrimination, isolation, and having to leave Bhikkhuni Sangha to practice on her own, some Master Daehaeng was enlightened through her own son practice and thoughts. Today, I'm going to talk about the innovativeness some Master Daehaeng showed. In this discriminatory society, the teaching of some Master Daehaeng and her way of some practice can be a symbol of the reformation of patriarchal society. Although some Master Daehaeng did not intentionally lead reformations and innovations, her actions and teachings changed the Buddhist system and methods that had been taken for granted and presented new values. The teachings and deeds of some Master Daehaeng show the value of innovation in the areas of practice, Buddhist rituals, and social leading value creation. The innovative part shown by some Master Daehaeng was not tied to traditional way of practice, but by practicing in daily life, translating the meaning of the scriptures into Korean, simplifying the rituals, and forming a choir of various Buddhist groups and ceremonies tailored in the class. It's in modernization. In addition, beyond the traditional role of Buddhist nun, she established methods of training, preached in public, and achieved gender equality through training bhikkhus and bhikkhunis, taught people to have faith in their fundamental mind, and established Stupa Park. Through those efforts, she created new cultural value and has had her teachings translated into other languages founded overseas branches to globalize Korean Buddhism and converges Buddhism and science. Son Master Daehaeng was continuing the Son Buddhism of Korean with the principle of one mind, however, boldly throwing away the traditional way of practice, keeping hwadu or sitting meditation. She taught people to entrust things within their daily lives to their fundamental mind. She taught this to lay practitioners as well as her disciples. In addition, by supporting convergence with various fields, she has formed two axes, practice and research, in our daily lives. In the West and in the East, even though they grew up in different environments, even though they were men and women, both of them asserted that they need to believe in the spiritual realm, even though they had proposed different ways to tackle the global crisis. Now I would like to discuss Catholic proposal and Buddhist proposal tackling the crisis. Why did Kyung advocate global ethics? In postmodern world, people are mourning and are under excruciating distress. The earth is rapidly being destroyed. People are isolated from each other and are scared. Children are also dying from starvation and diseases. Seeing this, Kyung saw it as the global crisis. In the modern era, where science, technology, economy, society have developed drastically, it said that our world behaved unethically, with discrimination, contradiction, and fighting leading to conflicts and wars. He thought that people dismissed spirituality and wisdom when science and technology developed rapidly. That's why the world became unethical for his whole world. Catholic theologian had tried to establish global ethics for spirituality and wisdom. He encouraged behavior to overcome competition, views, and isolation in technological development to benefit myself as well as others. In 1992, he published the Global Ethic Project, in which he demonstrated three propositions: no survival without global ethic, no world peace without religious peace, no religious peace without religious dialogue. Kyung meant that world religions, world peace, and global ethics complement each other. Therefore, the basis of ethics is religion, so he emphasized that the role of religion is important in ethics. World order can be maintained on the basis of global ethics. Although I think Ambassador Akiba Toru have shared the same knowledge with Kyung, I guess. Although each religion has a different doctrinal system and symbol system, it also contains universal common ethical points. The common ethical points of these religious truths overcomes the exclusivity, contradiction, difference, and inconsistency, and is the basis for proposing the standard of global ethics and can overcome contradictory and different fighting words. This is the reason why Kyung advocated the global ethic. The global ethic, Kyung argued, is not to establish a new religion or ideology. It's talking about the basic common value, common ethics that we achieve when we pursue harmonious coexistence. The unified ethical view of religions revealed by the Global Ethic Project refers that the well-being of human existence, basic principles of humanity, rational modernization, the golden rule, ethical motives, and goal setting. Hans Kyung emphasized the golden rule and the basic principle that people should treat others humanely. The ethics required by all religions are in different languages and forms, but its underlying basis is human well-being for the establishment of human freedom and rights. The word religions have presented the basic ethics humans must abide by in forms of precepts.
여기서 보면 한급률에 대해서 이제 말을 하는데요.
Golden rule,
그 논어에도 있다시피
for example,
아까도 교수님 말씀하셨듯이 너
the
자신이
norm
원하지 않는
of
바를
don't
다른
do
사람에게
to others what you wouldn't want to be done to you is found in Christianity as well as Confucianism, Buddhism, and Judaism.
혹시 5층 법당을 다녀오셨는지 모르겠지만
I don't know, you have been to the 5th floor Dharma Hall.
오른편에 큰 스님
This photo shows what Sun Master Daehaeng taught. This teaching is on the right side of wooden relief behind main Buddha statue on the 5th floor of this temple. By establishing the categorical norms contained in these world religions as the golden rule, it can be applied not only to religion but also to human society. Religion also provides an answer to the ultimate goal and meaning of life, so it becomes an ethical solution to overcoming anguish, failure, antagonism, conflict, or death. Hans Kyung did not advocate the global ethic as a religious or theological concept, although it had a religious foundation. The restoration of humanity is the basis of ethics, and Human King emphasized that this inherent ethical commonality between all religions should be kept as a minimum principle. Religion's wisdom can provide absolute standards of ethics rather than regulation of political, legal, and social ethics. The regulation can change according to circumstances.
대사님, 이 법률이라든가 정치, 경제 그런 사회적인 접근은 시대에 계속 변하게 됩니다. 그렇다면 우리 인간에 대한 종교, 왜 이 종교의 역할이 중요하냐면
why religion is so important? Because it provides absolute standards of ethics. So Hans Kyung emphasized that. Hans Kyung's global ethics initiative was a great sensation, and in 1993, religious leaders signed and adopted the Global Ethics Declaration at the Parliament of the World Religions in Chicago. It will even have an impact on UNESCO's enactment of the Universal Code of Ethics. The global ethics principles proclaimed in the 1993 Global Ethics Declaration at the Parliament of the world's religions in Chicago were drafted by Hans Kyung. Duty to non-violence and respect for life, duty to solidarity and a just economic order, a culture of tolerance, and a duty to a true life, equal rights and obligations to mutual respect between men and women, obligation to sustainability and obligation to protect the earth. All human beings have the duty of global ethics for human rights, freedom, justice, peace, and conservation of the earth. Global ethics enables positive progress of human beings and aims to be truly human. True humanity is the presupposition of true religion. True religion is what makes possible the perfection of true humanity. Hans Kyung stresses, in other words, all religions offer the way to the true human being. But real religion has two faces. Although it is a religion that brings ultimate peace, conflicts over religion are also taking place in reality. That's why Kyung That's why Kyung is extremely emphasizing that there is no world peace without religious peace. To promote religious peace through inter-religious dialogue and to bring out the progress of mankind, world peace through the categorical world ethics of religion, it's necessary to overcome the global crisis and lead the survival of mankind with the truth of religion. Now, Son Master Daehaeng.
찾고자 합니다.
Son Master Daehaeng said, when people ignore the spiritual realm and accept only the material realm, then we encounter the global crisis. Furthermore, Son Master Daehaeng said, 50% the spiritual world, 50% the material world work together. But if you know only 50% the material world, you can't solve the fundamental problem because they try to solve problems only with material methods. As a result, the Earth crisis is further pushed to the brink without finding a solution.
물질 세계의 진정한 발전을 도모하려면 정신 세계를 알아야 함을 강조하지만 대행 선사는 정신 세계만 강조하거나 아니 물질 세계에만 집착하는 양극단을 부정합니다. 항상 정신계와 물질계를 함께 알아야 함을 강조하면서도 물질계와 정신계 또한 대행 선사는 공하다고 보았고 정신계 공하다고 하였고 정신계와 물질계는 따로 있는 것이 아니라 일체가 서로 연결되어 상호작용하며 한마음으로 같이 작용한다 하였습니다. 그러하기에 한마음 속의 물질계와 정신계는 상대적 개념이 아니라 전체의 포괄, 포용의 개념으로 이해하여야 합니다. 정신계와 물질계가 연결되어 하나로 작용하는 것을
Son Master Daehaeng explained that the spiritual world and physical world are connected and work as one with her own practice, 공생, 공심, 공용, 공체, 공식. Briefly, I'll mention all of them. Look at your body. There are numerous life forms in your body. They are connected, function as one. So it's like using the same body as one, as the whole body is working as one. This is called 공체. Like your life, others' lives are connected through their foundation. They are not separate from each other. Therefore, they are called 공생, which means living together and functioning as one. Since the mind of all unenlightened beings and the mind of Buddha are not two, those minds are called 공심, whose minds are not separate from each other. All phenomena arise from one mind, Hanmaum. Through it, all are receiving and giving harmoniously. Through Hanmaum, everything of universe is living together as one. 공생, living together harmoniously as one, is an important keyword not only for Buddhism but also for us now. When we talk about global crisis, it comes up most often. Generally, finding the methodology of how to coexist in the main trial. In this approach, there lies a perception that we are different from each other. However, living together, Son Master Daehaeng taught conveys deep and broader meaning than current trends. 공생, living together harmoniously as one, clearly shows the idea that everything is not two, that are all equal. Moreover, everything in the universe must be understood in an interdependent relationship. And it said that everything in the whole universe ceaselessly helps each other and takes care of for the sake of each other.
분별되는 나라는 생각으로 인해 차별적 이분법 체계를 이루게 됩니다. 나라는 중생심만 벗어난다면
Look at the slide.
일체의 모든 작용은 서로 연결되어 상호 작용하며 공존하는 것입니다. 공심으로 연결된 나의 몸은 만물 만생과 두란인 공체이며 나의 몸 하나에도 수많은 생명이 살고 있는 우주와도 같은 공체입니다. 그렇기에 오공은 사실 따로 분리해서 볼 수는 없습니다.
Some Master Seong said that all beings have their foundation, Jingong, and through it all lives and bodies are connected as one, working together as one, freely giving and receiving all things. Because it emphasizes the meaning of coexistence, it clearly reveals the dependent arising in which all things are connected to each other. Everything in the universe is ceaselessly changing, functioning through their foundation, working together and giving, receiving each other. There is no substance fixed permanently. It's called emptiness. Some Master Daehaeng has said that means of embracing whatever you encounter and the functioning through one mind non-dually. Not only absorbing all, but also manifesting and functioning of its ability. The meaning of Gong is consistent with the practice by some Master Daehaeng. The key point of her teachings about spiritual practice, a lot of contents. She said that we are encountering crisis because we don't know the spiritual realm. In order to know the principle, we have to practice, and then we can understand the principle. The essence is to entrust everything you encounter to your fundamental mind and then observe what's happening.
실천 수행 방법이라도 할 수 있겠죠. 즉, 5공의 도를 통해 지구 위기의 근본을 직시하고 해결할 수 있는 생활 속 실천 수행법이
주인공 is like a computer. If you input whatever you have according to your input, you will have the results. This seems similar to the idea that all things are connected as one.
화합과 공존에 대한 바탕이 자리하고 있습니다.
Now, Kyung, the global ethics of Kyung and the teachings by Son Master Daehaeng are pursuing the path of true humanity through the recovery of spiritual realm. Furthermore, their philosophy is based on harmony and coexistence. Kyung tried to overcome the current crisis of the earth with global ethics, but some Master Daehaeng thought that when people become aware of their inner fundamental mind, they can freely apply it in their daily life.
다양한 분야에 적용하기 위하여 Kyung
established Global Ethic Institute, Global Ethic Foundation. Some Master Daehaeng established the Hanmaum Science Institute. Global Ethic Institute, based on the spirit of global ethics, currently conduct research on the confusion of global ethics in its academic field and tries to apply global ethics. Through many lectures and educational programs.
상호작용하는 길을 모색하고 있습니다. 또 흥미롭게도 세계윤리연구소와
And Global Ethic Foundation focuses on society and education. The Global Ethic Institute seeks to interact with the minimum standard of ethical conduct in religion, politics, especially in the economic world. Some Master Daehaeng suggested the science of one mind that combines the material world and spiritual world so that they interact and confusion as one beyond the limits of the existing material science. Hanmaum science can develop new perspectives and methodologies by applying the principles of Hanmaum to the research on each academic field. Now, look at the slide. Most scientists think the material realm is everything as they are doing research. But from now on, we have to do research at a level that combines both spiritual realm and material realm. From scientific perspective, you might wonder how researching through a subjective spiritual practice could be considered scientific. But what I'm saying is that you cannot do fundamental research without knowing your fundamental mind.
그것이 바탕이 되지 않고
Without this foundation, you will not seamlessly combine both the material and spiritual realm in your research.
이렇게 보시면 사실 왜 이 부분이 굉장히 중요하면 특히
In
한마음
particular,
과학을
she
설명할 때
emphasized that it is impossible to conduct fundamental research without knowing the fundamental energy, 주인공.
하는데요. 하지만 아까 교수님들도 말씀하셨다시피 근대 과학에서
As
발전했던
many
과학과 지금이 보여주는 과학은 계속 발전하고
presenters said that now we are facing a new paradigm and new vision.
코끼리를 장님이 만졌을 때 과학자가 단지 내가 봤던 그때의 소스 아니면 내가 알고 있는 지식
We know
안에서만
part of everything, so we cannot say we know everything. So we get to know more, then we will get to know better. When we try to understand more about spiritual realm, and our science will develop broader. That's what Hanmaum Science Institute is trying to achieve. Hansuking and some Master Daehaeng suggested a way of living togetherness through the paradigm shift and suggested to let go of the selfish life. Some Master Daehaeng said that true science is not only trying to seek for material benefits, but for making research that benefits all living beings in the world. This has great implications for us today. As we all know that living togetherness is very important. What we can do for our earth is very important. But we are caught by what we can get from the business.
그래서 모든 생명체에게 이익되는 연구라는 것은 저는 굉장히
So
감명을
we
받았는데요.
need to science to benefit all of us.
인간의 중점을 두게 됩니다. 모든 생명체가 아니라 그거 자체도 나와 너와의
This
분별이고 인간 위주로 가게
current
되면
trend
언젠가
of science is focusing on mankind,
가치를
but
잃어버리지 않을까라고
we need to
생각하고요.
research more than that. We need to develop more than that.
모든 생명체에게 이익되게 하는 정신을 견지한다면
benefiting
우리는
us,
잃어버린
not just
공생의 가치를
human
되찾아
beings
실천할 수
and
있다고 저는
all the
생각합니다.
beings.
이것이 곧 한스퀸과 대행 선사가 강조하였던 참 인간의 길이고
No matter what we do,
더불어
what kind of
더불어
research
같이
we do,
살아가는
if we
것이며,
observe the
왜
world
종교가
carefully and
중요한지,
are
왜
concerned
오늘
with the
이렇게
benefit
다양한
to all living beings, we will be able to
불교교회
recover the
이런
lost
분들이
value of
오셔서
the living
우리가 어떻게
togetherness
살아가야
and put it
되는지에
into
대해서
practice.
알려주시는
This will be the truth of living togetherness as a true human being, as emphasized by Hans Kyung and Son Master Daehaeng. Thank you.
네, 스님 발표 감사합니다. 저는 스님께 목차에서 그 한스킹 신부님하고 대행 큰 스님을 현대 종교 혁신가 이렇게 타이틀을 잡아주셔서 사실 이렇게 굉장히 이렇게 약간 처음에는
Thank you very much for the
그랬는데
presentation. At
발표를
first, we
듣다
were not
보니까
really
정말
accustomed to
그분이
and
진정한
used
종교
to
혁신을
the teachings
이루셨구나
of
하는
the
생각을
Hans
했습니다.
Hwang.
그리고
But while listening to your
동시대에
presentation, I
지형은
realized that there are a lot of
다르고
commonalities
내용은
between the
정신계의
teachings of these
중요성을
two master and the priest.
그거를 실천적으로
And
글로벌 위기 극복을 위해서
also, both of them suggested the great teachings that could benefit human beings at the time of crisis. And also, I was very impressed by your presentation about how the Sun Master Daehaeng put your teachings into practice by establishing the scientific research center. And we would like to entertain one or two questions if time is available. Do you have any questions? Yes, so the Master Hassan.
혜선입니다. 발표 잘
Yes, so I am Master Hassan. I really enjoyed your presentation.
지금 한스킨의
So you talked about the
제시한 이론과
Hanskeen theory and also the Master Daehaeng theory, and also you compared these two. whether it's the responses to the time of crisis, I believe that the Hansking's theory, according to my understanding, is that he strives to apply the global ethics, but I think that there are no clear specific ways on how to put them into practice. Whereas the Sun Master Daehaeng, he believed that the world has to have a spiritual and the materialistic aspects, both of them, and all should be united as the Hanmaum. So in that sense, I think that the two people do have some differences. I believe that the Hansking's theory actually sets the background of the Sun Master Daehaeng's 정관 theory. So at this time of the global crisis, you see, as you could see from the COVID-19 and also the climate change, but what will be the religious responses in order to live a proper life in these precarious times? So regarding the global crisis, I was wondering, like, how other people or the leaders of other religions talked about, and I studied the Hansking when I stayed in Germany for a short period of time. And both of them, yes, they have different arguments and different opinions. And so Hansking has his own thoughts, and he claimed he made the arguments for what he believed. And you can see that Catholics and the Hansking, they established the World Ethics Research Institute, and they thought about how to apply ethics to economy, politics, and many other fields of the society, and how religion can help people. Not in the religious terms, but with the ideals of the religion. How can they put the religious ideals into practice? And they actually provided a lot of lectures in layman's language. So for the same situation, rather at this time of the pandemic crisis, Catholic believes that there should be the global ethics, and that could be a sort of the minimal beacon that we have to follow to cope with the future stresses. Whereas in Korea, the Sun Master Daehaeng, she didn't really make the specific proposal, but while we pass through the materialistic world, we have to be aware of the spiritual world as well. Otherwise, we will be faced by a lot of crisis. And so for this, the 주인공 관법 is critical. And also the 5 common needs have to be understood. So if you understand the principle of these 5 common needs, and if we practice the 관법, then we could understand and have some light, enlightenment on the spiritual world. So we have a lot of great theories, but many of them are not really put into practice. But while listening to the presentation, I was very impressed. And so as a disciple of the Sun Master Daehaeng, I had this question, and thank you very much for your great answer. Let me add some comment on that. So I think the first premise that we have to follow is at this time of global crisis, we have to understand why are we encountering this crisis. And for this, we actually didn't know our heart, our mind. So we have to study our mind. And in order to study the mind, I thought about how I can explain this concept in this international conference, because yes, we have to study mind and we have to do the practice. And we don't really really need this kind of international conference for meditation or for our daily practice. But since we're having this international conference, I thought that I have to make some logical presentation, make my presentation efficient in a pretty short period of time. So.
네, 선생님 발표 감사합니다. 네. 그러면은 저희가 시간이 지금 한 30분 정도 남았는데요. 예, 스님 발표는 토론회 이걸로 마치도록 하고 다음 김재영 교수님.
Now moving on, we are going to invite the Professor Kim Jae-young. We'd like to invite him to the stage. Professor Kim Jae-young, the topic of his presentation is the soundless sound at the beat of Sun Master Daehaeng's heart, rhythms and patterns. I think that the title is kind of poet, and I actually had to take some time to understand the topic.
발표를 해주실 텐데 제가 교수님 소개를 잠깐
I would like to briefly introduce to you Professor Kim. Professor Kim is a professor of religious studies in Seoul University, and he also served as the president for Korean Association for Religious Studies. And currently, he's serving as an editorial board member in international journals Religion and British Journal of Religious Education. And also, when organizing this international conference, he has played a very critical role. So now, Professor Kim, the microphone is yours. Thank you very much for inviting me to this auspicious occasion. I feel very privileged to stand before you. I would like to thank the Master Hasu for giving me this opportunity, as well as the Abbot Hasu and the Hanmaum Science Center, especially the Master Hyo-chan and Vice President Yang. Thank you very much. And also, I'm preparing for my article. The author may not be me, because it was actually co-authored by a lot of people. So I had a lot of conversation and dialogue with a lot of people, and all the insights that I got from such dialogue are reflected in my paper. So in the sense, I believe that the paper is not written solely by myself, rather it was written by many people. I would like to thank everyone who helped me having this kind of insight, discovering that. As a religious study researcher, while listening to Master Haeyu's presentation, I found that her presentation was truly a joy, and I was impressed by her endeavor to explain about the Master Daehaeng's teachings. And also, the Master recently came up with the paper for the doctorate degree, and I believe that it has to be translated into English as early as possible, because time is our enemy, and so we really have to translate that as early as possible. So in that sense, I would like to ask for the special support from the President, so that her presentation or her paper could be soon translated into English. While listening to this presentation, it's actually the 70-page long. And the presentation that I'm going to have is a summarized version. And do you know where I got this inspiration? I actually met the Master Haechan one day, and she gave me the book. And the book was about the Dharma talk that was delivered between July and September of year 2000. And many of you, I think, haven't really had the chances to read these dharmas, but there were really the precious jewels in there. And I was deeply touched by these teachings. So the Master, while working on Dharma, she worked with the medical science department, humanities studies department, and so on. And sometimes she just burst into laughter. And I was wondering what this laughter means. So that was something that I contemplate a lot. And yesterday, Master Chango, so I had a chance to have dialogue with her, and I realized that at the Hanmaum Sun Center, practice is the core value. So understanding should not be pursued just for the sake of understanding. Knowledge should not be pursued just for the sake of knowledge. Rather, knowledge should be led to action. And action is not the end. Action will bring about a lot of questions. Then this will again lead us to deeper understanding. So this kind of closed loop pattern, this is something that the Master Daehaeng talked about. And this is something that she realized from her own experience of meditation in mountains. And also if you look at the dharmas of the Hanmaum Center seminar, it's not just about Buddhist teachings, rather. So it's not just the Dharma teachings delivered to lay people, rather what the Master Daehaeng asked the researchers is to produce all kinds of academic terms that could be properly delivered and understood to intellectuals. But I think that she understood all the gist of the researches. And so whether it's the matter of the formation or action or inquiry, I think for the Master Daehaeng, she knew, and she was really on top of these rams. But what she needed was the language to properly explain her concepts. And I think this is something that the Hanmaum Center is now working on, to develop proper languages to deliver the Master Daehaeng's teachings in an in-depth way. So the title of my presentation is "A Soundly Sound at the Beat of Sun Master Daehaeng's Heart, Rhythms and Patterns." So everyone is familiar with this person, right? If you look at the researches on the Sun Master Daehaeng, so the Master Hasan made a big contribution. While she produced her paper for the doctor's degree, she actually made a new turning point to stimulate researches on the Master Daehaeng. But I always had this inquiry inside myself that not a single paper researched or studied the heart or the mind of the Master Daehaeng. So we talked a lot about the Kwanpab, and we talked a lot about her concepts. However, none of the research papers dared to deal with the mind or heart of the Master Daehaeng. What kind of things happened in her mind, and how she was able to be led to such a strong affirmation. So in that sense, I think that the Daehaeng's teaching, Master Daehaeng's teaching, cannot be properly explained only with the Buddhist jargons. And she doesn't play with words. Rather, her teachings are solely based on her own experience. And so her teachings, or she was not swayed by doctrines. In other words, she wasn't affected by the conceptualist illusions. Rather, whoever she met, or whatever she met, she was fully open, she was wide open, and she continuously talked about her experiences and make judgments and decide. So it was a sort of the continuous process. So while I studied the dharmas of the Hanmaum
center,
이 안에 리듬 같은 게 들려요.
I found that there are some
그
recurrent
리듬이
rhythms
뭐냐면
that are
여기서 이제 보통
presiding
보면은
in all
마음을
these
내신다
different
그러잖아요.
teachings. So we
이
talk
그
about
성도님들이나
Maum
스님들이.
or mind,
그럼 이게 마음을 낸다는 게 이게 뭘까? 이게 저한테는 이제
and
그
we talk about
질문이
opening up
들어오는
of the
겁니다.
mind.
그래서
And I was
그것이
wondering what this really
하나의
means.
지금 질문이 일어나는 게 아닌가.
And I believe that opening up of the mind will bring up the questions.
것에 대한 질문이
So the questions on things that are ambiguous,
열려져 있지 않았던
questions
그
on
질문에
things
내가
that have been closed,
몸을 여는 것,
questions
마음을
on the
여는
things
이런 게 있지
that I was not
않았을까.
interested before. But
그런데
then you
거기에서
open up
끝나는 것이 아니라
your intellectual horizons and your mind to embrace them.
집요할 정도로
And that's not the end.
이해에 들어간
The Master
그
Daehaeng
이해에서만 끝나는
really
것이
delved
아니라 또
into
그거를
the
갖고
topic,
나름대로
and
나름대로의
based on
확증이
her
있으세요.
understanding, she
맞다.
received or she came to a sort
그래가지고
of a
거기서 또 그게
affirmation
끝난 게
phase.
아니라
And again,
그거를
that's not the
끊임없이
end.
실험을 하신 거예요.
Then she experimented continuously in a
그래서
real
저는
world.
가장 큰 혁신이 어디에서
And therefore, I
일어났다고
believe that the biggest innovation happened when she went to Busan.
이미 많은 거를
At the time,
당신께서는 확증을 하고 계셨던
the Master Daehaeng had a affirmative understanding in a lot of things, and then she did the experimentation in Busan, and then she came back and she did the check again, and then in 1972 finally she established the Hanmaum Sun Center. So if you look at the pattern of her life or her, you can see that it started from the questions or inquiry, then she was led to the phase of experience and experimentation, and then the affirmation.
행동으로 그냥 가요. 워낙에 마스터를 잘 하셨으니까요. 이런 부분이 당신에게 좀 있었지 않았나.
So I think that this is sort of the recurring patterns that we could find from the life of the Daehaeng. So in the sense, I think the whole life consists of some sort of kind of musical notation.
그래서 이 초신자들, 저 같은 사람이나
So new believers like me,
어떤 제가자들 같은 경우에는 이 질문에서부터
or
이
for
결정의
devotees,
행동까지 가는데 전부 다 느려요.
you see that it takes pretty
질문도 안
long
나오고
time
그냥
to shift from the questioning phase to deciding. But when it comes to the Master Daehaeng, the speed is just instant. So right after the questioning, I think that she somehow mastered them, and she was right into the deciding phase, the final phase.
것들하고 대화를 하면서 이걸
And I
통해서
think it's because she was constantly in dialogue with everything that surrounds her. So that's why she somehow mastered all this process, and she was really quick to the final phase.
또는 이 소위 나하고 다른 사람을 보면 내가
But for
떨어지는
us,
거니까 분별로
you see
나하고는 다르다.
that we have to have some time to develop question and experience them and understand them.
이런 게 굉장히 천재적인
But the Master Daehaeng was different, that with her special training, in particular in the mountain, I think that she practiced a lot, and therefore for her, this lengthy process is shortened, and her speed of mastering all of these different phases was really fast. So whenever she meets anyone, she was able to embrace them and lead them to have some conversion. And she lead them to the experience of oneness or the Hanmaum. That's why a lot of people burst into tears when they met the Master Daehaeng. Truly, I think that the one encounter with the Master was strong enough to revolutionize the lives of people. And it was because of her constant practice in the mountain. I think that one of the inflection point for her life was when she was 9 years old. So she came to a very important realization at the age of 9. And then after that, she kept experimenting her teachings and theories.
그다음에 이제 그 이분의 그 저거를 이렇게 쭉 보니까 그 안에는
And now here,
큰 마디가 있습니다. 그
if you look at
마디가
her
패턴이 있는데
life,
그 패턴이 세
you can
가지입니다.
see that there are some
하나는
apparent
완전히 기존의
patterns.
궁극적인 것에 대한 어떤 생각
So
자체가
the first pattern
새롭게
is
어떻게
the
변혁이 되는 그런
a
경험을
massive transformation of
그
her
경험을 제가
thought process. And this is what I call religious conversion.
이런 얘기를 하죠. 그래서 9살의 그 경험을
So at the age of
제가
9,
이제
based on our
분석한 건
experience,
여기다가 하질 않았는데 굉장히 중요한 자료입니다. 근데 아직까지도 그
she
부분에
had a very
대해서
important experience.
어느 누구도 좀 정교하게 그 스케치가 안 돼 있어요.
And so far, no one
religious
attempted
conversion에
to
대한 문제.
have in-depth
또 하나는
studies on that. How she experienced this
도덕적인
religious
어떤
conversion.
이 어른은 보니까 제가
And the
보니까
second conversion that she
어릴 때부터
experienced
시선이
was the
굉장히
moral
좋으셨던 분
conversion.
같아요.
I
이
think
대행
that the
선생께서는.
Master
그러다
Daehaeng was
보니까
really
태어나고
kind
그
even in her
연약하고
childhood.
아프고 가난한
And
사람들은
therefore,
그냥 마음이
when she
가시는 것
met
같아요.
the sick
원래 성품상
or the vulnerable,
그런데
she tried to take care of them.
회심이 일어나고 조금 있으면서
But then after
이분이
the moral
실천으로
after the conversion process,
실천으로 가서 산에
she not
이렇게
only thought
만회를
about
하시다가
taking care of these
자꾸
vulnerable,
내려오시잖아요.
she put them into
그
practice.
내려오시는 게
So
이 뭐 가족을 만나는 그런 것도 있지만
after
그걸 뭔가
having some meditation and practice in the
그런
mountain,
실험을 하신
then
게
she went out
아닌가.
to the field
그래서 그것이
to
가장
help
큰
people.
사건이
So I think
부산에서 일어났던
that was
그런
the
사건인 것
experimentation
같습니다.
that she did.
그다음에 또 하나는 이제 지성적인
And then the third pattern that we could see from her
회심인데
life is
지난번에
the
우리
intellectual conversion.
그 대행선 연구원에서 아마 하셨을 때
I
어느
think that the last
스님께서
time when
뒤에서
Daehaeng Research
우리 그
Center
대행선사가 조금 그 이레이셔널하다. 근데 내가 볼
made some
때
presentation, some of the speakers said that
굉장히 이분은
the Master Daehaeng is
교육적인 이런 훈련을
irrational.
안 받으셨지만
So she
굉장히
wasn't
지적인
educated, but I believe she was very intellectual.
엄청나게 지적인
She
사람,
was very
인텔렉츄얼한
intelligent.
분이에요. 그러니까 뭐냐면 기존에 갖고 있었던 패러다임 자체를
So she
완전히
wasn't bound
리노베이션
by conventional paradigm.
그런 어떤
In that
그런
sense, she was a
분이었다.
sort of the
그래서 이 세
reformist.
가지 패턴이
So with these three conversions,
대행선사의 이 리듬 안에 굉장히
I think these
들어가 있는
three
게
conversions are reflected in the sort of the rhythms of her life.
그래서 제가 이미지로
So in the sense,
말씀드리면
I actually want to compare the Master Daehaeng to Martin Luther.
불교의 마틴 루터가
So she might have been the Martin Luther of the Korean Buddhism.
푸르른 그 엄청난 분위기 속에서 마틴 루터가 혼자
the
성당에서
Martin Luther.
나 혼자 여기 서 있다.
He declared, "Here I stand in the Catholic Church."
또는 불교라고
He wasn't afraid of a
소위 컨셉추얼리즘의
conceptualism, the huge influence and atmosphere of the conceptualism and the religion. And I think it was truly a daunting task for him to stand against the Catholics church at the time. So in the sense, I think the Master Daehaeng is very much alike with the Martin Luther.
이 세상에 있는 모든 존재들,
Her teaching embraced not just the human beings, rather it's a teaching for every object and every organism on the earth. And in that sense, I think her teaching is like a musical note for everyone and everything. Her teaching is like a new wine. It's not the old wine. An old wine has to be put aside for a new wine. And in the sense, I believe that the Hanmaum Center will continue to inherit the innovating spirit of the Master Daehaeng.
그래서 정말 이렇게 언어적인 이 말의 어떤
So we shouldn't just play with rhetorics or the concepts. Rather, we have to be led to have an in-depth understanding about the cosmic rhythm of the Master Daehaeng. And now is the high time for us to lend a serious ear to the Master Daehaeng's teachings. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
네, 교수님
Thank you,
발표 잘
Professor,
들었습니다.
for your
사실
great
교수님
presentation.
논문을 여러 차례 읽었는데
I read your paper several times, but I couldn't really
제가 잘 이해를
understand.
못하겠더라고요.
It was so
오늘 설명을
difficult.
이렇게 듣다
But then
보니까
while
갖고
listening to
계신
your
문제의식
presentation,
이런 것들을
I was
좀더
able to
확실하게 알 수
have
있는
a more
그런
clear
기회가 된것
understanding
같습니다.
on
그러면서 저는 이제
what you
그
point out
교수님이 갖고 처음에
and
출발하신 그
also the
문제의식이
quick
굉장히
questions
저한테
that you
신선하게
raised.
다가왔습니다. 그러니까 스님의 가르침을
So you
종합적으로
said that
이해하기
we have to
위해서
have a
기존의 방식 갖고는
comprehensive understanding about the Master
이 마음
Daehaeng's
개념의 어떤 반복적인
teachings, and
믿음
for this
패턴
we really
저희는
have to
저는
have
사실
some
생각을
new
못했었거든요.
approaches.
근데 그런
And
부분에
conventional approach is not
그런
sufficient
부분을
enough.
찾아서
And
그
you
스님의
said that we
가르침을
have to study
이해하고자
her
하는
mind
그리고 그것들을 또 이렇게
and try to
펼치시려고
have some
하는
attempts
그런
to
부분이 저한테
understand
굉장히
what was going on in her mind,
신선하고 충격적이었다는 말씀을 드리고요. 사실은 아까 그
which I
한마음
found very
과학원
impressive.
법문을 보셨다고
And
하셨는데 제가 그
also,
과학원 법문
you
계속
said that you
참석을
saw
하면서
the
아마
Dharma
거기에서
talks
엄청나게
of the
혼나고 있는
Hanmaum
사람이 한 명
Science
있는데 그게
Center,
접니다. 그래서
and you saw
어제
that
안 그래도
video.
처음 뵙는
And in
분이 제
fact, in
이름을
that
딱 보더니
video,
거기서
there is a
엄청나게
person who
혼나서
was
울고
really
있던
scolded by the Master Daehaeng, and that was actually
과학원
me.
회원이 아직도 나오고 있냐고 그렇게 얘기를 하고 있더라고요. 그런데 열심히는 하지 않고 하여튼 그 과학원 법문 말씀해 주셔서 그 다시 한번 또 제 그 자세를 다시 한번 좀
Anyway, I
다잡아봐야
was
되겠다는
involved
그런
in
마음이 드는 그런 기회였습니다.
making
그러면
that
저희가 그 질문을 받을 수 있는
Dharma.
시간이 한 10분 정도 있는데요.
Now we have 10 minutes for Q&A.
하실 분
Do you have any questions?
예, 박종래 교수님.
Professor Park?
우선 대행 스님의 그 가르침의
So as for the teachings of the Master Daehaeng, I think that you gave us a very fresh perspective on how to deal with them and how to study them. And even the members of the Hanmaum Science Center couldn't really notice that. So thank you very much for bringing up the special and fresh perspectives.
읽으셨던 그 본문을 대행 선사께서 해주실 때
And
해주셨는데 그 현장에
so the Master Daehaeng talked about her Dharma 7 times, and I was in the audience when she talked about that.
먼 세월이 흐른 오늘에 와서
And then since that, a lot of time has passed,
그동안 보지 못했느냐.
and now today the Professor Kim said that no one dared to study the mind of the Master Daehaeng, and it gave me a sort of the shock, and I was truly awakened. And so regarding your presentation, I don't have a question, but I would like to make some comment. Which is? So the Master Daehaeng, she made a lot of accomplishments, and from the religious professional perspective, or from the monk's perspective, I think that she somehow transcends the world in a way that we couldn't really understand. So everything that she did was revolutionary. You know, in this conventional religious community where the gender discrimination was so severe, she didn't care about the female's position, and she ardently spread her teaching. And I believe that what enabled her to have such reformist approaches is something that was going on in her mind, inside her. And in the sense, all the innovation and activities that the Master Daehaeng showed to us, and all the innovations that she carried out, I think that was possible because Buddhism is the truth, because Buddha is the source of life,
And so it's not swayed by a single doctrine or the transient trend.
바로 그 인식 때문에
And because of this understanding and realization,
가르침 중에
the Master Daehaeng,
정신계가 두란하게 돌아가는
you see that she said that the material world and the psychological world come together and they go in tandem. And so in order to teach about the linkage between these two words, she talked about the 주인공. And I think that her philosophy and her 주인공 theory is actually what drives all the reform and innovation that she did forward. And so I believe that the Hanmaum Center should delve into the legacy of her teachings and study in a deeper way.
지금 박 교수님께서
I would like to respond to Professor Park's comment.
이제 그 한마음 과학원에서 이제
So at the Hanmaum Science Center, since I'm a sort of the outsider, I'm not the member of the Science Center, so in this sense, I would like to make this comment that if you look at the experiences that the Master Daehaeng went through, or the so-called like word of mastery that she had, I think these realms,
비즈니스 리뷰라든가 또 아니면 political science라든가
you see,
이런 쪽에도 얼마든지 제가 볼 때는
are something
드러내 놓을 수 있는
that can be covered by business review and political science as well.
랭귀지를 그냥 그대로 사용을 하면 못
So they are good enough to be dealt and explored as a part of the political science or the economics studies. But we have to use different terms and languages. That's why I think that the Master Daehaeng asked the researchers to produce the language to properly convey the meaning of her teachings. So while she delivered the Dharma to her disciples, she was very candid and frank, and she admitted that because I don't know the terms to explain what I think properly, so you have to develop the languages and the terms for me. That was her candid and frank request to her disciples. So this indicates that she has it was a sort of a very strong wish to her disciples. So while listening to her Dharma, I was very impressed how humble she was. And that's why I think that a lot of people who met the Master Daehaeng or who knew Master Daehaeng were touched and moved by her teaching. So I think the Hanmaum Science Center, one of the priority areas that it should focus on is to develop proper language to convey the teachings of the Master Daehaeng. So regarding that, I would like to share with you my personal experience. I think that this will help you. So it was 25 years ago when I received the teachings from the Master Daehaeng. And it was about the science, and it took me 25 years to understand fully what it really meant, although I was a scientist in material science. So I completely agree with why we have to develop the proper languages to convey the teachings of the Master Daehaeng. But I think that the language, it would take a lot of time to develop the proper language.
더 질문하실 분 안 계신가요?
Any other questions or comments?
질문 두 분 받겠습니다.
We have two people.
짧게 해주시고 스님 또 질문.
제가 그럼 먼저 해도 될까요? 예. 스님께서.
So can I go first or the master? Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Your presentation gave me a very deep resonance in my heart. And one thing that was very impressive about your presentation is that the research is on 주인공 관법. And you said that I was very saddened to hear that there were no researches on the mind of the Master Daehaeng. But when you said that there were no researches on the mind of Master Daehaeng, what do you really mean that? Can you please elaborate on that?
감사합니다. 대행 선사는 제가 이제
So the Master Daehaeng, even from my early childhood,
경험을 하는 그 펼쳐진 세계들이 있지 않습니까? 산이라든가 사람이라든가 이걸 볼 때 굉장히 이게 이 안에는 편견이라든가 이런 게
I think that the Master Daehaeng had no prejudice, even from her early childhood. So she was fully open, wide open to all kinds of experiences and the worlds that she faced. Usually, human beings, we have prejudice and fixated mindsets. So for example, like we just make judgments that things are dirty, things are bad, or these are good or bad. But I think that the Daehaeng didn't really have this kind of prejudice.
그 대행 선사 안뿐만이 아니라 아주 먼 이 지구 끝.
And not just about her inner being, even for the outmost world, I think she was fully open. And that openness could not be possible without the real freedom. So I think that she really had a real freedom. That's why she was that open to everything or every world that she faced. That's why I think that she had a very diverse experience. Thank you very much. It really gave me an inspiration. Thank you. Thank you.
그때 저희 지도법사
The master.
네. 한마음 과학원에서 제가 처음에 막 혼나고 그럴 때 스님께서 법사 스님으로 해주셨고요. 예, 그러면 저희가 시간이
Now, because of the time constraint,
하지만 저희가 그냥 할까요? 지나갈까요?
Shall we continue or?
네. 저희가 20분 쉬고
Okay, so we will have 20-minute break, and after that we are going to have general discussion session.
전체 종합 토론에서는 오늘 아마
So we will
세션에서
have the break
발표했던
until
모든 분들이 다 같이
4:20.
참여하시고
And then we will have general discussion session. So all the presenters today, including the Professor Oliver Jolina, who was joining us online, he will also join the general discussion session virtually. So I'd like to once again thank you all for your time and attention. And the next session will be moderated by Professor Glen Choi. And with that, thank you very much.
스님께서는 늘 그런 그 물질로 하는 보시보다는 어느 스님 말씀처럼 이렇게 지게로 나무짐 해주는 것보다 마음 보시가 더 중요하다고 늘 말씀하시는데 마음 보시도 물론 해야 되지만 우리가 이 지금 경제적으로 어려운 분들도 많고 한데 경제적 어려움을 벗어나고 또 우리가 마음이 밝아지기 위해서도 각자가 할 수 있는 대로는 물질 보시도 좀 많이 해야 되지 않겠는가 라고 저는 그런 생각이 들어서 제가 이게 바르게 생각한 건지 스님의 높은 가르침 주시기 바랍니다.
아까도 얘기했지만 그렇습니다. 한 바가지 주면은 한 바가지가 이자가 늘어서 세 바가지가 올 거고 한 바가지를 훔쳐갔으면 세 바가지가 손해를 보는 거죠. 그러니까 그게 천연적으로 그렇게 돼 있어요. 한 바가지를 주면은 세 바가지가 오지만 예를 들어서 얘기입니다. 한 바가지를 훔쳐갔다면 세 바가지가 오히려 손해가 난다. 이런 뜻이에요. 그래서 그런 마음은 절대로 없어야 한다. 그런데 없으면 채워주고 없으면 채워주고 할 수 있는 자기 그 보배가 모두들 여러분들한테 있습니다. 있는 거를 해서 자기가 가질 생각은 자기가 있는 데서 자기 거 먹을 생각은 안 하고 딴 거를 물질로서 훔치려고 한다면 그건 손해가 이만저만이 아닙니다. 정말입니다. 남을 그 아상이나 인상이나 뭐 수자상 이런 게 상이 많아서 남을 없은 얘기고 그렇게 하면 자기가 없음을 받죠 또. 그러니까 여러 가지로 또 그래요. 그래서 어떤 때 저는 시장에 그전에는 가끔 나갔습니다. 지금은 시장에 나가지도 않습니다. 뭐 나가지 않으려고 해서 나가지 않는 게 아니라 식구들도 많고 그러니까 안 나가게 되고 또 그런데 또 때에 따라서는 나의 할 일도 또 많고 그러니까는 그건 나가서 보나 앉아서 보나 돌아봐서 나 뭐 그냥 댕기기가 그렇게 뭐 너무 예전에 댕겨서 그런지 그렇게 저게 해요. 그런데 말입니다. 시장에 예전에 갈 때 보면은 어린애 넣고 요만큼 야채를 넣고 시들시들하게 말라서 그냥 이렇게 놓고 파는 거. 그거는 깎지도 않고 그냥 삽니다. 그래 스님은 왜 시들시들한 걸로만 찾아다니면 사느냐고 야단입니다 또. 다 못 먹을 걸 왜 사느냐는 거죠. 깎지도 않고. 왜 이래 더 주면 더 줬지 그걸 왜 깎습니까 글쎄. 그리고 내가 미쳤다고 내 돈이라고 내 돈입니까 그게? 미쳤다고 그런 짓을 해요? 인심이나 쓰지. 내 돈도 아닌데. 아, 그러면 이게 여러분들도 다 자기 돈이 아닙니다. 그거 아셔야 돼요. 그러니까 자기 재산도 아니고요. 갈 때 가져갈 거라면 자기 재산이지만 갈 때 가져가지 못할 거라면 다 자기 거 아니에요. 안 그래요, 여러분? 그러니까 그것뿐만 아니라 말입니다. 이제 다리가 없고 그런 사람이 가죽을 깔고 이렇게 댕기면서 뭘 팔죠. 그러면 우리가 뭐 떼수건이 없습니까? 뭐 얘네들이 뭐 척척 사다 주죠. 떼수건 하나 사고선 그냥 누가 볼까봐 미안해할까봐 몇만 원이라도 이렇게 똘똘 뭉쳐서 거기다 1,000원짜리로 싸서 이렇게까지 해서는 주고 오죠. 그리고 또 그릇 가지고 돈 얻는 사람. 이건 남이 볼 때는 저 중은 얼마나 희또워서 저렇게 남의 돈 세주돈 받아가지고 저렇게 쓰나 이렇게 생각할까봐 몰래 그걸 주고 오느라고 애를 씁니다 또. 이런 때가 한두 번이 아니었어요. 그렇지만 그것이 내가 잘나서 그런 것도 아니고 또 남한테 잘났다는 소리 들을까 봐 그러는 것도 아닙니다. 단지 내가 당장 봤을 때 불쌍하니까 바로 옛날의 내 모습이니까 내가 나한테 주는 겁니다. 그러니까 모든 게 그렇게 나와 같이만 생각하라. 그러면은 얕잡아 볼 것도 없고 아무리 미련하지 않아 천에 없다 하더라도 아이 전자에 똥 내 모습하고 똑같구나 너도. 그러면 웃음이 나고 그러면은 그쪽에도 그렇게 또 낭중에는 나와 같이 돌아가고 이렇게 되는 거지. 그걸 그냥 일일이 그냥 그렇게 해서 마음을 상하게 섭섭하게 하고 그러면 그게 도리가 안 되죠. 이 부처님 공부하는 분들이라면 더더욱 그렇죠. 그러니까 여러분들이 그렇게 주면 반드시 몇 곱쟁이 불어서 온다. 만약에 공을 저 벽에다 쳤다 이겁니다. 쳤는데 공이 튀어오더라 이거야. 거기에 그냥 베끼지 않고 반드시 그 공과 같은 겁니다. 치면 공은 다시 날라온다 이겁니다. 그러니까 뭐 치고자 하시고 할 게 있어야지 없는데 줄 게 어딨어 이러지만은 마음이 넉넉하면 저절로 그렇게 주게 생깁니다. 돈이 없어서 천도를 시키고 싶은데 부모네들 천도를 하고 싶은데 못 한다는 분들이 있다면 이렇게 말하죠. 내가 돈이 생기면 꼭 천도를 하겠다. 부모님들 내 천도를 꼭 해드리겠다. 이런 마음을 먹고 있으면 다 하게끔 생긴다고 그랬어요. 그랬더니 그 한 달인가 한 달 반인가 있다가 아유 스님 생각지도 않았는데 돈이 생겼습니다 이래요. 그래서 지내겠다고 왔어요. 그러니 얼마나 좋습니까? 지잘 지내고도 또 두 번 지낼 것만큼은 남았으니 그건 지금 애들 뭐를 내준다나 뭘 그래 그거 참 잘했다 그랬죠. 그러니까 그것이 아주 받을 수가 없는 그런 돈인데 받는 사람도 있고 어떤 사람은 그냥 그 자기한테 옛날에 아버지가 잘해줘서 참 은인이었다고 그러고 갖다가 어렵다고 갖다 주는 사람도 있고 별 사람 다 있어요. 그러니까 그것이 내가 가는 게 있어야지 오는 게 있지 가는 게 없는데 어떻게 오는 게 있겠습니까? 그래서 죽어서 어떤 사람이 들어가 보니까 자기 곳간에는 하나도 없고 집단 하나밖에 없더랍니다. 그게 아마 여러분들도 다 많이 듣던 소리 같습니다. 그래서 언내날 때 집단 하나 준 거밖에는 없었답니다. 그러니까 그렇게 이 세상에 다시 나올 때 거지가 돼서 나오는 거죠. 이제 거지로 살아야죠. 그러니까 그것이 다 중대 어디로 딴 데로 가는 게 아닙니다. 자기가 이 세상에 나올 때 통장을 해서 잘 살게끔 통장을 해서 가져 나올 수 있고 또 당대에 자식들 당대에 잘 살 수가 있고 그거는 뭐 드레가 없습니다. 그러니까 여러분들도 우리가 그렇게 조그만 거 가지고 아등바등 하지 마시고요. 우리가 여러분들이 사시면서 이 공부를 하시게 되면 항상 여러분들이 그 영혼의 근본은 항상 살아 있습니다. 그렇기 때문에 이웃간이든지 남들을 다 도와줄 수 있는 그런 자손을 9대 주든지 뭐 10대 주든지 전부 도와줄 수 있는 그런 계기가 있고 능력이 있는 겁니다. 그러니까 그런 것은 말로 형용할 수 없는 겁니다. 다 자식들 뿐만 아니라 다 건질 수 있는 그런 능력이 생긴다는 얘기죠. 그러니까 죽어도 살아있는 거나 같습니다. 그러니까 어려운 것에 너무 찌들지 마시고 평탄하게 항상 사시는 여유 있게 다 맡기시면 여유가 있어집니다. 거기다 아무리 맡겨도 두드러지지 않습니다. 항상 체가 없는 영이기 때문에 두드러지지 않고 꺼내서 만날 써도 줄지도 않는 겁니다. 샘물 나오듯이.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Glen Choi, and I am the moderator for the wrap-up discussion for Session 2 and Session 3. I'd like to first thank all of the 9 presenters today for their wonderful talks. From Professor Chae-Young Kim's poetic call for us to pay closer attention to the beat of Sun Master Daehaeng's heart, to Dr. Manfred Huta's enlightening discussion about what worked and what didn't work in homes and religious institutions around the world during the pandemic, as well as their socioeconomic implications, to finally Mr. Gustavo Adrián del Vento's comprehensive, qualitative, and quantitative studies on the situation of the pandemic in Argentina. Thank you again, and I'd like to ask everyone to join me in thanking them all with a round of applause.
뜨거운 박수로 다시 한번 환영을 해주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다.
So I'm sure a few more questions would have been asked during the presentations if there were more time.
시간이
There was more time.
허락됐다면은 그 질문을 질의응답 시간이 있었을 텐데 못한 관계로 지금 이어가겠습니다. 근데 안 기다려줘가지고. 아 그래? 알았어.
Well, this is your opportunity now to ask to any one of the presenters any questions that you weren't able to ask during the presentations themselves.
자, 아까 연설 기간 동안에 질의응답을 기회를 가지고 싶었는데 못하셨던 시간 관계상 못하셨던 분들은 지금이 그렇게 하실 기회입니다.
So, who would like to start? Maybe we can open it up to the floor and start with any question that anyone might have.
자, 여기 방청석으로 돌려서 누구든지 질문이 있으신 분은 질문 시작하시도록 저희가 기회를 드리겠습니다. 질문 있으신 분 계신가요?
Any questions?
어떠한
저기
질문이라도?
있습니다.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon.
저는 글렌 최 교수님께 질문을 좀 드리고 싶습니다.
I have some questions for Professor Glen Choi.
Yes.
예. 과건 교육학팀에서 스님의 법문으로 교육학 정립을 위해서 연구를 하고 있는 연구원입니다.
I'm a researching member, serving as a member of Hanmaum Science Center, Science Institute, in the field of education department, researching in the teachings of Sun Master Daehaeng.
네, 아까 교수님 발표에서 캐나다 대학생들을 대상으로 큰 스님의 관법을 가르치는 세션과 그리고 강의를 준비하고 계신다는 말씀을 듣고 굉장히 반갑기도 하고 그리고 그간에 얼마나 애를 쓰셨을까 그런 생각이 들어서 몹시 감사하다는 말씀을 먼저 드리고요.
First of all, I would like to deeply thank you for your endeavors that you have been making, trying to convey the teachings and wisdom of Sun Master Daehaeng from the presentation that I heard this morning session in teaching the method of Kwan practice of Sun Master Daehaeng to Canadian students. So I was very impressed to hear your efforts in that regard.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
네, 저희도 이제 교육학을 정립하려는 목적 자체가 이 그 관법의 일반화를 위한 것인데요. 사실 이건 포교의 측면이라기보다는 마음의 뿌리를 찾아가는 그 원리에 대한 것은 종교인이든 종교인이 아니든 누구에게나 공통되는 부분이라는 생각에서 출발을 합니다. 그런 측면에서 질문을 한 가지 드리고 싶습니다.
Before I start with my question, I am engaged in establishing the education. That is the purpose of our my Department of Education. And it is to the main purpose is to generalize Sun Master Daehaeng's methodology of Kwan practice. It is more towards practicing the principle of finding the root of fundamental mind as opposed to propagating or spreading the religion itself. So I think there's a commonality in that regard. I think this is a common factor in all religions, and it goes beyond religion. And on that basis, I would like to ask you a question, and here it goes.
네, 아까 말씀에서 인상 깊었던 문장이 있었는데요. 캐나다인들이 영적 추구는 하고 싶어 하지만 종교에는 구애받고 싶어 하지 않는다. 굉장히 공감도 되면서 인상 깊게 남았습니다.
There was one sentence I was very much impressed with and I could relate to, which was SBNR, spiritual but not religious, which is a growing tendency, according to your presentation, amongst Canadian people. So that was very impressive.
네, 그 점에서 글렌 최 교수님의 입장을 한번 듣고 싶은 부분이 관법을 영적인 측면과 종교적인 측면을 연결해서 교수님은 어떤 입장을 가지고 계시는 걸까? 그게 아까 몹시 궁금했습니다.
I was very personally curious as to Professor Glen Choi's personal position as to what it is that your position is between a spiritual aspect and versus a religious aspect in terms of some Master Daehaeng's method of Kwan practice. I'm curious as to what your position is.
That's a good question.
좋은 질문입니다.
I think, well, in the context of the course I'm teaching, the Kwanpop or the Kwan method will be introduced as a religious method.
자, 제 생각으로는 제가 가르치는 과목의 그 맥락에서 보면은 관법은 종교적인 걸로 소개가 됩니다.
But like faculty in the Toronto Center for Applied Buddhism's past courses, there's a tendency among faculty to emphasize that Buddhism and its practices are not confined to the sphere of religion. We can say it is spiritual. It does not have a label. It can be a practice that is performed by anyone, regardless of the religious background.
자, 그러나 그 TCAB 토론토의 응용불교학센터에서는 과거에 가르쳤던 그 과목들의 경향을 토대로 해서 봤었을 적에 불교적 그리고 종교적인 거에 얽매이지 않는 그렇게 제한을 두지 않은 경향이 있었습니다. 그러니까 영적이긴 하지만 여기에 라벨은 없다. 어떤 이름이 붙여지지는 않는 것이기 때문에 종교인이 아닌 그 어떤 누구도 그러한 수행법을 배울 수 있는 경향을 가지고 있었다라고 제가 말씀드릴 수가 있습니다.
I think you asked specifically about the maybe I'm assuming too much, but I think you're asking about the concept of the Buddha nature or 주인공 in the Kwan method. Now, of course, if I use terms like 주인공 or Buddha nature or even true nature, I think we're wading into religious territory. And to avoid that, as I mentioned very briefly at the end of my talk, other terms, other more neutral, agnostic terms may be used in lieu of these religious terms. That is something I have not yet decided on. That is, I have not yet decided on what kinds of terms I will use in lieu of the traditional terms that are used by Master Daehaeng. Because
sorry. You forgot about me. 제가 이게 구체적인 질문을 하신 것 같아서 제가 답변을 드리자면은 제가 너무 단정적인 답변을 드리는 건지는 모르지만 제가 이해하기로 지금 질문자의 질문은 불성, 주인공, 물론 대행 선사님의 그 관법에 안에 그 내포되는 불성 주인공에 관련된 질문인 것 같은데 그 주인공 불성, 심지어 자기 본성, 본래 성품 이러한 용어를 쓰게 되면은 종교적인 영역으로 돌아가기 때문에 이것을 탈피하고 제가 그 아까 강연했던 끝부분에 언급한 것과 같이 그 중립적으로 그 무신론 또는 불가지론자들이 있지 않습니까? 젊은 세대들도 있고 그래서 그 종교적인 그 언어를 쓰지 않고 그런 중립적인 단어를 쓰면은 더 수용적이지 않을까라는 생각을 한다는 게 아까 제가 강의 끝부분에 했던 거고 제가 근데 그러한 단어들 중에 대체 용어를 어떤 걸 쓸지는 알지 미정입니다. 결정을 한 바가 아직 없다라는 말씀을 드렸었습니다.
So thank you. So what I was going to ask of the audience at the end of my presentation was the important question of what words, for example, is intrinsic goodness, the words that John Kabat-Zinn uses in his MBSR programs, are these words actually applicable? Are they actually appropriate? And more importantly, are they accurate of what Master Daehaeng is trying to say? That is something I'll have to wrestle with, and I'll have to engage in conversation with other individuals, specifically individuals at Hanmaum 과학.
제가 이렇게 청중한테 아까 아까 강연하면서 끝부분에 굉장히 중요한 어떤 의문을 던졌었는데 그러니까 그게 뭐냐면 예를 들어서 그 단어 대신 어떤 단어를 쓰는 게 적합할지 내재된 아까 그 존 카bat-Zinn이 MBSR Mindfulness Based Stress Reduction이라고 아까 마음 챙김을 통한 스트레스 완화를 창시하신 존 카bat-Zinn께서 말씀하신 인간에게 내재한 선, 전체성, 순수성 이런 것을 그 대행 선사께서 하신 관법을 설명하는 데 있어서 어떤 단어를 표현을 써야지 더 적절하고 적합한가라는 것을 제가 아직도 지금 마음에 그 레슬링을 싸움을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 다른 사람의 의견을 들어서 그것을 접목시킬 계획입니다. 특히 한마음 과학원에 계시는 분들과 말이죠.
And I think the context is very important. Again, I was going to mention at the end of my talk that perhaps building like a food bank, building a word bank of possible substitute or possible terms to replace the traditional terms of like 주인공, and in what context. This is very important in my opinion. In what context can they be replaced?
그런데 용어를 이제 교체하고 대체하는 건 좋은데요. 그 음식 뭐 푸드뱅크라 그러는데 그 많은 음식의 향연처럼 어떠한 어떤 단어들의 종합체를 어떤 거를 썼을까? 제가 끝에 가서 다시 언급하고 이제 문의를 하려고 그랬는데 그 전통적인 주인공 이런 것을 교체하는 게 어떤 게 있을까 하는데 맥락이 중요합니다. 어떠한 맥락을 가지고 이런 교체 언어를 사용할지가 중요하겠습니다.
Does that answer your question?
혹시 제가 말씀드린 게 답변이 되었나요?
네, 잘 이해했습니다. 감사합니다.
Yes, it helped my understanding of what you're trying to say. Thank you very much.
네, 마이크를 잠시 넘기겠습니다.
I will hand over my microphone to the next questioner.
Pardon me, sorry.
잠깐만요. 잠시.
Before we let the next person ask a question, I'd like to acknowledge Professor Dr. Oliver Zollner is with us on screen.
자, 다음 질문자로 넘어가기 전에 우리가 지금 닥터 올리버 졸너가 스크린에 오셨습니다. 환영하겠습니다.
Yes, sorry, you had a
예,
question.
자, 죄송합니다. 질문하세요.
Well, I'd like to thank all the presenters today, and it was a really interesting day we spent together, and you all addressed the global crisis we are in and we are facing, and you presented different solutions how to overcome this crisis. And I would like to ask Mr. Zöllner, you said at the end we need a value-based ethical framework, a new value-based ethical framework. And maybe this is also a question for all the other presenters, but what are the main aspects of these new value ethical-based framework, and where is this ethical framework rooted? In the society, in ourselves, or what are your ideas about that?
자, 지금 우선 모든 훌륭한 연설자분들의 그 강연에 깊은 감사를 드리고 싶습니다. 모두들 다 흥미롭고 귀중한 연설을 해주셨고, 이게 전 우주의 그 위기를 우리가 어떻게 극복해 나가고 헤쳐나가야 되느냐에 다른 측면의 해결책을 제시해 주셔서 많은 도움이 됐습니다. 그 젤너 박사님의 New Ethical Framework, 그러니까 새로운 윤리의 틀, 윤리 체계를 말씀하신 거에 대해서 질문하고 싶은데요. 어떤 것이, 그리고 그러한 윤리의 뿌리는 어디서 나오는 거예요? 우리 사회가 되겠습니까? 우리 자신이 되겠습니까? 어디에서 그 뿌리를 찾을 수 있는 건지 여쭙고 싶습니다.
Good afternoon from Germany. Thank you for this question, which is really difficult to answer. You've mentioned the crisis situation that we all live in, globally speaking. And I think much of this crisis is, of course, based on the old problems of dictatorship and hunger and climate change. And many of the problems that stem from this, or our attempt to tackle these problems, stem from an inherent, I would say, nihilism.
Professor Zollner, may I interrupt? Since we have an interpreter, if you can keep them short, and then we'll interpret each time you say something. Yep.
Thank you, Professor Choi. 자, 독일에서 여러분께 그 인사를 먼저 여쭙겠고요. 지금 하신 질문은 굉장히 어떻게 보면은 답변하기에 어려운 차원의 질문인 것 같습니다. 그 전 우주가 지금 모든 사람이 위기를 직면하고 있는데요. 옛날에 뭐 독재주의와 그러한 기아도 있고 지금 뭐 기후 변화도 있고 이런 것에 있고 또 내면적인 허무주의에 빠지기 쉬운 이런 위기가 전반적인 위기가 있다라고 할 수 있습니다.
It seems to be in the human nature to always live in a state of denial. So that is at the core of nihilism. We try to avoid these issues. We try not to see them. And this is also a problem with our handling of truth.
자, 인간의 본성은 항상 무엇을 부인하려고 합니다. 힘든 것이 오면은. 그래서 이것을 항상 힘든 국면에 처했을 때 이것을 부인하고자 하는 것은 그거 핵심에 허무주의가 있습니다. 그래서 진실을 회피하고 우리가 직면한 그 안에 핵심의 뿌리가 뭔지를 우리가 보려 하지 않는 것, 즉 진실을 다루기를 회피하는 것에 있다라고 볼 수 있겠습니다.
So both on individual level and on a societal level, we must try to learn to come to terms with the truth and face the truth and not deny it, not shoo it away in a certain way. So I think that is one thing that must be taught and must be further strengthened in our educational systems throughout the world. Accepting the truth, trying to find out the truth and value the truth. Because this world is full of propaganda and lies.
자, 개인 차원에서도 그렇고 사회 차원에서도 그렇고 마찬가지로 다루어져야 됩니다. 진실을 직면해야지 그것을 미루고 부인해서는 안 된다라는 게 그 뿌리가 있겠고요. 이것은 반드시 강화돼야 되고 개인 차원에서나 사회 차원에서 강력하게 강화되어야 될 뿐 아니라 전 세계에서 교육 체계에 이것을 통합시켜서 이것을 가르쳐야 됩니다. 즉 진실을 수용하고 진실을 찾고 찾은 진실을 소중하게 가치로 여기는 것이 중요합니다. 왜냐하면 모든 지금 만연하는 것은 거짓 선전 프로파간다와 거짓들이 만연하기 때문에 그렇습니다.
So facing the truth is always the first step to acknowledging, well, the self, things you have been talking about in this conference.
자,
But I know how difficult it is to face or to identify the truth, or truths in the plural.
자, 그래서 다시 말씀드리자면은 진실을 직면하는 것이 지금 이 학술 대회에서 그 계속 언급되고 있는 진실을 찾아 나가고 난관을 극복하는데 제 첫 단계라고 생각합니다. 이것을 직면하고 진실을 직면하고 또한 식별해 내는 것입니다. 즉 파헤치는 거 알아보고 직면하는 것이 되겠습니다.
Thank you so much.
So hopefully
감사합니다.
Yes,
I
thank you.
answered part of your
지금 다
question.
답변이 됐기를 희망합니다. 네, 됐습니다라고 대답하셨어요.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zollner. Is that everything? Did you want to add anything?
조나 박사님 감사합니다. 뭐
Not for the
추가시킬 거
minute, no.
있습니까?
Okay.
지금 더 붙일 거 없습니다.
I think we have another question.
질문자가 하나 더 있는 것 같아요.
제가 좀 질문 드려도 되겠습니까?
May I ask you a question, Doctor?
사실은 저도 이제 그 올리버 젤러너 박사님께 질문을 드리려고 했는데 먼저 질문하셔서 이게 질문이 한 분에게 좀 집중이 되는 것 같은 느낌이 들긴 하는데 제 질문은
I wanted to ask Dr. Oliver Zuna questions, but my previous questioner asked this question to this professor. I hope it's not too overlapping.
예, 그런데 이제 우리 로비드 수사님하고도 좀 관련이 되는 질문이라서 제가 이제 여쭤보고 싶은 말씀을 좀 드리겠고요.
This question also applies and could be sought answer from Brother Robidu. So I will ask my question now.
제 소개를 간단히 드리면 저는 이제 독일 마인츠 대학교에서 교육 철학으로 학위를 했고요. 물론 칸트도 조금 공부를 했습니다.
To introduce simply about myself, I obtained my PhD degree in education philosophy from Mainz University in Germany, and during the course, I also studied philosophy of Kant as well.
그래서 당연히 이제 윤리학에 관심이 있어서 우리 교수님 발표를 미리 이제 기대를 하고 오늘 흥미롭게 잘 들었고요. 그래서 많은 거를 배웠고 감사드립니다.
So obviously, because of that, I had a great interest in ethics studies. So I was anticipating with much expectation for the presentation to be given by you, Doctor, and I learned tremendously. So thank you very much for your presentation.
그리고 이제 윤리에 대해서 말씀을 하셨는데 윤리라고 하는 것은 당연히 문화적인 현상이라고 생각을 하고
You talked about ethics, and I think ethics is a cultural phenomena.
그래서 문화권이 달라지면 이제 윤리가 좀 달라지는 것을 우리가 이제 볼 수가 있죠.
So we can view that ethics vary depending on the cultural change.
그런데 이제 오늘날은 이게 문화 경계가 무너지면서 문화가 좀 섞이는 다문화 사회, 다원주의 사회가 되고 있고 더군다나 교수님께서 오늘 중점적으로 주제하셨다시피 이제 디지털 문명 시대가 되면서 문화 환경을 크게 바꾸고 있기 때문에 윤리도 당연히 바뀌지 않을 수 없다라는 것에 공감을 합니다.
And these days, all the boundary for cultures, the walls are crumbling down. So it becomes a pluralistic society that encompasses many different cultures across the world, and that is what was focused in your presentation. And as the cultural environment changes in a large scale, I would believe that would consequently change ethics or ethical culture, and I really could very well relate to that. So thank you very much.
예, 제가 오늘 교수님 발제에서 특히 관심을 가진 포인트에 대해서 말씀드리고 바로 질문을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 교수님 발제 내용 중에서 과거에 이제 서양의 정신적인 삶에서 이른바 이제 최고 신급을 차지하는 그런 어떤 초월적 신성에 대한 믿음이 이제 약화가 되면서 그 자리를 이제 데이터와 뭐 알고리즘, 인공지능 이런 것이 이제 대체가 되고 있는 상황에 대해서 말씀을 하셨고 그 상황은
And before I go into my main question, I gained understanding from your presentation that the point and gist of which was that the faith for transcendental divinity is being weakened, and it is being replaced by data, algorithm, and artificial intelligence, and that is the trend, and that was what I understood to be the focus of your presentation. And here goes my question.
예, 그래서 이런 상황에 대해서 이제 우려를 표명하신 거에 대해서 공감하고요. 예,
And
예, 제가 조금 더 말씀드리겠습니다.
Yeah.
그래서 그리고 이제 이런 상황에서 인간주의 윤리를 이제 주창하시는 데 대해서 공감을 이제 합니다.
So I share the same opinion in that you expressed concerns of this current phenomenon and the manifestations and about what you presented about human ethics.
예, 그런데 저의 질문은 그것으로 과연 충분한가라는 것입니다.
And my question is, would that be sufficient? That's my question.
예.
Humanistic ethics.
그래서 오늘 저희가 이제 대행 선사 열반 10주기 국제학술대회를 이제 진행을 하면서 대행 선사께서 이제 가르치신 바를 이제 주제화를 하고 있는데요.
In commemoration of the 10th year memorial of Sun Master Daehaeng, we are talking about Sun Master Daehaeng's great teachings and wisdom in various different ways here.
예, 그래서 간단히 말씀드리면 대행 선사께서는 우리 사람뿐만이 아니고 모든 생명체 그리고 생명 없는 모든 사물들도 한 마음, 원 마인드를 근본으로 하고 있고 그래서 다 모두가 연결이 되어 있고 소통을 하고 있다 이렇게 이제 가르치셨거든요.
The gist of the core teachings imparted by Sun Master Daehaeng is that every living and non-living beings in the universe are directly and inherently connected by way of one mind. So all is interconnected and they are communicating with one another, whether they're living or not living.
그래서 저희 생각으로는 이런 우리가 새로 맞고 있는 시대에 이런 선사의 가르침이 윤리의 어떤 근거가 되어야 되지 않을까 그런 이제 개인적인 생각을 이제 가지고 있다는 점을 말씀을 드리고요.
So I would like to present that it's my own opinion that the very core essence of the teachings by Sun Master Daehaeng should be the foundation, the fundamental basis of today's ethics. That is my thought.
예, 그래서 이제 이와 관련해서 제가 독일에서 공부를 했기 때문에 그 중세 신학에서 그 인텔렉투스와 라치오를 구별을 했다는 것을 알고 있습니다. 그걸 좀 제 소견을 말씀드리면 인텔렉투스는 이제 뭐 intuitive thinking이라고 할까요?
무슨 thinking이요?
Intuitive thinking이라고
So I studied in Germany and Middle Ages theology there, and it talks about intellectus, and I think it refers to intuitive thinking and lacteus.
예, 그다음에 이제 라치오는 이제 analytic thinking이라고.
It's referring to analytic thinking.
예, 그렇게 이제 이해를 하고 있는데 그래서 이런 부분이 현대 문명에서 우리가 좀 이게 약화가 되고 상실되고 있는 그런 정신적인 영역이 아닌가 생각을 하고 있고.
And I believe this is the aspects and areas which are weakening and are being lost in the modernized culture.
그래서 우리가 현대 사회에 적합한 윤리를 다시 재건하기 위해서 어떤 정신적인 영역을 다시 되살려야 하는가에 대한 저의 관심을 좀 장하게 말씀을 드렸고 이 부분에 대해서 좀 교수님의 의견 그리고 좀 이어서 로비드 수사님의 의견도 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 감사합니다.
So this was a lengthy explanation of why I'm asking this question so far, and my question is what areas or regions of spirituality would we need in rebuilding or restructuring appropriate ethics in the world that we are living in? And I would like the questions to be addressed to both professors, and the professor and Brother Robidu.
All right. May I start first?
제가 먼저 시작할까요?
Yes, you may, Doctor.
예,
Okay.
시작하십시오.
Yes. Thank you for your remarks. And this was a very wide-ranging area of ideas. I think one of the most important aspects of what you commented on is indeed we could say, a Buddhist thought, and that is the oneness of the world or the oneness of the mind. And that is very important also in a digital context.
지금 굉장히 광범위한 그러한 개념을 다 포괄하고 망라하는 그러한 말씀 굉장히 인상 깊었고요. 지금 중요한 그러한 게 뭐냐면 지금 불교적인 그러한 개념과 사고에서는 전 세계가 하나고 마음이 공심 하나다라는 것이 지금 강조되는 것이 불교적인 개념이라고 생각하고 굉장히 중요하고 그것이야말로 그 디지털 인류와 디지털 세계의 중심이 되어야 된다라고 봅니다.
And this aspect of an interconnected world and an interconnected global consciousness has interestingly been remarked on, well, way back in the 1960s, for example, by Canadian theorist Marshall McLuhan, and was later taken up by present-day ethicists, media ethicists like Charles S., who also talk or think about a interconnected or relational self-structure that is now creeping into our ways of communicating and thinking with each other in digitality.
이러한 측면과 그 전 세계가 공생해야 된다는 개념, 그 다음에 글로벌 컨셔스네스, 그 전 세계의 그 의식은 Professor, I forgot the name that you said in 1960s.
Marshall McLuhan, a
마셜
Canadian
맥루한,
professor.
카나다의 그 신학인이 1960년대에 벌써 주창했던 것입니다. 그리고 찰스 엘스가 그 이러한 윤리의 그 미디어적인 측면에서도 이미 말씀한 바가 있었던 것이죠.
So that was very speculative thinking way back in the 1960s, but I think there is, let's say, a groundwork there for today's, for contemporary thinking about how to deal with, well, ethically with the onslaught of digitality. How can we design a global consciousness? And we need ethical thinking for this. Well, now, I cannot sum this up in just 2 minutes, but that is certainly something that we need to address.
자, 1960년대에 벌써 이렇게 굉장히 추측성 이러한 사고가 이미 진전됐다라는 것이고요. 이렇게 이러한 디지털 그 윤리가 지금 만연하고 강조되는 현대에, 그다음에 이게 디지털의 그 거의 폭격이라고 할 수 있는 이러한 만연되는 시기에 우리가 어떻게 전 세계적인 글로벌 에틱, 글로벌 의식, 그 전 세계적인 그러한 의식 구조를 재고안해 갈 것인가를 생각하게 되는 시점이기도 합니다.
But certainly a core foundation for this ethics in digitality and for life in general would be a love for truth and of course a love for the human being, you know, the other person in front of you. And that has become much more difficult in digitality, where we very often don't see the other person any longer because he or she is so distant, is only appearing on a screen like I am now here.
자, 지금 그런데 이런 물론 그 핵심 윤리와 디지털 도 그렇고 그 삶 자체 또 전반적인 거에 핵심은 물론 진리에 대한 사랑, 인류에 대한 사랑, 즉 타인, 나 이외에 그 바로 옆에 있는 사람을 위시로 해서 그 모든 타인에 대한 사랑이 모든 윤리와 디지털의 그 삶 자체의 그 핵심에 들어가야 되겠죠. 근데 이런 디지털 시대에 그렇게 하는 것이 너무 힘듭니다. 왜냐하면 타인을 우리가 볼 수가 없고, 제가 지금 비대면으로 원격으로 하고 있는 것처럼 우리는 타인을 지금 비대면 원격으로 보는 시대에 지금 도입했습니다.
So I hope at least I answered part of your question.
자, 질문하신 것 중에 부분적인 답변이라도 됐기를 희망합니다.
Brother Dunstan, did you want to add anything?
자, 던스턴 루비도 수사님 뭐 추가하실 거 있으십니까?
You can hear me? Yes. Okay.
자, 들리시죠?
I would like to take as a point of departure the search for truth and acknowledging the being of the other person. And it is true that this digital age that we are living in is actually producing separations more and more between people.
자, 이런 진리를 위한 추구에서 출발하자면 이러한 디지털 시대에 살면서 개인과 개인 사이의 거리가 점점 그 간격이 멀어지고 있습니다.
And this separation seems to enhance the individualism of people. This being separated from others, the individual becomes more of an individual, more isolated.
자, 이러한 분리 현상은 개인주의를 더 상승시키고 있는데요. 개인과 개인 간의 그 자기만의 그 개인주의를 고집하면서 고립이 더 뚜렷하게 부각되고 있다고 할 수 있습니다.
And this individualism fits within a kind of liberal, international liberal culture that we find ourselves in. There's a book recently I was looking at by an American political writer, Morsheimer. He wrote a book on the liberal delusion, something like this. It's a critical study of the international order.
자, 그래서 이런 개인주의는 이제 국제적으로 전 세계적인 어떤 자유, 리버럴한 그런 문화가 되고 우리가 그 안에 살고 있는데 마샤인이라는 그 저자가 쓴 책이 Liberal Delusion이라는 자유적인 어떤 환상이라는 책을 저술하셨습니다. 인상적인 책이었는데요.
And so in this liberal thinking, there's a major emphasis on individual human rights, and that governmental policies need to be put into effect to protect individual rights in an absolute kind of way.
그래서 이런 자유주의를 근간으로 하는 사고에서 강조되는 것은 그 개인의 인간의 권리를 정부가 그 지향하는 그러한 정책 방침에 있어서 이것을 어떻게 인간 개인의 인간 권리를 보호할 수 있고 영향을 줄 수 있냐라는 개념입니다.
And I think we know that this is failing.
자, 이게 지금 무너지고 있어요.
Yeah, this sort of liberal sort of approach is not working out. And a characteristic of this perspective is ignoring the transcendental side of human life.
자, 이거는 이러한 그 자유적인 리버럴하는 접근 방식이 잘 성공적이지 못하죠. 무너지고 있는 것을 우리가 볼 수 있는데 이런 시각의 특징은 어떤 그 초월적인 그러한 그 세계를 무시한다라고 볼 수 있습니다.
I have found it very frankly difficult to understand liberalism as a way of thinking.
자유주의인 이 사고를 제가 솔직히 굉장히 개인적으로 이해하기가 어렵은데요.
It comes across as a bit ambiguous at times.
어쩔 때는 굉장히 아주 커다란 그 애매모호성으로 다가옵니다. 저한테는 이런 사고가.
For example, I was reading a book by Christopher Dawson called The Judgment of the Nations, which he published in 1942 in the middle of the Second World War, where in this book he distinguishes three kinds of liberalism.
자, 지금 최근에 읽은 the author is Charles
Christopher Dawson.
Christopher Dawson. Cannot read my own notes. 크리스토퍼 더슨이 저술한 책을 읽었는데요. Judgment of the Nations, 국가의 판단, 이런 그 제목의 책을 그 1942년이 세계 2차 대전이 진행된 그 와중에 저술한 책이었는데 이 책에는 세 가지 종류의 자유주의를 함축하여서 포함되고 있었습니다.
Although he distinguishes three kinds of liberalism, my own understanding of it is that again it ignores, it blocks out this reference to the transcendental.
이게 지금 세 가지의 리버럴리즘 그 자유주의를 그 책에서 그 함축된 내용을 표현하셨는데도 제가 이해하기로는 그렇게 구분을 하고 세 가지 특성을 다 망라했는데도 불구하고 초월적인 그런 보이지 않는 세계에 대한 간과 그것을 무시했다라고 저는 느꼈습니다.
And if we are really serious about the search for truth and really serious about acknowledging the other person as somebody different from myself, not a projection of myself, we would be forced to move towards an acknowledgement of the transcendental order of things, a higher order.
자, 그러니까 우리가 진짜 우리가 진실 탐구, 진실 추구하는 데에서 진실하다면 심각하게 진실하게 진실을 추구하고 타인에 대해서 나 자신 밖에 그 상대방에 대해서 인지하고 인정하기를 정말 진실이 진정으로 원하고 그것을 거부하지 않는다면 그러한 개념과 그런 마음 자세 자체가 그 초월주의로 가게끔 진화시키지 않을 수가 없는 겁니다.
And in other words, as we enter more into our current crisis, this encourages us to find within ourselves the truth of this higher order of things that we somehow live within, but we might not initially acknowledge or recognize unless we're forced to ask serious questions.
자, 그래서 우리가 지금 현재 우리가 직면하는 여러 측면의 위기에 우리가 진입을 한다라고 할 수 있는데, 우리가 우리 내면에 있는 진실, 그리고 내재되어 있는 우리의 그 물리적인 존재 이상의 어떤 그 높은 차원의 그러한 세계를 우리가 탐구하지 않는다면은 그 진실을 인정하고 가깝게 가기가 어려워진다라고 볼 수 있습니다.
So, if I can refer to Carl Jaspers, in his understanding of human history, there occurred within several centuries a major leap in human understanding.
자, 이게 콜 자스퍼스의 그 인류 역사에 대한 이 해를 좀 더듬어 보자면은 그 몇 세기에 걸쳐서 그 인류에 대한 그러한 개념을 방출하고 있습니다.
And in this antique leap, it was a response to the crisis of the human order as it existed then. And within this leap, you have Buddhism and also the birth of Greek philosophy. There was a major change in different parts of the world at approximately the same time.
거의 대부분의 그 시기에 걸쳐서 그 위기에 대응을 했던 응답했던 그러한 옛날에 그 인간에게 그러한 그 위기를 극복하는 답이 있었습니다. 거기에 우리가 그러한 단서들에는 불교도 있었고 그 위대한 철학도 거기에 포함됩니다.
And so I'm hoping for the same thing to happen.
그래서 그렇게 옛날에 그랬던 것처럼 과거에 그랬던 것처럼 같은 그 위기에 대한 해답이 지금 현대에도 일어나기를 희망합니다.
That our search for truth, which we need to encourage so greatly, will lead us in a better way towards the transcendent order of things that we can live under more joyfully with greater knowledge and happiness.
자, 그래서 우리가 진실을 추구하고 탐구하는 것이 결국은 그러한 탐구 정신이 그 초월적인 어떤 보이지 않는 세계를 우리가 진입하기를 원하는 희망으로 이어지기를 바라서 그렇게 되면은 우리 인간의 정신이 그 차원으로 가면 더 행복하게 삶을 살아나갈 수 있을 거라고 믿습니다.
I apologize for taking so much time to
시간을
explain.
너무 많이 들여서 죄송합니다.
We have a couple of questions, three actually, from YouTube.
유튜브에서 지금 채팅 질문이 3개가 들어왔는데요.
They're in Korean, so
한국어로 돼 있어요.
I'll say it in Korean and you'll interpret, I guess.
제가 한국말로 하면 통역이 영어로 해주시기 바랍니다.
혜유 스님께 질문입니다.
I have a question for Venerable Haeyu.
지구의 공생 생명을 위해서 정신계를 알고 관하는 오공의 연기법을 말씀해 주셨는데요. 지금 지구는 온난화로 많은 기후의 문제로 빙하고 녹고 있고 쓰나미 등의 지구촌 곳곳에서 피해를 입고 있습니다. 다양한 미디어에서 여러 소식을 접하면서 마음이 무거워집니다. 그런 문제의 방안으로 관법 실천을 여쭙고 싶습니다.
I understand that Venerable Haeyu gave presentations on causation of plenum void or non-substantiality and understanding the spiritual realm in order to live symbiotically on this planet Earth. Now the Earth is undergoing difficulty due to global warming phenomenon, and the ice is melting, and there's tsunami everywhere, and there are damages, and the planet Earth is suffering. And I am being disheartened when I hear this news by media. So I would like to ask you how practicing method of Kwan could be a key to solving these difficult problems.
그냥 하면 되나요?
Do I answer now?
감사합니다. 질문은.
Thank you for your question.
일단 먼저 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 분명히 스님들께서도 각 신행에서도 그 위기에 대해서 우리가 어떻게 살아가야 되는지에 대해서 분명히 관에 대해서 분명히 말씀을 많이 해주셨을 거라고 저는 생각을 합니다.
I believe, first of all venerable Buddhist monks and nuns and the new members association at the Hanmaum Center talked about how to be mindful in order to overcome the crisis and the methodology of Kwan practice.
네, 그리고 아까 말씀하셨다시피 그 오존층 파괴, 그리고 기후 변화, 그리고 전쟁, 이런 모든 지금 코로나 팬데믹 같은 이런 위기들이 볼 때 저희들은 사실 종교에 의지하기보다는 이제 많은 사람들은 정책으로 어떻게 해야 하나, 아니면 의료적으로 어떻게 접근을 해야 되나, 아니면 사회적으로 어떻게 접근을 해야 되나라고 많이 생각을 합니다.
We heard the presentations about the comprehensive crisis encompassing climate change and ozone level destruction, COVID-19 pandemic crisis. And people in general contemplate on how to solve these problems by way of government's policy, and how to solve it by way of approach of medicine and social approaches as opposed to relying on religion.
네, 먼저 제가 이거를 먼저 말씀드리기 전에 처음에 2019년에 코로나 팬데믹이 생겼을 때, 2020년 전 세계에 이제 코로나가 생겼을 때, 사실 지금 무종교인이 훨씬 종교인보다 훨씬 많습니다. 그래서 지금 종교의 위기이다 이런 것도 예전부터 많이 거론이 되었고요. 근데
before we talk about it, the first the outbreak of COVID-19 was in 2019, and in 2020 there was statistics that the non-religious people outnumber those who are religious. So people have been talking about the crisis of religion recently.
네, 그리고 사실 이제 종교는 끝났다. 왜냐? 종교는 구시대적이고 이 종교의 역할은 심리학이나 의학 이렇게가 이제 새로운 기술이나 과학과 심리학 이쪽으로 대체가 가능하다라는 생각을 많이 하고 있습니다.
People think and say that religion is over because this religion is too old of a concept, and the role of religion is replaced and substituted by a new cutting-edge science of psychology and medicine, and this substitution is possible, many people say.
네, 근데 코로나 팬데믹이 처음 생기고 2020년 전 세계가 코로나로 많이 무서워했었죠. 그 당시에 그 구글 검색 그 스웨덴의 교수님이 한번 이렇게 그 발표를 한 적이 있습니다. 구글 검색으로 이 팬데믹에서 우리가 인간이 어떻게 접근하는지를 그 수치상을 발표를 했는데 그 안에 보니까 기도, 종교 의지 이게 굉장히 많이 검색이 되었는 게 수치적으로 보여졌습니다.
And the whole world was in fear from COVID-19 pandemic phenomena starting from 2020. There was a Swedish professor who made a report on giving a Google search in terms of numbers of how many Google searches there were during the pandemic period, and there was prayer, religion, and reliance on religion that was searched the most by Google search, and that was shown in terms of number.
네, 저는 여기에서 무엇을 보았냐면 인간은 기본적으로 본성으로 향하고 우리의 그것을 통해서 이 위기를 극복할 수 있다는 것을 이 사례로 보여줄 수 있다고 생각하였습니다.
So from that, I noticed and realized that the human beings are inherently they have tendency to direct towards our intrinsic nature, inherent nature, and by way of searching for our true nature, we can overcome any crisis.
그런데 2021년 가을에 연구가 또 있는데 이 종교 활동을 다시 연구를 했습니다. 한국에서.
And there was another research that was conducted in the fall of 2021, and there was a research about religious activities, and that was conducted in Korea.
아까 호토 교수님께서도 얘기했지만 코로나 팬데믹으로 인해서 다 비대면으로 전환하고 또 종교로 인해서 코로나가 더 이제 번성하게 되면서 종교에 바라보는 시선이 좋지 않게 되는 게 독일과 한국에서 마찬가지로 일어났었는데요.
And Professor Hara also mentioned that because as we meet and encounter people remotely and not in-person basis, in Germany, Korea, and elsewhere, people's perspectives as to how they view religion changed.
네, 그렇게 되었을 때 많은 종교가 비대면으로 하게 되고 일단 그 거의 절이나 교회에 오지 않는 일들이 발생했는데 이게 2년 이상 장기간 되다 보니까 처음에는 그 마음이 지극해진다는 연구 결과가 나왔는데 2021년 가을에는 어떤 연구 결과가 나왔냐면은 그 종교 활동에 대해서 익숙해진 겁니다. 비대면에. 그리고 더 이상은 절에 가지 않거나 교회에 가지 않거나 성당에 가지 않는 게 편안해졌습니다.
Many religions conducted their religious activities remotely by in-person basis, whether it be a Buddhist temple or church or Catholic cathedral. And because of the prolonged period of COVID pandemic, initially when the outbreak began of coronavirus, people's mind towards religion was really serious in the beginning, but they got used to this remote interface, and they actually ultimately felt comfortable meeting people this way.
네, 그래서 저는 거기에서 우리 인간은 굉장히 습관에 빨리 물이 드는구나. 그래서 왜 절이 필요하고 왜 성당이 필요하고 왜 교회가 필요한지 그 장소 자체가 주는 힘이 있고 그게 서로가 모여지는 에너지가 그 매일 같이 기도를 하고 관을 하게 되고 우리가 그 마음을 에너지를 모으게 되면 우리가 극복할 수 있는데 왜 이런 얘기를 드리냐면 어떻게 지구 위기에 대해서 제가 제가 과학자도 아니고 뭐 정책가도 아니고 그렇게 할 수는 없지만 사실은 저도 종교인이지 않습니까? 종교인이니까 평상시에 저희가 자기 일에서 열심히 관을 하게 되고 실천을 하면 그 에너지가 전달이 되면 우리의 그 종교 활동의 에너지가 전달이 되면 이런 지구 위기가 왔을 때 교회에서 절에서 성당에서 그 힘은 우리의 인간에 가지고 있는 무한한 에너지를 우리가 활용할 수 있지 않을까 저는 그렇게 생각합니다. 네.
So from that, what I noticed is that it is a human nature that we get too quickly accustomed to our habits because people no longer felt the need to visit their sanctuary, whether it be a Buddhist sanctuary or a Catholic or Christian sanctuary anymore. But the power and energy that you can receive from the physical gathering is not negligible. By way of prayer that you do every day, and Kwan, which means inward introspection, observation, that has a great level of power through which you can overcome any sorts of crisis. I'm not a scientist, nor am I a politician, but when we speak in terms of a global crisis and a crisis that we encounter on Earth, I think the actual energy we can get from these religious activities, all religions included, would be the great power that we can utilize in order to overcome this crisis that we have on the earth.
Okay, next question from YouTube.
다음 질문 유튜브에서 하겠습니다.
던스턴 로비두 수사님께 질문입니다.
I have a question for Brother Dunstan Robidoux.
다른 종교인인 수사님은 대행 스님의 관법을 접하시고 어떠신지요?
What was your feeling of encountering with some Master Daehaeng's method of Kwan practice as a brother, as a person from different religion? What is your impression and how did you feel about it?
Well, I felt that I could identify with it. That
제가 같이 공감할 수 있다고 느꼈습니다.
it uses, there's a different language which is used by Glen to talk about it.
자, 글렌치 교수가 언급하셨듯이 사용하는 용어, 언어는 달랐지만
Yeah. Now, if I remember the details properly, the important thing is to realize, is to acknowledge the fundamental mind.
제가 지금 세부적인 그 강연의 기억을 잘 더듬어 보자면 중요한 것은 그 근본적인 마음 한 마음을 자각하고 인정하는 것이라고 이해하고 들었는데요.
It's to realize that we're not simply by ourselves in life. And that if we are self-enclosed or turned in towards ourselves, cutting ourselves off from everything else, we're going to have some pretty big problems.
자, 그래서 우리가 알아차리고 깨어야 된 것은 우리 자신에만 갇혀 있고 그 개인에만 협소하게 거기에 굳혀서 다른 타인으로 향한 문을 닫는다면 굉장히 큰 난관에 부딪히게 됩니다.
We will not really have a sense of reality which is true.
그 현실감을 우리가 상실하게 되죠.
And so if we can make that transition, if we can experience the humiliation of realizing that we are not totally in control, we're not able to satisfactorily live, if we can apprehend that there exists this transcendent act of understanding which is constant, that we participate in. And once we have this as an explicit realization, we can cooperate with it and submit ourselves to it and live within its embrace.
자, 그래서 그 전환이 필요한데요. 인간에게는 우리가 우리 자신을 컨트롤하고 하는 거가 아니라 그 어떤 초월적인 그런 힘이 있다라는 것을 자각하고 그러한 길로 가는 것을 우리가 명확하게 깨달고 인정을 하고 나면 그 순간부터 그러한 보이지 않는 세계와 협력을 하고 우리가 우리 자신의 그러한 물리적인 자아를 내려놓고 그 내면에 어떤 커다란 초월적인 힘을 바탕으로 살게 될 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
If we go, for example, if we try to move into Aristotle's understanding of human cognition,
자, 인간의 그 인지력에 대해서 말하는 아리스토텔레스의 그런 개념을 얘기하자면
his understanding of it will point to the reality and the truth of fundamental mind.
그 아리스토텔레스도 인간의 기본 근본적인 마음을 현실적으로 자각하고 진실을 알아내라는 그런 요지의 철학을 주창한 바 있습니다. 예를 들자면
Next question from YouTube.
자, 다음 유튜브 질문이요.
글렌 최 교수님께 질문입니다.
I have a question for Professor Glen Choi.
Leaves on a stream exercise에 대해 수행은 상대에 대해 반응하지 않는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 같은 맥락으로 생각해도 될까요?
My question is with respect to what you talked about, the leaves on a stream exercise. And it's my understanding that practice does not involve reacting to your counterpart. So am I right in that understanding that that leaves on a stream exercise has the same context?
My understanding is the same as yours.
저도 같은 맥락으로 같이 알고 있습니다.
In fact, all of the more than 100 experiential exercises in ACT strive for this.
자, 그 ACT 있죠? 그 수용 전념 그 치료법에서 그 했던 100여 개의 경험적 연구가 이러한 것을 그 결과로 경험한 바 있습니다.
ACT distinguishes between a reaction and a response.
자, 그 ACT는 수용 전념 치료법은 그 반응과 reaction and
response.
그 응답, 반응과 응답을 이렇게 구분하고 있습니다.
Reaction is one in which one succumbs to one's emotions.
반응이라는 것은 자기 자신의 그 감정에 굴복하는 것이고요.
And a response is one in which the individual takes a step back at the moment a painful feeling arises.
그 응답이라는 것은 반응하고 달리 고통스러운 생각이 안에서 일어나면 한 걸음 뒷걸음져서 그 한 발짝 물러나가는 것을 말합니다. 그래서 그 응답을 하는 거죠.
And thus, with a calm and clear mind, this person can respond to the situation in a more rational way and a peaceful way.
그래서 그 한 발짝 뒤로 가는 것인 게 response, 응답을 한다는 것은 어떤 공백이 있어서 아주 평온한 명료한 마음을 가지고 자기가 그 직면한 상황에 응답을 하는데 이성적으로 평화적인 방법으로 할 수 있다라는 거예요.
Okay, next question
자,
from YouTube.
유튜브의 다음 질문은요.
구스타보 아드리안 델 벤토 변호사님께 질문입니다.
This question is for attorney Gustavo Adriana Vento.
구스타보 아드리안 델 벤토 변호사님이 수행자들이 바라보는 관점이 긍정적이라고 말씀하셨는데 그러나 삶은 끊임없이 변화하고 있고 바뀌어야 할 부분들이 많다고 생각합니다. 긍정적인 관점에서는 진화나 개혁이 일어나기 어렵지 않을까요?
I understood attorney Gustavo Adrián del Vento's perspectives of the as a practitioner, how the practitioner views that was positive. But I believe that life is endlessly changing, and it has enormous amount of variance attached to it. So just by having positive perspective, evolution and innovation wouldn't achieving innovation and evolution be difficult just by way of positive attitude?
Bueno, primero gracias por la pregunta.
Muchas gracias. No, sorry. 감사합니다. 질문해 주셔서.
Thank you for your question.
Las preguntas son necesarias, dado que la filosofía griega se construyó en base a la curiosidad.
그리스의 철학도 이런 질문을 통해서 진화를 하게 됐으니 필요한 요소라고 생각합니다.
I think this is a necessary element because Greek philosophy evolved by way of this kind of inquiries and questions.
Por eso para mí las preguntas son muy importantes para el avance del conocimiento.
그래서 어떤 지식이나 자기자신을 아는 과정에서 이런 질문을 통해서 답을 얻을 수 있다고 전 믿고 있습니다.
And I believe you can find solutions and answers by way of asking this type of question, and that is a necessary process in obtaining wisdom and knowledge.
Por otro lado, me llama la atención la característica de las preguntas occidentales y coreanas.
그리고 참 흥미로운 점이 이런 질문을 받는데 서양과 동양의 차이점을 느낄 수 있었습니다. 오늘.
However, what I find to be interesting is that there are differences in raising this question in between the Western and Eastern.
Yo veo que las preguntas coreanas son más extensivas, con más grado de detalle, y a veces me pierdo en el objetivo de la pregunta. Así que por eso quería preguntar nuevamente.
지금까지 들어온 질문들을, 특히 한국 분들이 하신 질문들을 다시 회상해 보자면은 굉장히 많은 디테일들이 담겨져 있는데요. 그러면서 제가 그 중에 길을 잃게 됩니다.
And listening to questions raised by Korean people, I'm just reflecting back on those questions raised by Korean people. Those questions contain so many specific details, and I get lost in the course of answering all those specific detailed questions.
Por eso, Susana, repetime lentamente la pregunta.
그래서 수사나 통역사에게 다시 한번 제가 물어보겠습니다. 질문이 무엇이었는지.
So I would like to ask the interpreter again as to what the question was.
예, 죄송합니다. 제가 스페인어로 이것을 통역하겠습니다. Gustavo Adrián del Vento dijo que la perspectiva
de los practicantes había sido una actitud de mucho positivismo. Sin embargo, la vida sufre incontables cambios, hay muchísimas partes a mejorar. Ahora, con una postura y una actitud positiva, es diferente que ocurran cambios o evoluciones, ¿no le parece?
Bueno, a ver, respecto al trabajo en sí, no fue una suposición los datos, fue una evidencia que dio la realidad las encuestas.
제가 이 논문을 통해서 한 스터디를 보자면은 그 프루프들을 다 질문을 통해서 서베이를 위해서 설문조사로 얻은 결과입니다.
If I view the study that I conducted by way of this thesis, this is an outcome of many proofs and by conducting surveys.
Por otro lado, sí, los resultados son una subjetividad de mi opinión por el análisis que yo hago en los mismos.
그리고 그 결과들은 제가 다시 말씀드리지만 그게 한 경향입니다. 경향을 보이고 있죠.
If I may repeat myself, those outcomes, those results show one tendency.
En ese sentido, nosotros habíamos visto que en el grupo de practicantes el grado de conflictos familiares era similar al grupo de no practicantes.
물론 그 결과를 통해서 그 공부하시는 분들의 그룹이나 안 하시는 분들의 그룹에 그러한 이 격리를 하면서 사는 삶에서 분쟁은 똑같은 퍼센티지로 일어났지만
By way of those outcomes, we could see that for people who study and learn the principle and those who do not, it does, regardless of that, this life of quarantine, issues and disputes arose in the same amount of percentage.
Sin embargo, las características de ambos grupos eran diferentes. El grupo de practicantes era más numeroso en el núcleo familiar y había más mujeres que yo había dicho que de una encuesta de UNICEF.
그러나 특징상 그 공부를 하시는 분들의 그 그룹에는 더 여자분들이 더 많았고 가족의 인원수가 더 많았습니다.
However, speaking of characteristics, those groups who learn and study the principle, there was a greater number of female in such a group, and the number of family members was higher in that group as opposed to other groups.
En una encuesta de UNICEF había un 58% de mujeres que habían respondido que tenían las cargas del hogar sobrecargadas.
그리고 그 유니세프의 서비에서 제가 말씀드렸듯이 58%의 여성분들이 그 집안일 그리고 다른 활동으로 훨씬 더 힘들었다고 그런 경험을 겪게 됐다고 말씀을 드렸었죠.
And I also mentioned that by way of UNICEF studies, the 58% of females went and experienced hardships due to house chores and other tasks that they had to fulfill.
Y en mi opinión personal, al tener sobrecarga de tareas, a las mujeres las sacó de una zona de confort en la cual podía provocarle mucho estrés y conflictos familiares.
저의 개인적인 의견이지만 그것으로 인해서 여성분들이 그 편안한 그 존에서 벗어나서 훨씬 더 그러한 분쟁적인 상황을 맞이해야 됐었죠.
This is my personal opinion, but due to those facts and factors. The women, female people were outside of comfort zone, and they had to be in a very arguable and disputable situation, inevitably.
Sin embargo, en el grupo de practicantes, que había más cantidad de mujeres que en el grupo de no practicantes y estaba compuestos por más familias, arrojó el mismo resultado que el otro grupo.
그러나 그럼에도 불구하고 그 공부하시는 신도님들 그룹에서는 여성분들이 훨씬 더 많았고 인원수가 더 많았지만 그 똑같은 결과가 나왔습니다.
Nevertheless, in the group in the group of studying practitioners, where the number of female practitioners was higher in number, and the same outcome, the same results yielded.
Inclusive, a mí me puso contento el dato que me dio la encuesta que realicé, porque la de UNICEF había dado que era el 20% en los hogares había conflictos familiares y en la mía arrojó 17%, estábamos muy cerca.
그리고 참 제가 유니세프 설문조사와 제가 했던 설문조사에 비슷한 수치 아니면 비율의 그런 분쟁이 있었던 것을 볼 수 있었습니다. 유니세프는 20% 가까이였었고 제가 한 설문조사에는 17%였었죠.
And looking at the survey results of UNICEF versus by the survey that I conducted, the percentage was very similar to each other. The survey outcome of UNICEF was close to 20%, and that of my survey was 17%. So percentage-wise, they were similar in terms of outcome.
Ahora vamos a la segunda parte de la pregunta que me preguntaron.
그래서 그 두 번째 부분을 제가 지금 답하였는데요. 제가 이해한 것이 맞는지 모르겠지만.
Si era necesario el conflicto para crecer.
I don't know if my understanding is correct, but speaking as to the second, sorry.
No. Lo que decía que la segunda parte de la pregunta, si entendí bien, era si era necesario el conflicto para poder crecer, ¿no?
사람이 진화하기 위해서는 그러한 분쟁이 필요하지 않느냐 그쪽으로 그 방향으로 하는 제시하는 것 같은데요, 이 질문이.
It is my understanding that this particular question perhaps suggests that in order for human beings to evolve forward, such disputes are inevitably necessary. Isn't that what you're asking?
Yo con esa premisa no estoy en desacuerdo. Se crece con el conflicto, pero también se puede crecer con la armonía.
물론 그것을 제가 틀렸다고는 주장하지 않겠습니다. 왜냐하면 분쟁을 통해서 사람이 성장할 수 있고 그러나 또 조화로도 성장할 수 있다는 면을 저는 제시하고 싶습니다.
However, and of course, I do not want to state that what you're saying is inaccurate, because I think people can mature and evolve both by way of conflicts and disputes and also by way of harmony as well.
Inclusive nos educaron que crecemos con el conflicto, ¿no? Porque estamos más alertas. Pero hay una frase en latín que dice orbo achao, que significa el orden viene del caos.
물론 저희가 받은 교육으로도 분쟁을 통해서 성장한다고 배웠고 아주 유명한 라틴 문장이 있는데요. 오르고 아체오라고 그러한 어려움을 통해서 사람은 큰다 하는 문장이죠.
And based on the education that I received, I learned that mankind achieve maturity by way of disputes and conflict. And it's Latin by Latin expression orgo bacheo, which means you grow and you achieve maturity and growth by way of hardships.
Y por último, ya que fue larga la respuesta, fui más larga que la pregunta, entiendo que los resultados de la encuesta arrojaron que los practicantes pudieron progresar sin tener mayores conflictos. Pero también entiendo que la crisis es oportunidad.
그리고 마지막으로 제가 이 질문에 대해서 답이 훨씬 더 길어졌는데요. 그 공부하시는 분들이 물론 이런 상황에 처했음에도 그래도 큰 문제 없이 계속 그분들은 진화할 수 있었고 배울 수 있었다라고 저는 보고 있습니다.
My answer has been very lengthy for this last question, but finally, I believe that even though we face this kind of situation crisis, those people who practiced and strive to learn the principle were able to evolve and achieve learning fast.
Bueno, espero que haya contestado bien la pregunta.
답을 잘 했길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
I hope this answers your question. Thank you.
We have another question from the YouTube channel,
자, 유튜브 채널에서 질문 하나가 더 올라왔습니다.
but I'd like to give one opportunity to the floor, the physical floor.
실제 지금 현장에서 질문 하나를 더 하실 수 있는 기회를 드리고 싶어요.
And there was a gentleman in the white shirt who I saw raise his hand first.
손을 든 아까 그 흰 셔츠를 입으신 남성분 제가 아까 뵀는데요.
네, 죄송합니다. 제가 질문을 좀 드리겠습니다.
Pardon me, but I have one question.
네, 여기 계신 스님들께서 마음을 많이 내고 계시는데 제가 질문 드리게 돼서 죄송합니다.
I am sorry to be asking this question, although there are many Buddhist monks and nuns who are here.
간단하게 코멘트 하나 하고
who are giving spiritual support.
간단한 질문 혜근 스님과 김재영 선생님께 드리려고 합니다.
I would like to simply have a short comment and then we'll ask a question to Venerable Haegen and Professor Daehaeng Kim.
오늘 우리가 팬데믹에 대한 해결책에 대한 여러 학자분들의 이야기를 들었는데요.
We heard as to many different solutions to address pandemic from many different esteemed scholars today.
네, 매우 감사하게 생각하고 있습니다.
I'm deeply grateful for all your presentations, first of all.
근데 여기서 저희는 한 가지 점을 우리가 간과하고 있는 게 있다고 생각합니다.
However, I believe that we are being oblivious to one thing here.
팬데믹이 지금 완화되고 있는 것은 우리가 잘해서가 아니고 코로나 바이러스가 변했기 때문입니다.
Sorry. The reason as to how the pandemic situation is being controlled or the situation getting alleviated is not because we are doing a good job, but because the corona had its variants.
네, 그래서 관법 혹은 한마음 사이언스라는 것은 우리들이 갖고 있는 마음을 통해서 그 바이러스의 마음과 연결돼서 바이러스를 변화시킬 수 있다고 얘기하는 것입니다.
So what we are saying by way of method of Kwan practice and what is stated by Hanmaum Science Institute is that by way of the mind that we all have inherently, we can cause a virus to change and transition as we connect with the mind of the virus.
그리고 그런 능력은 단순한 바이러스 팬데믹 문제뿐만 아니라 어떤 경제 문제, 전쟁 문제, 하다못해 우주적인 다른 문제까지 모두 적용될 수 있다고 얘기하는 것이 이제 한마음 사이언스 큰 스님의 가르침이라고 생각합니다.
And I believe it is the basis of Hanmaum science and also the basic wisdom and teachings imparted by some Master Daehaeng that such capability does not only apply to corona pandemic, but it applies to all other aspects of the world, be it economic or other aspects in the universe.
네, 여기까지 코멘트였고요.
This concludes my comment.
해근 스님께 질문 한 가지 드리고 싶습니다.
I would like to ask one question to Venerable Hagen.
어제 해근 스님의 눈물은 정말 심금을 울렸습니다.
I was very heartfelt by the presentation given by Venerable Hagen.
근데 제가 예전에 해근 스님 예전에 한 20년 전에 제가 느꼈던 해근 스님은 상당히 엄한 분이셨습니다.
And Venerable Hagen, as I had an impression of 20 years ago, was very stern and strict master.
그래서 지금은 어떠신지 큰 스님.
I wonder as to how you are or how you have changed.
예, 어떤 마음의 변화가 있으셨는지 그런 것 좀 듣고 싶습니다.
I would like to hear as whether there have been any changes in your mind or
네,
thoughts.
잠깐만 그리고 김재현 교수님께 질문 하나 드리고 마치겠습니다.
And before I hear an answer from Venerable Hagen, I would like to also ask simple question to Professor Jaehyung Kim.
솔직히 김재현 교수님의 발표는 정말 놀랍고 인스피레이셔널했습니다.
Quite frankly, presentation given by Professor Jaehyung Kim was quite alarming and very inspirational.
그리고 김재현 교수님께서 받으신 그 자료는 외부에 공개된 자료가 아닙니다.
And the materials that Professor Jaehyung Kim received is not a material that is open to public.
그래서 앞으로 좀 더 저희 선원과 과학원에 인볼브 해주셨으면 좋겠다는 마음을 가지고 있고요.
So I have a personal wish that you be more involved in the works of Hanmaum Science Center and Hanmaum Sun Center in the future and from now on.
여기서 질문 한 가지는
And my question is,
마틴 루터 킹을 큰 스님과 이렇게 비슷하게 비유를 하셨는데
you compared Martin Luther King to
마틴 루터 킹이 아니라 마틴 루터. 예, 마틴 루터요. 네, 킹이 아니라 sorry, 마틴 루터요.
Martin Luther to our Sun Master Daehaeng.
저는 큰 스님과의 차이점이 있다고 생각하는 것이 마틴 루터는 다른 종교를 제시했습니다. 프로테스탄트를.
I personally believe there is a difference between Martin Luther and some Master Daehaeng because Martin Luther Protestantism.
예. 그러나 큰 스님께서는 불교 전통 안에서 그리고 조계종을 따라서 모든 가르침을 진행하고 있어서 어떻게 보면 다르다고 생각하는데 그 점에 대한 말씀 듣고 싶습니다.
So I think there is some aspect of difference between Martin Luther and our venerable Sun Master Daehaeng because Sun Master Daehaeng imparted her wisdom and teachings in accordance with the Joge order of Korean Buddhism and Buddhist tradition. So I would like to hear opinion in that regard.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
초보 운전일 때는요,
초보 운전일 때는 자기 앞밖에는 안 보여요.
If you're a beginner driver, you can only see what's directly in front of you.
저는 제가 벗어나려고 출가를 했으니까
I became a Buddhist practitioner because I wanted to free myself from the confines.
그 초보 운전 시절에는 아무것도 안 보이고 무조건 상대편이 운전 못하는 사람이고 나를 방해하는 사람이고 그래서 엄격할 수밖에 없었습니다.
And when I was a beginning practitioner, just like a beginner driver, I could not see anything outside of what was directly in front of me. So that's why I could be viewed as being strict.
그래 눈물을 흘린 거는 그 초보 운전 시절에 그렇게 제가 상당히 그 대중 스님들 형님들이죠. 아우스님들 힘들게 지금 지영 법우님께서 얘기하셨듯이 그렇게 한 시절도 있습니다. 오직 제 길만 가는 거였기 때문에요.
And I tearfully marched along in the course of my practice. And during my beginner time period, I believe that I gave a hard time to my seniors and junior Buddhist monks and nuns, just as the questioner Kyung just stated, because I was only focused on walking, taking my steps forward and walking on my path at that time.
그거를 다 지켜봐 주시고 그렇게 가게끔 해주시는 사부 대중들이 저한테는 지금 보니까 다 스승이셨구나 싶어서 눈물이 난 겁니다.
I was in tears because I now realize that all those general practitioners and my seniors and juniors practitioners were just observing me and watching me grow into becoming a true practitioner. Those people were all my teachers, in fact. Looking back, so that is what brought me to tears.
공부하시는 분들한테 다시 한번 당부드리고 싶은 거는요. 그냥 저처럼 하지 마시고
I would like to ask you and encourage you one thing, and that is don't follow in my footsteps and please avoid what I did.
천천히 자기 습 다스리면서 내 탓이구나 하고 가시면 그렇게 편안하게 정진하실 수 있다는 겁니다. 눈물 흘릴 일도 없고요. 됐습니까?
You can be a true practitioner. You don't have to be full of tears. And the way to do that is to slowly walk your path of practice and try to control your old habits, break bounds of your habits, and blame your own self and not your counterparts. And if you practice that way, your journey will be very comfortable and peaceful. You don't have to shed tears.
If I may interrupt for one moment, the time now is 6:01.
6시 1분이라고 잠깐 제가 좀 상기시켜 드리겠어요?
We are 1 minute over the deadline.
자, 지금 우리가 마감 시간 1분을 초과했네요.
So I think we'll allow this question will be the last question.
제가 그래서 지금 여기서 끝내자 얘기가 아니라 요 질문 했던 질문자 질문이 마지막이라는 점을 제가 미리 상기시켜 드리려고 말씀드리는 거예요.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
걱정하지 마세요. 제 교양인이니까.
Don't worry, I'm a man of culture.
우리 통역사님도 우리 모두 같이 교양인이 되자고요. 제가 빨리빨리 간단하게 할 테니까.
Let us be people of culture and move these things fast.
우리 질문 굉장히 중요한 질문인데 지금
This was an important
가톨릭
question.
전통 안에서는 루터를 형제라고 생각을 해요. 그때 당시에는 뭐 그랬지만
within the tradition of Catholic, Martin Luther, we regard him as a brother. That was our view then and as at the present time too.
여러분들이 이제 잘 아셔야 될 게 저는 개인적으로 굉장히 복음주의 계열의 개신교인인데 지금 서강대학교에서 가르치잖아요. 그런데 또 제가 서강대에서 무슨 일이 있냐면 불교 학생회를 또 제가 맡고 있어요.
I am engaged in propagating gospel, but as a Catholic member. But I teach at Seoul University. But what is interesting is that I teach Buddhist culture at Seoul University as well.
그래서 그냥 제가 얘기한 거 핵심만 그냥 우리 통역사님이 그냥 해주시면 될 것 같아요. 그 리터럴리 뭐 다 하실 필요는 없고요. 제가
Don't literally translate.
제가 그러니까 저희 교회가 굉장히 큽니다. 근데 교회 가면은 저는 그냥 오해도 어떨 땐 받고 그런데 그게 행복해요. 또 거꾸로 또 이제 제가 불교 학자분들이나 또 불교 친구들 만나면 굉장히 깊은 대화를 제가 합니다. 하고 세상이 그렇게 변했습니다. 지금은 뭐 스님도 그러셨지만 경계가 지금 많이 왔다 갔다 하는 세상이고 그래서 이게 참되고 진실되고 거기에 정말 마음이 가 있으면 함께 서로가 배우고 또 가르침 받고 또 나아가는 것 같습니다. 그래서 우리 주셨던 한마음 과학원 식구들만 봐야 되는 그 책 제가 감사하게 잘 보겠고요. 더 많이 보겠습니다. 보겠고 그다음 우리 주지 스님하고 우리 이사장 스님한테 자료를 진짜 공부하는 사람한테는 조금 이렇게 오픈하셔서 더 보실 수 있도록 하면 모든 게 다 귀한 인연이 될 겁니다. 감사합니다.
We are living in this time and age where there's almost no boundaries and walls are crumbling down. When I go to church, I feel happiness and joy. Conversely, when I meet with Buddhist friends and acquaintances, I engage in deep conversation. So I wish that the abbot of Hanmaum Sun Center open the internal Buddhist materials and disclose for the sake of sharing with others. And I believe that as long as you have the truth-seeking mind, I don't think there will be any problem of all of us living together harmoniously.
Thank you. This wraps up our wrap-up discussion.
자, 감사합니다. 이것으로써 종합 토론을 마치겠습니다.
Please join me again in thanking everyone who presented here today
연사들 오늘 모두 감사드립니다.
with a round of applause. And don't forget Dr. Oliver Zollner.
올리버 조너도 박수로 마칩니다.
I look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow.
내일 다시 반갑게 우리가 다시 만나기를 기대하면서 헤어질 시간이 왔네요.
And I think someone will say a few words about the bus that will
버스
arrive.
얘기를 누가 해주실 거죠?
네, 그럼 지금까지 종합토론 진행해주신 글렌체 자장 교수님과 여기 참석자 발표자분들께 정말 큰 박수로 감사의
Let's
박수
give
전하도록
a big
하겠습니다.
round of applause to Moderator Professor Glen Choi.